Okay, Mr. Mayor, the live stream has started. We can maybe begin.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Let's call to order the Special Council Meeting Strategic Planning's Workshop of January 27th, 2022. Before we get started, I'd like to remind participants of some procedural items for today's meeting. During the meeting, participants will remain muted when not speaking. If participants have a question or comment, please use the raised hand feature, and speakers will be called upon to speak one at a time. The City Council meeting is being conducted utilizing teleconferencing and electronic means as allowed by Government Code Subdivision 54953E and Resolution number 1089-21, reaffirmed by the Sunnyvale City Council on January 25th, 2022. Members of the public may provide audio public comment by connecting to the teleconference meeting online or by telephone and use the raised hand feature to request to speak, star 9 on the telephone. Teleconference meeting details are available on the council agenda. Captions are available to viewers accessing this meeting via the city's website and via Zoom. Captions can be displayed or hidden using the closed caption button on the website or the live transcript button in Zoom. First up is our roll call. City Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Mayor Klein.
Present.
Vice Mayor Cisneros.
Present.
Councilmember Larson.
Present.
Councilmember Hendricks.
Attending.
Councilmember Melton.
Present.
And Councilmember Dean.
Present.
6 present participating via teleconference.
Thank you. Next is our public comment. Members of the public will now have an opportunity to address the City Council on all agenda items listed on our agenda today. This category is limited to 20 minutes with a maximum of up to 3 minutes per speaker, and individuals are limited to 1 appearance. If there are numerous speakers, I may shorten the time for individual speakers or extend the time for public comment. No other items, of course, should be discussed at this meeting. A reminder to the public, please raise your digital hand or dial star 9 on your telephone now if you wish to address the City Council. And then the City Clerk will ask you to unmute your microphone when it's your turn to address us. City Clerk, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak under public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First up is Tara Martin-Milius. Tara, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you so much. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff, good morning. I'm Tara Martin-Milius, an engaged resident. I have tremendous appreciation for the transparency of the systems you're setting up for public information. We do live in interesting times, and as you move into your strategic session this morning, my ask of you all is to help us electrify. Our climate is changing faster than the models have previously predicted, and while a city cannot change the world climate, we can all mitigate the worst effects if we can move away from fossil fuel use. California, Silicon Valley, and Sunnyvale all have an impact, both as a center of tech and innovation and as the 5th largest economy in the world. My ask is to prioritize electrification. This is a step we can all take, especially if our cities continue to create paths and to partner with CCAs and other groups to incentivize the use and storage of clean energy. Well done, and we need to speed up the process. The REACH codes were a great start and need to be updated regularly. We need to make sure our gas appliances, as our gas appliances die, they are replaced with electric. How can we help people do this? How can we convert our built environment faster? How can we help people to get EV replacements for their vehicles? According to Saul Griffith in Code Red for Humanity, in order to affect the climate for all, we need to retire 1 fossil fuel machine every second of every day for the next 20 years. We can't wait for new tech. We have the tech now to get to 1.5 degrees C by 2100, and we need to do it faster. This is an area that we can control, and we need to do all we can do to do so. So I'm asking you to prioritize this, and thank you very, very much for all the work that you continue to do in this area.
Thank you, Tara.
And Mr. Mayor, that is the final public speaker. Oh, never mind, we have another hand up. Crystal Wickham is next. Crystal, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. This is Crystal Wickham. I'm chair of the Sustainability Commission, but speaking on my own behalf. Please keep in mind throughout the day and the coming year that time is running short. One of the council's strategic priorities is accelerating climate action. I commend the city for actions taken so far, and the Climate Action Scoreboard shows the progress well. But accelerating means we keep looking for and supporting ways to move faster in every decision and across every department. I hope you'll consider these opportunities this year. The next moves for the Climate Action Playbook will be revisited this year, and a plan will be made for the next 5 years, 2023 to 2028. This is a key time period when the stage will be set for very significant GHG reductions. And I urge you to focus on the biggest impacts. Second item is the REACH code that was passed at the end of 2020 will need to be passed again in line with the state's building and energy code cycle, as new requirements will go into effect January 1st, 2023. This is an opportunity to re-up and also consider requirements and financing strategies for electrifying existing buildings. And I appreciate Tara's comments just before me regarding electrifying buildings. We really cannot reach climate goals with new buildings alone. Third, look more closely at city operations. New buildings like the new city hall are all electric, but new underground gas tanks are also planned and budgeted. The city's purchases and contracts do not require low carbon cement, for example, or any carbon accounting for reducing GHG impact through the city's purchases. If we are serious about transportation, this is the last item, we really need to move faster on bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure through the ATP and ensuring access to EV charging for everyone. Shovel-ready opportunities using low carbon cement, of course, should be available to leverage state and federal funds as they become available. So thank you for your consideration. Please keep accelerating climate action as a council priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal.
Mr. Mayor, that was the final public speaker.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Let me open with a few opening comments for today. I just want to thank everyone who is here today virtually. I always love our strategic planning workshop each year. This is, in my opinion, one of the most important meetings the council has each year. First, it really gives everyone a great overview of where the city stands in a lot of different areas and shows the numerous efforts that the city is undertaking. And I just want to thank the city manager, the directors, and city staff for all the hard work that they do to put these materials together and give us this overview of what's happening with the city each year. And second, the great thing about today's workshop is that it also allows council members to give meaningful feedback on a variety of city issues and ultimately reevaluate what our priorities are. So, council really needs to work as a team, and the Brown Act often makes this difficult to kind of build consensus on a variety of topics, and it limits us to discuss issues. But this workshop really gives us a little more leeway to look at the future direction of our city. But that's really what today is for. I had hoped that we would be able to have this in person, but COVID continues to be a challenge for our organization and for everyone as we chart a path to our new normal. But today we get to talk about a variety of topics, from project staffing, service levels, to what our city priorities are. And we have a lot to go through, but I know this is going to be a really productive day. And to try to help us stay on track, later this morning when after we get kind of an overview of the different programs and from the different directors, we will get to kind of council questions and discussion portion and of basically council priorities update. And I would like to ask my colleagues to try to limit their questions to about 5 minutes each. And I know we'll have a much wider time this afternoon for wider discussions. But keep in mind the amount of time that it takes to ask questions and get answers, and conceivably figure out what you can do after this meeting if you need to for certain things, but it's asking for specific information. And sometimes it's a question that you want an immediate answer on. So take that in consideration as we're moving forward. And with that, let me go ahead and pass it on to our city manager. Kent, would you like to provide some opening remarks also?
Yes, I would, Mayor. Thank you. And I'm going to start, before we start the slide presentation, I do want to make a couple introductions. And I'll start with Debbie Britt Petty. And Debbie is our new executive assistant to the mayor and city council. We're glad to have her here. So Debbie, you want to just introduce yourself quickly?
Good morning. My name is Debbie, and I am very thrilled and excited to be here. Looking forward to meeting you all someday in person. And thank you everyone for the warm welcome. And again, I'm just so happy to be here with you.
All right, we're glad to have you, Debbie. Thank you. I also want to introduce Sean Spano. And Sean is our moderator for today. He's going to try to keep us on track as far as our schedule. So I think, Sean, if I talk too much, you're going to give me the virtual hook, I think. But Sean is here to keep us on track. He's been with us for the last few years, and so he's very well versed in what we're trying to accomplish today. And we're glad to have Sean help us through this meeting. Why don't we start the slide presentation? I'll go over the agenda and a brief overview before we jump in. So we've broken the day up into several segments, and so we do want to, we're going to start with focus areas and give council an update on council priorities, study issues, and major city projects. That'll take most of the morning, and then that also includes a fiscal update as well as update on staffing that Tina's going to give. We'll go into our strategic topics this afternoon, and I'll get into that in a minute. And then really later this afternoon, council's going to discuss strategic priorities, its current priorities. Do you want to make changes? And we have plenty of time for discussion on that. And then we'll have closing comments. As we made our best estimate of the time, it is a full day. We'd go till 5 o'clock, although we're already ahead of schedule, so we're doing great. Next slide, please. And you can go on to the next one. So I'll talk a little bit about the purpose of the strategic workshop, and then we'll get into the fiscal report and staffing review. So next slide. So we've continued to use a framework for the strategic workshop that comes from the general plan. And so this is the community's vision for Sunnyvale. And I think this really helps keep us focused and grounded on what's important to our community as we do our work. And so staying focused on this as we look ahead, and really that's the purpose for today, look ahead for the rest of this year and beyond, and really how we position the city to be successful and to meet this community vision that's been established for us by our community members in the general plan. Next slide, please. So we've broken up the council priorities into these areas. And again, within the general plan, these highlighted sections: strong, diverse community, vibrant and innovative local economy, regional leader in environmental sustainability, safe, secure, and healthy place for all, a city managed by responsible and responsive government, and a community with a distinctive identity. These are all straight from our general plan, and there are goal statements. And so again, this has the framework that organized us around how are we meeting these goals. And you'll see that we've aligned our council priorities within these goal statements. And so that's how we're going to present this morning, and going over these in detail. Next slide, please. For this afternoon, we do have 3 strategic topics. And the first one will be looking at our capital improvement program, general fund assets, and both what are the long-term projects that still need funding, how much funding is available, and really trying to look long-term and be strategic around where do we go from here to meet the really large needs that we have. The next topic is a very broad one, and it's really the long-term success for Sunnyvale. We're going to go over some data on long-term trends in both looking at staffing and financing, and then really asking the council to define, its view of long-term success and ask you how we can position Sunnyvale to be successful in the long term. And our last topic is council meeting efficiency. And I think everybody would agree our meetings are efficient, but I think there's always room for improvement. And since we've gone to a virtual format for quite some time, we've really never had that discussion with the city council about how could we make meetings better. And that's really what this is about. One of the things that will be on this list for discussion when we get to that point, one of the new things we tried this year was a workshop format, which was different. We did that with Moffitt Park and had a couple workshops, I think, that were very successful. So we tried that. We want to get feedback. Is it working? What are expectations around workshops? And so we'll have that conversation this afternoon, and then finally go into the council's discussion about its strategic priorities. There's no big slideshow for that. There's a lot of time for conversation. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Tim Kirby to do the fiscal report.
All right, good morning, Mayor and Council. Welcome to another strategic workshop, and thanks for that intro, Ken. This is the busy time of year. This is where it really starts. We finally made it out of 3 fiscal years with the last council meeting and the adoption of the ACFR. So now we're just in 2. We're in our current fiscal year, and we're planning for the upcoming budget. This presentation really is about the strategic framework of what we're looking at over the next 20 years. And what will come next will be the Study Issues Budget Proposals Workshop. I'll do a fiscal outlook presentation on that. That'll get a little bit more into where we are with revenue projections currently and sort of set a more near-term budgetary picture for council. And then, of course, in May, we do our budget workshop where we dive into the details of the recommended budget. So that's sort of the progression of these sessions from my perspective. Can I have the first slide, please? Next slide. So I'm going to just go quickly over, sort of near-term, midterm, and long-term impacts that issues that we're watching and monitoring. And, these are things that we talk about when we're doing our 20-year planning. We're thinking about them, we're keeping them in mind, and where we can, we're planning for them fiscally in the future. Next slide, please. So just starting with some of the short-term impacts of the pandemic. Our local unemployment rate has started to recover. It is down significantly from the peak of the pandemic, and that's good. I think everybody sees that in day-to-day activity in the city. It's busier, there's more traffic, there's a lot more activity, and that's a very positive thing. Next slide. And you can see how we compare to the to some of the other regional rates. So we're doing, again, very well. And you can see October of 20 versus October of 21. We've recovered significantly in our local unemployment statistics, even compared to our very local neighbors. So we're in, things are looking positive there. Next slide. However, there are some real impacts from the pandemic that we're seeing. And everybody's seen it in the news, inflation, and this chart's actually a little bit shy because, newer numbers have come out running closer to 7% in December for changes in CPI. But we are watching this very closely, but we are seeing real impacts. We are getting notices from our vendors saying they're going to be increasing pricing significantly. We are currently planning in the budget to use pretty sharp inflation factor for goods and services. So this is going to impact our short-term picture. It's also impacting construction projects. So there's a little bit of a distinction there. I think that this is going to reset the base for goods and service prices. Things like auto parts and stuff like that are not going to go up by this amount and then come all the way back down. They're not that elastic in terms of their pricing. Construction projects, anything near term, is we're going to experience likely pretty significant escalation. We're hoping that'll moderate, and with the competition in the construction market, prices will come back down a little bit. And we'll talk more about that at, in February and at the budget workshop. Next slide, please. So we're watching always. You're familiar with this slide, and you'll see it again and again. Just what's happening with our major revenue sources to the general fund. Property tax is positive. It's trending up, as it has been for over 10 years now. Sales tax is now trending a little bit more flat, and I think I'll have a little bit more positive news coming forward, but it is still down, and I've got another slide to show that. TOT remains down, although we're optimistic of it after, Connie was kind enough to help me work with some of the hoteliers, and they're pretty positive, and so we're optimistic that it will recover over time. And then, UUT and franchises, those remain fairly flat and stable. Next slide. So to the point of property tax, average home prices continue to climb, and there continues to be a lot of activity. This is all in the news, so I won't get into a lot of discussion about it, but just to say that property tax is more than half of our revenue in the general fund. That is a good thing because it is a very stable revenue source. So even if it starts growing more slowly, it's something that we can budget off of, knowing that it's stable. So it is a positive thing when property tax continues to grow, even at a moderated rate. Next slide. Sales tax, this is what I was talking about with the pandemic. It dropped significantly, about 5 million a year. I think we're going to see that line start to grow back, but not get back to the $30 million number for probably 3 to 5 years. So it is still going to be depressed, but it appears to, at least at this point, and because it's volatile, I'm going to be, sort of wishy-washy about my projection there, but it is appearing to have bottomed out, and hopefully we'll start to recover on an ongoing basis now. Next slide. So we're looking, in the sort of the, near term, we're looking at some next moves for climate action. These are things that Environmental Services is working on. You're all very familiar with them, but our short-term moves are fully funded. And then they're currently working on a game plan, a 5-year work plan, and that will be coming with the 23-24 cycle. So you'll start to see some movement budgetarily on this key area coming up in the next year. Probably not so much this year, but know that we are working on it. It is underway. Next slide. Again, I spoke to inflation. This is, long-term pressure. We do have to continue to monitor CalPERS. They did very well last year, as did our own, investments in OPEB and pension. But you can see kind of what we're facing over the next 10 years, just in what we're projecting for regular increases in total comp, plus the pension costs, plus healthcare. That's about a $40 million difference annually in the next 10 years. So we've got that in the plan. We're planning for it. We have included it for years, but it's still something that we're watching very closely because it's a big number. And I just want to note that all of these assumptions don't assume, and we're going to get into this a little bit later with sort of the long-term success of Sunnyvale, and they don't assume any growth in headcount or staffing for increased demand of services. So this is assuming today's current staffing levels. Next slide. Our trust funds, our Section 115 trusts, did very well. We have 2 of them last year. So we have a pension trust. It's the smaller one. That's the bars on the left. So you can see our return was significant. We contributed several $1 million in that year, but the return was $4 million. So we did quite well. And then because the trust balance in OPEB, which has been around, and just to, I didn't mention this earlier, OPEB is an acronym for Other Post-Employee Benefits. It really means retiree medical. And so we're pre-funding underfunded retiree medical in the future. And so this trust has been around since 2011, and we've been contributing significantly to it every year. And last year it did very well. It's cleared more than $140 million, and it continues to return well over what our benchmark return rate is. The reason we put these things in different trusts is because we can manage them under a separate investment policy that allows us to be a little bit more aggressive with our investments than we can with our normal treasury, which is heavily restricted by government code. Next slide. So of course, this is always on our horizon. High demand for services continues through the pandemic, increasing population. We're adding facilities, the swim center, Lakewood Branch, there's new parks, there's renovated parks. Fair Oaks Park is being renovated. So, and then there's new specific plans that are increasing, housing and development, and all that increases demand for services, calls for service for public safety, calls for, nuisance, for everything that we do, even just general maintenance. Next slide, please. So future known investments, and Kent alluded to, we're going to go through the general assets part of this day. That's a new section, but this is a little bit, covers a little bit of the same stuff, but we do have golf courses on our horizon, transportation infrastructure, bike and ped. I talked about new parks for our enterprise funds or our fee funds. We're facing, rising construction costs for infrastructure. Of course, there's the Clean Water Program. And then there's always our just general infrastructure, trees, sidewalks, streets, traffic signals, all the stuff that we just keep working and maintain every day. Next slide. So getting a little bit farther out on the climate topic, we move from really climate action to climate adaptation. And so, we're looking at increases in costs for energy. We know we have to make needed investments, with regards to sea level rise. We are experiencing and would assume we will continue to experience more intense weather cycles. Those all place demands on our services. And then again, environmental services is working to fund the next moves to begin to address some of these issues. And we'll be covering that in the next budget cycle. So not this upcoming one, but the following one. Next slide, please. So of course, I'm not going to predict recession. I would never want to do that, and nobody wants a recession, but they do tend to happen with some regularity. And we had one with COVID-19. We're just keeping an eye on that budget stabilization fund balance that really gets to its low point at about the same time we'd expect there's some likelihood that we might have a recession. So we want to keep an eye on that, make sure our reserves are still robust enough to handle, a swing in revenue loss that might happen from a recession. So that's something that's on our long horizon. We're keeping an eye on it. Next slide. Major facilities, again, this goes to the general assets, but these are the ones that are farther out. Okay, so maybe there's some ones that are close to us that are, the issues are a little bit more acute. We need to do something about it sooner, but we do have a large, portfolio of assets that are aging and old, and things like all of the fire stations, the corporation yard, future civic center phases, library. These assets will need to be upgraded or replaced at some point within the next 10 to 20 years. So we're looking at that sort of horizon. We do have money in the budget for planning on the next phase of Civic Center. And I know Public Works will begin working on that, or may have already. And so we've got our eye on this, but it is something we're watching for the long term. And by the way, you're going to hear between general assets, long-term success for Sunnyvale, you're going to hear me talk about the long-term horizon a lot today. So I'm sorry if the term long-term gets overused, but I'm going to use it a lot today. Next slide. So near term, talked about this a little bit. but these are what we're facing right now, and we're dealing with in our budget meetings. We've already started torturing Kent with hours of budget meetings every week. And but we are watching the revenues as we talked, slower than expected recovery of TOT. We're working through that. We're dealing with the inflationary factors. Remember that all these inflationary factors are going to put upward pressure on salaries. We do have some MOUs that are coming up for negotiation, major ones in this coming year. And then there's just a continued level of fiscal uncertainty with the pandemic, you know, and the recovery from that. So we will continue to watch that. And that concludes my section, but I'm going to turn it over now to Tina to go through staffing.
Okay, thank you. Next slide. Oh, actually, just pause for there. So good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm going to provide you with a brief staffing review of where we are today and a little bit of projections for this year. So next slide. Okay, this pie chart shows a breakdown of the authorized full-time equivalents, or FTEs, by department. You'll notice that there are numbers in red, and those are the frozen positions for this year. As of December 25th, 2021, there were 19.65 frozen positions. There are some that are part-time, and 929.96 FTE. Next slide. Okay, when we look at staffing level trends over the last 10 years, you'll see that the FTE, or the budgeted positions line, that's the gray line along the top of the chart. There's a little dip in 2018 when the city changed from what we called our budgeted position allocation to the current full-time equivalent budgeted positions. And the filled positions is that line along the bottom, which is more of the red color. So you'll see that staffing is not always linear, and this chart is really just showing a point in time at the beginning of each fiscal year, so July of each year. And if you'll notice, the projections for this year for fiscal year 21-22 are shown in those dotted lines along the end based on what we are seeing at the first 6 months of the fiscal year. So there's leveling off, maybe a little bit of an upward trend there. And the frozen positions.
Time check that we're at our 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And the frozen positions are displayed in the box along the bottom, and those just started in July 2020. Okay, next slide. Okay, this chart shows the historical turnover rate for the city. And at the beginning of the pandemic in fiscal year 1920 and into 2021, we saw very little turnover as more people worked from home, fewer agencies were hiring at that time. And then as the pandemic has continued into its second year, we're seeing the turnover trends kind of returning closer to what we call normal. So they are increasing a bit. Next slide. Okay, this chart shows in the yellow line along the bottom how the retirements really did not appear to be impacted as much by the pandemic as the other separations. The dip in other separations line that you see going from 69 down to 39, that's similar to what we saw in the turnover chart, where there were really fewer people leaving in 1920, 21, 20 to 21. Okay, next slide. Okay, this chart's a little bit busy, but it does show that the majority of employees are leaving for another position or for unknown reasons. That's that mustard yellow bar on the chart. And then what you'll notice in this past year is that more employees have left the city either due to family reasons or relocation. It's kind of a rust red color bar along the chart there. Okay, next slide. Okay, when we look at our new hires and promotions over the last 10 years, you'll also see that there was a dip in hiring in 2021. It was due to COVID, the frozen positions, and just slower hiring activities. You'll see that our projections for this year are going back up. They're not quite pre-pandemic, but they are increasing a little bit. And if you check the next slide, please. Okay, this one I think is very interesting. Last year, the mayor had asked where our new hires were coming from, and this information shows kind of two different views, but I think it's interesting to see how they change. When you're looking at fiscal year 2021, the pie chart on the left there, you'll see that a little more than half of our new hires came from the private sector, which is that salmon pink color, and about a third were coming from other local public agencies in the Bay Area, that taupe color. But when you move to the figure for 21 calendar year, you'll see that it's more of an even split between the private sector and other Bay Area municipalities. And that blue piece, which doesn't change too much, those are new employees who are joining us from public agencies outside of the Bay Area. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this brings us back to a table that shows similar to information that we saw in that first pie chart, where the FTEs and frozen position count by department. And the table includes part-time, full-time, and term limited positions, not casuals, but regular employees. And the numbers here are all rounded so that you don't see the differentiation with the part-time hires as well as you did on the pie chart. There is one footnote that looks like it got dropped off, and that's for NOVA. And their positions are all grant funded, and they're filled or left vacant depending on the funding availability. So this slide concludes my staffing review. So I'm going to turn it over to Sean.
Very good. Thank you, Tina. Sean Spano here, Mayor, Council, pleasure to be with you. As Kent mentioned, I'll be your moderator for today. Let's just get right to the questions and answers, comments, and reactions from Council to what you just heard from Tina and Tim. And if you please use your raised hand feature, I'll set up a speaker queue here. And Councilmember Melton, get us started, please.
Yes, thank you, Sean. Great to see you again. Can you hear me okay?
Just fine.
Great. Tim and Tina, great presentation. And the challenge from Kent that I heard at the end of Tuesday night's meeting was Council dig into the foils and start thinking about this, especially for the afternoon session. And there's one thing I want to dig into a little bit more, not now, Tim, but later on, that I'm not seeing reflected in the foils. About long-term Sunnyvale financial future. And I think it's good news is that we know that our PERS payments to Sacramento are climbing from today to the year 2030. And they peak in the year 2030. And by the way, this is all from our professional actuarial Bartel, who we pay to really dig in and forecast this stuff. So the way I look at it is it's going to peak in the year 2030. This is per our adopted budget at about $80 million. And if I annualize, if I turn that 2030 number into a decade-long number, that would be $800 million for a decade. So 80 times 10. But then in the subsequent decade, from 2030 to 2040, the number goes down each and every year. So in the decade from 2030 to 2040, we're only going to pay $600 million to PERS, right? And that's, to me, $200 million that we're going to have available in our organization because we're not paying as much to PERS, right? We get over the peak of the mountain. And since today we're talking, Tim, you said about long-term things, and we're going to be talking about infrastructure, I kind of want to know where that $200 million currently is slated to go. I don't want it all to just go to inflation. I don't want it to just, be part of some assumption in the upcoming adopted budget. I want council to be thoughtful about what are we going to do with the funds that are going to be available that we're not transferring to PERS. And so I'm not looking for an answer right now, but I think those are funds that are going to be available to us to provide services to residents, to deal with issues, build our reserves, and also tackle infrastructure. And if you have any thoughts on that, Tim, right now, that would be great. But as we move forward through the budgetary process, I'll probably be asking that question again. I'm looking for where is that $200 million in the decade from 2030 to 2040 going? So thank you very much.
I'll make a comment, and then Tim, you can chime in if you want. A couple things that, as we look at the 20-year plan, and Councilmember Melton is right, we do hit this peak of PERS cost, and then they come down pretty significantly. Over that period of time, you'll see that we're drawing down general fund reserves, and it's a planned drawdown. When we get to that peak, and then funding less money goes to PERS, there will be a need to kind of replenish long-term general fund reserves because we plan to draw it down knowing what our circumstances are. The other thing, and I think this chart comes up this afternoon, Tim, but we put a significant amount of additional funding into capital improvements in what we call the back 10, the year 11 through 20 of the 20-year financial plan, because more funding was available. But Tim, if you want to add anything, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's right on. And I was just going to say I will provide some additional comments when we get into the general assets, because I'll talk a little bit about what Kent is talking about. And also when we get into the success of Sunnyvale, we'll talk about this very issue, but you're right on the money, Councilmember Melton.
Very good. So
No pun intended.
I will note that we've allocated 15 minutes for council questions and discussions for this segment here. It's Councilmember Hendricks next, and then Vice Mayor Cisneros.
Yeah, thank you. I want to pile on a little bit to where what Russ was talking about, but from a slightly different angle, and it has to do with where the money comes from. So back on slide 15, you were talking about the average home sale price. It seems to me there's two correlating slides or numbers we'd like to be able to try and understand, which is what is the number of homes that sell? Because they're higher priced, but if you're not selling, if there's not very many annual sales, that our sales base doesn't go up. And I think taking a look and understanding the number of home sales is an easy thing to get to. The second one that's not as easy to get to is business property that gets rebuilt, and so their base tax gets redone. If there was some way of understanding that, because that kind of goes to the money that Russ was talking about that's going to go to pensions and everything else and our escalating costs, a lot of it's coming out of what is the sales tax or the property tax piece. So understanding not just the average price, how that goes, but the thing that drives it, the turnover that changes the property tax base, I think it'd be an important piece to understand. Then Tim, you talked about on slide 18, the no staff growth, and then Tina went into this a lot more. And my question was going to be is how long can we really plan that we're not going to be able to be growing the staff headcount? But the more important question, it seems to me, is from Tina's presentation is, what is it going to take for us to fill positions? Because it looks to me like we've got a lot of positions that are available in the city, but we're not filling them all the time. And so those two things in terms of being able to have staff available to provide services is a concern. I'm not sure there's a question there other than it just seems staffing long-term to be able to provide the services looks to be a challenge. And then on page 24 and 21 and 24, you talked about different investment group things. Like one is future known investments of golf and transportation and bike ped and operations. And then on 24, we had like major facilities, fire stations, the courtyard. And it seems to me all that stuff is one list. I'm concerned that we're going to go ahead and we look at them as different lists because they all essentially come from the same funding sources. So it's not like we can do one here or one there. It's that the magnitude of those multiple lists are really our unfunded liability list going forward. And I understand why you kind of categorize them, but I think as we look forward, we need to remember that it's one big list. At some point we're going to be, the way it's drawn right now is we're trading off like city facilities versus a public service when they're together. So I just want to make sure we're always looking at them as a one kind of grouping, as opposed to saying there's a group of things over here and a group of things over there, like they might have different funding sources. And I know different funds come in that can help things, grants and stuff, but those are my thoughts. It's you paint an interesting picture of future worlds.
I make a quick comment. One of the things I wanted to, one of your questions, Councilmember Hendricks, about, filling positions. And as we saw the number of vacancies grow over the past year, we had frozen one of the positions in recruitment in human resources. And, last year, we actually saw much fewer separations, and you saw that in the data. So we didn't need that position. Once it was clear we needed that position, I unfroze it. That position's filled. They're actively recruiting. And as you look at the data that Tina showed, the number of vacancies, it fluctuates a little bit, but it's about average if you look at the last 5-10 years.
Okay, well, I believe everything you say. I see in Sunnyvale, other cities, other jurisdictions that I sit on boards of, everybody tells me they're having problems hiring people. So if we're doing better than everybody else, that's awesome. but I think across the government structure industry, it's challenging for many different reasons. So, okay, thanks.
Very good. We'll go to Vice Mayor Cisneros and then Mayor Klein.
Thank you very much. And really great presentation. It was super clear. And I know it's really hard to make information and data like we just saw clear. So I'm constantly impressed by our finance staff with how easy they make that for council to digest. So I just have two questions. So something that really stuck out to me was how long it's going to take for our sales tax to recover, especially as I'm thinking about the El Camino Real specific plan and other strategies to either preserve or increase our sales tax base. What are some other strategies we might employ to encourage that sales tax to recover more quickly, or ensure that, or even grow it? That would be my greatest hope.
I'll chime in with one significant one. And one of the things we've started doing with development projects is having them sort of voluntarily, although we put it in development agreements, and I think we're writing it in conditions of approval now, where when there's a major construction project that they buy the materials and they register with the state to say those materials are in Sunnyvale, so that the sales taxes for that accrue in Sunnyvale. And we saw kind of our first data point where we saw pretty decent amount of sales tax, and we think it'll continue from construction projects. And so that is one of our strategies that Connie helped us put into place, and is on more and more developments as they move forward. So that's certainly a big one for us that is starting to pay off.
I really appreciate that creative thinking. Really great job. That's where our heads have to be right now as we're thinking about this recovery. And I would never have thought of something like that. I've never heard of that being done other places. Maybe it is. Do you know if it is?
Yeah, there are other agencies do that, but you have to make the concerted effort, to reach out and make sure they're reporting within your jurisdiction. So if you just let it go, they might not report it in Sunnyvale, and so it is a significant help. And I'll also say, there's really two big categories of sales tax. There's brick and mortar sales tax, so those are the businesses that are here, whether they're restaurants or retail or business to business, and then there's the online sales, and we have seen a significant shift, and we get a larger percentage of sales tax from brick and mortar in Sunnyvale sales tax providers. So Connie's work on economic development is critical to stabilizing and increasing our sales tax base. And so that's really attracting businesses, attracting, sales tax generating activities. That's really helpful.
Yeah.
Connie, jump in. We're not able to hear you, Connie.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this better?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Apologize. We do have to remember that on those construction projects, not all construction projects qualify because they have to be of a certain size and they have to be of a certain scope. So this is where it does take some staff time on the back end to ensure that we are tracking those projects that do qualify, and then follow up that there's appropriate registration. So it's not, seamless. There is some staff resources that have to be allocated to tracking those. And then really where the strategies from a city to maintaining that sales tax, it's the zoning, right? Because the more, if you have a commercially zoned property and then it gets rezoned to residential or other use, then you lose that ability to be able to attract those commercial tenants and residents. And so it's finding that balance, right? Council gets a lot of pressure to rezone property when the market is very hot and attractive for residential. But you do have to maintain that, that once you change the zoning, that really is the key critical strategy from the city, that is what the city can control.
Understood. This is all really great information. And I actually really appreciate those comments especially much, because that leads well into my second question. So what I heard was that we're not planning for an increase in staffing. We're not thinking we're going to have a higher headcount of staff, But then at the same time, I'm also hearing that we have demand increase for services, especially during the pandemic, but we're also forecasting that we have population growth and we have other factors like climate change that necessitate perhaps that increase in services. So I just wanted to think, maybe get some clarity on, we're not thinking about increasing that headcount, but we do need more services. And so I'm concerned about strain on staff long term. And just, that might be more of a comment, but if there's any more thinking around that to kind of clarify that contradiction, or is it a contradiction?
I think we're going to get into that in a good amount of depth this afternoon when we talk about long-term success for Sunnyvale. So I'll make some more comments on it then.
Fabulous. Thank you. Good to know. And that's all from me.
Excellent. We'll go to Mayor Klein and then Councilmember Larson and Councilmember Din. Mayor Klein.
Sure, I'll be very quick. Definitely the concept, and especially I was going to talk about page 18, but it's been talked a little bit about already. The concept that we're looking at fixed staff as far as the projections and with the pressures of increased population and services. And as we get into this afternoon, thinking about whether or not our service levels are based upon the amount of staff that we have, or is our staff based upon the service levels for the amount of population and population growth and the demands of that. So that is an ongoing question. But let's hold off. I'll hold off until this afternoon to talk about that more. Tim, you talked about the pressures of inflation, especially on construction, and I was wondering from an operational standpoint for specifically city projects and things that we're buying, are there strategic things that we should be doing now, much like, either pre-purchasing or other operational items that we should be doing to conceivably protect the city against that ongoing inflation over the next, or we're assuming there's going to be several years, or the possible downturn? There's a lot of things that I know you don't have a full crystal ball, but are there policy changes that should be done to make it easier to save us money from your standpoint?
I think the policies are there, where we have, a responsibility through the charter and through council policies to really protect the public trust, and we do that. And we take some real some real tactical actions to hedge against this. A great example is every time we get into a software agreement, and Kathleen, does a great job of this, we try to lock in, multi-year pricing, and flat pricing. The biggest example I have of that is the Oracle ERP. We locked in 10 years of flat maintenance pricing. Now, eventually that's going to have a catch up, but in the meantime, we're able to apply those resources elsewhere. We do that with all our contracts when we're procuring. We do our best to negotiate pricing down and lock in pricing over multiple years. That can get a little rough. It's getting a little rough right now because vendors are saying, you know what, we don't think we can honor that pricing anymore, just because our own costs. But from a policy perspective, I think we have the right policies in place. It's really us working hard with our vendors to try to keep control on costs.
And that was part of my question. It is policy, and it's also what strategies we choose. I know we've had supply side issues over the last 2 years, definitely, and sometimes projects delay in that. So it's that, do we pre-purchase to, from an inflationary standpoint, you have those ideas, but you also have the kind of the supply side issue where do we pre-purchase things that we're not going to use a year and a half, 2 years from now, because they might not be available. And so it's making sure that we're utilizing that knowledge, and whatever strategies we have is kind of kept foremost. And I understand it's a lot of extra work to keep focused on that. On a second note, Tina, I thank you for kind of the overview of staffing. I would definitely like to see, well, one part of the presentation, it's showing that about 10% of our staff is replaced on a yearly basis. And the big question is the loss of institutional knowledge. And I know that it's not like we're going to over 10 years replace 100% of our staff. There's a lot of people that are longtime, employees, and that's really valued. It's making sure that we have the appropriate, means in place to make sure that institutional knowledge isn't lost, which is critical. And I know that you and Kent and the management team is working on that. Lastly, just from a slide standpoint, it's also good. It's always good for me to see so I appreciate the slide of where our new employees are coming from, whether or not it's private sector or whatever, but it's also the distance our employees travel, whether or not they live in the city, whether or not they live in the county or outside of the county is always a useful data point. So at some point, getting that slide up to date is useful for me to just get a better idea of, when we talked about VMT and everything else, that really is connected to our climate action plan, making sure that we're trying to get as many employees local, and whether or not we need to start additional programs to try to get more of our employees living within the city, within the county as a whole, kind of a future possibility. But I would like to see that slide sometime in the future. And that's all I have for now for time. And thank you.
Very good. We'll go to Councilmember Larson and then Councilmember Dan. Councilmember Larson.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments, no questions. Wanted to follow up on the sales tax discussion. And Connie actually made a lot of my points about the importance of zoning. But it's certainly something that I think about more and more is how council decisions around zoning and also project approvals, how we have the ability or it's important that we preserve our sales tax base, our commercial space. For example, along the El Camino, village centers, and even to a certain extent in Moffitt Park, if the mix of businesses change and we displace businesses that have been paying business-to-business sales tax, it's important to me that our decisions don't erode our sales tax base long-term. So just wanted to underscore that as something that I keep in mind a lot. The other thing is regarding our budget stabilization fund and periodic recessions. And just wanted to bring up that during the Great Recession, because of our strong financial position, we were able to get through that with no layoffs, no furloughs, and no salary cuts. And that was something, even though that was before I was on council, when I learned about that, I was very proud that that our approach to fiscal management allowed us to do that, because there were a lot of cities that were not able to do that. And that's why I really value having a strong budget stabilization fund, because it's the shock absorber that has served us well in times like that. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Council Member. And now we're on to Council Member Dean, and I apologize for the mispronunciation.
It's fine. Also, I ended up lowering my hand because actually the mayor touched on the thing I wanted to talk about too, which was staffing and staffing levels related to service levels. So I won't, for the sake of efficiency, won't bring up the same points again. Thank you.
Very good. Excellent. So is there anything else from council on the presentations from Tim and Tina at this point? Okay, we are actually, amazingly, a little bit ahead of schedule, and we're scheduled for a break, a recess now. So let's go ahead and take that. And when we come back after the break, we will then tee up the council priorities update. So we're at 9:30 right now. Let's take 15 minutes and come back at 9:45, and then we'll start the next segment, and I'll tee that up and set that up. So we're on break until 9:45. See you in 15 minutes, everybody.
All right, Sean and Mr. Mayor, we've reached 9:45, the end of the recess.
Excellent, very good. Thank you, David. So we are now ready to move into the next segment, which are council priorities, and these are updates. And as Kent and the mayor mentioned in their opening comments, we will work through each of the focus areas, hearing from staff. And council, please hold your questions and comments until we work through all the presentations. And then at that point, then we'll open it up for questions and comments that council has. And also want to alert you, as both Kent and the mayor have said, later on this afternoon, after the strategic priorities, we've allocated 60 minutes, if council needs that, to talk about these priorities. And just to tee up those questions for you, are these priorities that you're going to hear, are they still meaningful and relevant to you? And then looking ahead to 2022, are you requesting, recommending any changes to these priorities? Any priorities come off the list? Any changes to the priorities? So as we're listening to the presentations, we can be anticipating that conversation that will be coming up later on this afternoon. With that said, then we'll move to the first focus area, strong, diverse community. And to present, we have Trudy, Chip, and Jackie will be presenting on that particular item. Trudy, I think you're getting us started here.
I think it's going to be me, Sean.
Okay.
Tim Taylor, Director of Public Works. So I can go ahead and get us started if we can move on to the next slide. Good morning, everybody. You'll see me on many of these sections. I've got a lot of slides throughout the entire presentation today. I think I win as the director with the most slides. So we'll see how that goes today. So you can see we've got the topic areas listed there. And the first one we'll be talking about is the strong, diverse community. Next slide. So this is focused on the council priorities of civic center modernization and equity, access, and inclusion. Next slide. So we've got an update on the civic center construction, our Lakewood branch library. Trudy will be giving some information about housing, and then Jackie will be talking about equity, access, and inclusion. Next slide. So first, I'll remind everybody about our Civic Center Phase 1 construction that's underway. Pretty hard to miss if you've been around campus. To orient you on this slide right here, we've got El Camino is on the bottom of the slide, and Matilda is on the right side, with Olive going through the middle there as the curve. This kind of shows what Phase 1 will look like once it's constructed. So on the far left, you can see the new EOC, or Emergency Operations Center, with some building improvements in the public safety building. Then we've got the new City Hall up toward the top right there. And then we've also got where the existing Sunnyvale Office Center is, that'll be torn down, and that'll be turned into an open space park over in that area. And as you can see, there's a lot of green open space as part of this project. And that's one of the huge benefits of this, is getting a lot of open space back for the public to use. Next slide. So let's just give some of the renderings of what the Civic Center and the City Hall will look like when it's done. The top left there, you can kind of see that's looking from Olive toward the new City Hall. You can really start to see this taking shape a little bit with the staircase for the terrace over to the left and the plaza out in the middle there. On the right side, we've got a photo of the new amphitheater. That'll be over in the area where the annex building is, over where finance and utility billing is. That's where that amphitheater will be located, over in that area. And then on the bottom is the Emergency Operations Center. So that's over connected to the Department of Public Safety building. And that'll be our new Emergency Operations Center, along with some office space. Next slide. So this gives you a photo of October of 21 of kind of what's going on. It's already outdated, as you can imagine. You can see over on the bottom left again, it's kind of oriented the same way as the other slides. You can see the new Emergency Operations Center kind of going up there. And then on the top right, kind of over toward the right side, you can see the new City Hall and see how close it is to the existing City Hall. That was one of the advantages of being able to build this so close to City Hall, is we didn't have to go leave space, but you can see how close it is there, and then it's really taking shape. Next slide. Here's some photos. Again, these are already a little bit outdated. They go fast, they're working. The top left there, you can see the central staircase. It really is a magnificent staircase. When the building gets done, it's going to be a nice centerpiece to the City Hall building to get up and down the floors. Almost looks like it's levitating. It's really impressive the way it was installed. On the top right, you can see the new glass panels on the windows going up. So it gives you an idea of what the skin of the building is going to look like. That'll become more and more over the next few months around the building. On the bottom left, you can see some of the steel framing for the walls inside the building. So the Emergency Operations Center is pretty much all framed out and even drywall in some cases. And the City Hall, they're getting all the walls up with the steel framing. And on the bottom right, see the Emergency Operations Center. Again, that's already an old pick. There's windows up, there's siding that's going up. It's going really fast. So definitely recommend. There's a lot that you can just see just from the public right away, just walking around the site. You can see a lot. So I encourage you to go down there. Next slide. So here's our timeline that we've been on. Not much has changed other than our red arrow of where we are, kind of moving along its path there. Some of the upcoming things that we have going on, we have the move into the Emergency Operations Center this summer, and then move into City Hall. It shows at the very end of the year, we're really looking more toward December, early December timeframe of this year to move into the new City Hall. And then as soon as we move into the new City Hall, then the contractor would start the demolition of the old buildings and the site and landscaping work and all of that work, and the work inside the public safety building to do some improvements. And that'll all be completed around the middle of 2023. Next slide. So then talking about our main library, this is Civic Center Phase 2. And so this is really more of a feasibility study and kind of reassessing the need and the size of the library that was shown in the master plan, kind of confirming all of those things and seeing if there's any different thoughts. So starting to plan for that. And this is really moving toward a ballot measure in 2024. So that's the goal. And we've started to put together the scope of work for the consultant, and we'll get the consultant on board earlier or a little bit later this year. And we'll be working through that. So there'll be a series of meetings, a lot of public input, a lot of discussion. And again, the thought is moving toward a potential bond measure in 2024. Doesn't mean that will happen, but that's kind of the thought right now. Next slide. And then we have our Lakewood branch library. The branch library, as you might remember, is about 20,000 square feet. We have partnered with the school districts, so we've been working very well with them to create a nice space here. It's really going to be a beautiful building from seeing the drawing so far. It'll be built on the Lakewood Elementary School property, and we're currently in design, very deep into design. We've got a lot of permitting that needs to be done because it's not just city permitting. We also have to go through the state architect since it is on a school site and there's school uses in there. So it takes a little bit longer. We're expected to go out to bid hopefully later this year. That's our plan, with construction starting next year. And then we would move in 2024. But it really is starting to take shape and getting close to starting to move toward that bidding process, which would be great. Next slide. I think with that, I will hand it over to Trudy for the housing.
Thank you, Chip. Trudy Ryan, Director of Community Development. Good morning, council members. I first want to tell you about the implementation of the housing strategy which council adopted last year. You'll see that implementation efforts in a number of different the focus areas. Particularly here, we took two of the items, right to lease and tenant protection, and we're combining them into one effort because they do both involve tenants, and it made sense to do one set of outreach to landlords and tenants. So we will be compiling our data early this year with outreach during the spring, and we'll be coming back to council in mid-year with the public hearings. Next slide, please. We are also working on an update to the single family design techniques. This is an item that's been on the books for a year or two. We are able to move forward. We got some funding for some of our other studies. This folds in nicely. It's actually fortunate for us that we already had this as an item because of new changing housing laws. we do have to have more objective standards for single family in addition to the multifamily, which we had in the past. We do think it's going to take a little longer. There's a different kind of outreach that we might have to do with different neighborhoods and community members, as well as designers and contractors. So we'll be coming to a conclusion on that in a year and a half. Next slide, please. Here are some other housing related items. Update to the housing mitigation fees. This did not come out of the housing strategy. It was suggested by council as a study issue. We will be working on that. We'll need a consultant to assist us to prepare the Nexus study. And the RFP is being prepared. And we would hope the consultant can start mid-year, and then we'll come back to the council at the end of the year in late 2022. And next slide, please. And then as I mentioned, we do have a number of different grants that we're using this year that mostly affect housing. So that's the good news for a lot of our housing efforts. I think the council has recently heard a lot about the housing element because of our study session on Tuesday. So I won't say anything more other than to add that we are working with the Santa Clara Planning Collaborative effort, which is something that the Cities Association put forward. And all of the cities are actively involved, not just on meetings with the Planning Collaborative, but also with our planning officials meetings that we have monthly. So we do share a lot of information with each other. And then next slide, please. And I'll turn it over to Jackie Guzman.
Thank you, Trudy. Jackie Guzman, Deputy City Manager and Interim LRS Director. I'll talk a little bit about how staff is laying the foundation for our equity, access, and inclusion work. We formed an internal working group we're calling the Sunnyvale Employees for Equity and Diversity, or SEED team. And the SEED team is made up of 15 employees representing all departments. And since September, we've been meeting to build knowledge and skills around EAI, researching Sunnyvale's history through an equity lens, collecting data to help us identify where inequities exist in Sunnyvale. And we're actively drafting an equity framework that will inform Sunnyvale's approach to tackling EAI issues. And we're hoping to take that to council in the spring. We had hoped to onboard an EAI manager in January, but unfortunately our recruitment was not successful. We did find 2 good candidates, and unfortunately they both declined. And as you know, this is a competitive market for employees, and term limited positions are just not as attractive. So that's a challenge. We've reposted the position. We are hoping that we'll have better luck this time around, but we do want to ask council for the flexibility of using a consultant for EAI if we're not successful in this recruitment. Nonetheless, we are moving forward with our efforts, and we're planning citywide trainings for the spring, as well as a cultural celebration. And if I could get the next slide, I'll talk more about the Sunnyvale cultural
and just a
celebration.
time check, we're at 10 minutes.
Great. The Sunnyvale cultural celebration will take place on Saturday, May 14th at the Community Center campus. It'll be a free event featuring hands-on the art, and there'll be multicultural art activities, curated performances, and food trucks with international flavors. Next slide, please. We're also exploring the creation of a Human Relations Commission based on a study issue that council moved forward. We're gathering information from other agencies that have Human Relations Commissions or a similar body, and we'll be preparing options for council to consider at a study session in the spring. Next slide, please. And lastly, we've made progress on the city's ADA transition plan. We've had an ADA coordinator and grievance procedure in place for some time. We formed a local disability council, And we've completed the self-evaluation of physical infrastructure. And at this time, we're seeking a consultant to help us complete the report for council approval. We did also begin the program self-evaluation, but this has to be revisited before we craft our mitigations. So we hope to complete that before the end of the calendar year. And that concludes this section of the presentation. We can pass it on to Ramana for the next section.
I believe we're moving on to vibrant and innovative local economy.
Which is me, Sean.
Which is Trudy. Go ahead,
Yes.
Trudy.
Sorry, Trudy.
Yes, that's okay. Ramana, Trudy, they look a lot alike, so no problem. So this is the section on vibrant and innovative local economy. Next slide, please. We will be looking at a number of different activities that are going on, progress on area plans. I give you a picture of major pipeline development projects, and then Connie will speak further on economic development and after her, Marlena, sessions on regional workforce development. Next slide, please. We do have the comprehensive update of the precise plan for El Camino Real. We've renamed it a specific plan, which does have some state requirements for additional information, particularly around implementation. So it'll be a little more robust and more specific. We recently had the study session with the council and got good direction. We're moving forward to prepare a draft plan and the draft EIR for release in February-March timeframe, with the adoption hearings anticipated for May and June of this year. Next slide, please. We've also been working on the Moffitt Park specific plan. This is the largest specific plan in the city. It's almost 2 square miles in area, which is bigger than some cities in the Bay Area geographically, and population-wise, it could potentially be bigger than a lot of other areas as well. What's unique about Moffitt Park is this notion of an ecological and an innovation district. Not that either of those terms are foreign to the city council, but putting them together is really kind of an attractive new idea. It takes a lot more thought, a lot more engagement with a lot more agencies and public members of the public. So we do have ongoing activities for outreach and refinement of the plan. Next slide, please. We're going to build on the workshops that we had in 2021. We have 2 more workshops, maybe 3 on open space, land use, and circulation. Will be coming to you probably in early March, just pinning down some of the dates, and we'll be quizzing council members as to their availability on a number of different dates. We are hoping to release the drafts of the EIR and the updated plan in middle of 2022. Continuing our outreach with plan adoption in fall of 2022. So we do still have a lot of work to do, but we feel real positive that we can make this schedule. Next slide, please. So now major development projects. We've presented a similar slide for the last several years, and you can see that we continue to have a number of non-residential development projects in the pipeline. You can see that we're on an uptrend, and this is before the adoption of the El Camino Real precise plan or the Moffitt Park plan update. So we do anticipate that there'll be more formal applications that will adjust these numbers in 2022. Next slide, please. Hotels, even though the trend line is moving down, we have far more hotels in our pipeline than a lot of really large cities in our area. So it is a very attractive spot. We do continue to get hotel applications, even though we've had reminders about hotel occupancy being down. So it is anticipated that that will again be an important service in Sunnyvale. Next slide, please. And then on the residential units, I wanted to point out, even though we were down in applications over the last 2 years, we do again anticipate that to go up as some of the plans are adopted and as the economy changes. And I also wanted to point out that in the pipeline right now, we have a really high percentage of affordable units included. that will be deed restricted. So we do have a pretty good trend going there, and obviously that all relates to the housing element that we discussed earlier this week. Next slide, please. Also, just to give you an idea, when you look at the volume of permits that are submitted, 62% of them are for single family. It could be something as simple as a water heater replacement, although these days it's not necessarily simple if you're moving from gas to electric, but it might be more complicated like a new home. But because of the simplicity of some of those, it is a total number of permits really high. You can see on the next slide, please. You can see that the valuation, though, is very low. So for the number of permits and the amount of activity in single family homes, really the value and the change in value of in the community is in the non-residential, multifamily and non-residential development. Next slide, please. This is where I will turn it over to Connie Versailles. Thank you.
Thanks, Trudy. Good morning, Council. Connie Versailles. In economic development, we are currently working on 2 study issues. The first one is a responsible construction ordinance. Staff has held one-on-one council briefings as well as a study session to discuss this complex study issue. And based on council feedback from the study session that was held earlier this year, staff has developed a draft of the ordinance, and staff is going to begin sharing this draft and doing outreach of the draft ordinance next week, with the plan to present the draft ordinance for approval to City Council at its March 1st council meeting. Once that study issue is completed in March, staff will move on to the second study issue for economic development, and that is the service worker retention ordinance. And this ordinance deals with working with our large companies that contract out for their services and developing an ordinance that requires them to retain some of those workers when contracts are changed. Next slide. Economic development is also in the process of completing an economic development strategic plan. I've shared an overview of the plan with council at a study session earlier this year. As I mentioned at the study session, the plan will include new and updated strategies on how best to support our existing businesses. We will also include strategies on how to retain and enhance our retail sector, based on our earlier conversation on how to maintain our sales tax revenue. The plan will also recommend and how to enhance new business partnerships with our business community and business organization. And the plan will also recommend increasing staffing for the economic development program, as well as moving some of the funding from the general fund that's currently charged to the general fund for staffing and economic development, move that to the development enterprise fund, as many of the staff's activities are directly related to development services. And with that, I will turn it over to Marlena.
Good morning, Mayor Klein and honorable council members. My name is Marlena Sessions, and I'm your new Workforce Development Director for Nova Works. Very proud and happy to be with you. Next slide, please. It's my pleasure to give you a very brief update today on Nova Works services for the last year. I would call this slide the employer side of the equation. And you can see that I would guide your eyes right down to the WARN notices. Those are those layoff notices, and our business services team races in what we call a rapid response set of services. You can see last year, incredibly drastic in terms of the 54,000. I would remind you that our jurisdictional area designated by the federal government is actually all of San Mateo County and the 7 Silicon Valley cities. So I could tell you that this 54,000 from last year really had some airport implications. Happily, we're seeing this just prior calendar year, far fewer events, as we call them, or layoffs, and far fewer need for our business team to go out and help the laid off individuals who've been laid off through no fault of their own. So things are certainly improving, though still difficult. I would go to the next slide, please, and my final slide, and I would call this the job seeker side of the equation. We can see that in the last calendar year ending December 31st, 1,169 unique customers taking advantage of our services, but they took advantage of a lot of those services in the 20,000 range. We're happily in a space now, a silver lining, I guess you'd call it, that we can offer all of our workshops virtually and are, but we are also able to do in-person services when health allows. And I'll leave it at that point, but talk to you for a moment about the entered employment rate. This 56% is really a reflection of our times. It actually reflects about over 2,000 customers this last year getting jobs thanks to NovaWorks, but it is lower than we're used to seeing for sure. And there's been, as you all know very well, there's been a lot of stops and starts for people in their job search based on variants, et cetera, this last 12 months. So I will stop right there. Thank you so much.
Very good. Nice to meet you, Marlena. And kudos to you and Connie and Trudy. You came in under time on your presentation. So well done. We are ready to move on to Regional Leader in Environmental Sustainability. And now we get to hear from Ramana along with Chip and Trudy. Ramana?
Thank you very much, Sean. Good morning, Mayor, members of the Council. Ramana Chinakotla, Director of Environmental Services. Even though Chip has the most number of slides, environmental sustainability has the best slides. So quality over quantity. So with that, I'm going to focus today on what staff is planning to do in advancing environmental sustainability in the city and also accelerating climate action. Next slide, please. So as an overview, these are the topics I'll be covering briefly. The Climate Action Playbook, Stormwater, which is going to be a big topic this year, water supply, which is always a big topic with the number of droughts that we have in California, recycling and zero waste, and finally, Chip is going to focus on the Clean Water Program. Next slide, please. So this is a familiar slide many of the council members may have seen earlier in the past. The two big lines that I want to draw your attention to is the 2030 target for greenhouse gas reductions for Sunnyvale, and then the 2050 target, which is for basically carbon neutrality. So the 2030 target aims to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 56% compared to the 1990 levels. That's usually used as a baseline for comparison. And the great news I want to report to you is we've made substantial progress on our greenhouse gas reductions. We are 44% below 1990 levels. That's about 18% better than what we had in 2019. And it probably comes as no surprise to all of you that this is the silver lining behind the pandemic. The big thing that you observed is that there's been a huge decrease in the number of cars on the road and the number of people who are working remotely. So that's one of the big reasons why you've seen that reduction. So hopefully some of that sticks, but we are very close. We are only about 12% away from our 2030 target if this continues. So that's great news. Next slide, please. Climate Action Playbook. The City Council adopted the Climate Action Playbook in 2019, and we set essentially a path to carbon neutrality by 2050. So the first two pieces of this puzzle, which are the 6 strategies, which are the overarching approaches to reach that carbon neutrality. And then we also identified certain areas for action. Those are the 18 plays. So those will remain the same going into 2022. We also adopted in 2019 Game Plan 2022, which was a 3-year plan that focused on specific actions that moved us towards that goal. So that's coming to an end. Because of the pandemic, we actually extended that game plan by 1 more year. So as we move forward in 2022, we are going to begin work on what we call Game Plan 2028. Next slide, please. So we have already started work on this aspect. We have prepared a scope of work, and we are going to be sending out an RFP to select a consultant who's going to help us on this project. We have an internal team called the CAP implementation team, which consists of ESD staff and also key staff from departments like Public Works and Community Development, and other departments that are going to help us with this new plan. So we've just kickstarted the process. Then we're going to go through a number of steps. And when we get to next year, around this time, we will be ready to come back to several of the commissions and the city council with a draft game plan for your review. Essentially, this game plan will cover 5 years from fiscal year 23-24 to fiscal year 27-28. And obviously, this will, of course, require more financial and other resources. And as Tim mentioned in his presentation earlier, we will be coming back next year with that request as part of this game plan. Next slide. This is actually Trudy's slide, but since Trudy and I look alike, Trudy told me I could go ahead and do this one. So the city phase 1 of the REACH codes was adopted in October of 2020, and it became effective January of 2021. And since then, most of the building permits that were received were mostly received in 2020. So they did not, these REACH codes didn't apply to them. So we expect to receive more this year and continue to implement building electrification as part of this. The CDD is also going to continue to work on the phase 2 of REACH codes, which essentially targets single-family homes, duplexes, and townhomes. These were not addressed in the first phase. Also, EV chargers with major remodels is something that CDD is going to be studying, and they expect to start this in the fall of 2022. On parallel note, Silicon Valley Clean Energy, our partner in anything related to energy, is working on what they call REACH Codes 2.0, which will be an overlap on what we are doing also. Their goal is to essentially create a template that cities can take and adapt to their needs. So that's something they're going to be working on in 2022 also. Next slide. We're making a lot of progress on EV infrastructure, and we also expect to do so more in 2022. ESD and Public Works partnered in getting an agreement with EVgo, and they're installing 12 fast charging ports at 3 different locations in Sunnyvale, community center, and 2 locations in downtown. So it's going to add to the number of public charging ports that we have available in the city. The Civic Center is going to add another 11 ports. Overall, we estimate we have about 300 publicly accessible charging stations in Sunnyvale today. When it comes to electrifying our fleet, Public Works is considering EV alternatives on every single opportunity that we have available. That's our default. So if it's available, they're looking at it. We already have 6 EVs currently on our fleet, and more are coming. And there are 10 charging ports already installed for charging some of our fleet vehicles. And the city is considering future charging locations. And then ESD has been working on what we call the Drive Electric program in promoting EV adoption in the city. We are going to build on what we did in 2020 and 21. We have 5 programs or 5 events programmed for the spring of 2022. 3 of them are virtual, and 2 of them will be ride and drive events. Next slide, please. Another big piece of the puzzle on environmental sustainability is green stormwater infrastructure. We adopted a GSI plan in 2019. We have been working on some projects. We've just completed the Caribbean Drive Green Street project. We've also done Persian Drive Green Street. and the Corn Palace 2. So these projects have been complete. We've also identified about 5 projects that are currently in our CIP and the active transportation plan that have GSI potential. So this year we'll be working on identifying the scope, the design, and the cost for these projects. There's some really ambitious GSI targets that are coming up as part of our new stormwater permit. Next slide. Our new stormwater permit is something that is going to be effective starting July 1st, 2022. The permit is going to be citywide implementation, and there are several new requirements, and the new stormwater permit is going to require us to do. And the staff is currently evaluating the implementation needs, which including resources, based on the current version of the permit, which is pretty close to being final now. And as part of another project, we're also evaluating funding options to fund stormwater needs. Currently, the all stormwater related expenditures are funded through the general fund. Next slide. Oops, I think we lost it. Sean, I can't see the slides.
David stopped sharing. David?
Oh, got it back. Thank you. So this busy slide, I'm not going to go through all the details, but this kind of tells you the number of different aspects of stormwater that we have to address. The ones in tan, the boxes in tan, are ongoing sections that we will still need to keep working on. And then the ones in light blue are the ones that are stuff that we're currently working on, like trash control, but there will be significant changes to what we need to do. So there'll be more stringent requirements, which will require more resources, more money. And then there's brand new requirements, especially associated with bacteria controls and stormwater pollution that's associated with unsheltered population. We also have to do some asset management tracking and also cost reporting. These are all new requirements. So it's all going to be effective July. So we are working, as I mentioned, on identifying what it takes to basically do these, to meet these requirements. And as you can see, we've also identified the departments which will be involved. It's not just environmental services, public works, and CDD also, and to some extent, DPS and finance have also roles to play in this. So we're all working on coming up with a plan to address these. Next slide. So on the aspect of reliable and sustainable water supply, we are currently in a drought. As you all know, we adopted an emergency drought ordinance or declaration and adopted a 15% water use reduction target. So we will continue on our water conservation programs. We will also continue to pursue recycled water expansion opportunities and continue to monitor any Bay Delta plan impacts. Next slide. So this slide shows you how we are doing. We're doing really well in terms of meeting our water reduction targets, especially the last 3 months of the year, we have exceeded those targets. Next slide. Briefly, smart station facility retrofit is something we're going to be working on this year. This is a lot of processing equipment that we'll be replacing as part of our garbage and recyclable lines. We expect to increase our diversion by about 10%. And then we also expect to decrease our costs through automation. And this year we'll be working on the design and the equipment RFPs, and our scheduled completion for this project is 2025. Next slide. David, next slide, please. Okay. So SB 1383 expansion is another big element that we're working on in 2022. The big part is rolling this out to 24,000 apartments and another 1,000 commercial customers. And we expect to see about 5,000 tons of additional organics that we're going to collect in terms of the food scraps piece this year. Next slide. Finally, we will continue to work on our shoreline protection. This is part of our climate action plan. We will be continuing to work with Valley Water in advancing the phase 3 feasibility study, which is the portion that addresses sea level rise on the Sunnyvale shoreline. And we'll also work with our regional stakeholders on advancing this project. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Chip, who's going to talk about Clean Water Program.
Thank you, Ramana. So I'll start. I'm going to talk about the Clean Water Program. It's really the largest project that Sunnyvale has undertaken as a capital project in its history. We're really trying to build an airplane while we're still flying. So we have to keep everything in operation while we're doing this work, because we do have to treat the wastewater as it comes in. We have 2 large projects that we're going to be bidding and that will be awarded this summer. We have the plant rehabilitation project, which is the kind of the light green on the left side of the slide. So doing a lot of rehab work on a lot of the existing systems there. So that's good that we don't have to replace those right now. We can do some rehab work, but it does take a lot of work to get that accomplished. And then on the right side, we do have the new secondary treatment system. So we're currently working on the primary system that kind of accepts the wastewater as it first comes in. And then now we're going to be doing the secondary treatment on the right side. It's going to be a very, very large project, very complex project. And so that'll be coming to the council this summer. Next slide.
Note we're at the 15-minute mark.
All right. And this is our last slide, so I think we'll be good. And this is our headworks, or our primary project. It's nearing completion. So we hope to have it in operation this summer. And it's undergoing its commissioning right now. This is the one, as you might remember, some of you saw the giant hole in the ground that we dug to be able to accept all that wastewater. So that will be a part of this project, and we are planning to have that in service this summer. So it's going to be an exciting project and a huge start to this overall plan for the Clean Water Program. Next slide. I think that's it. All right, next section.
Very good. So we move on to the next focus area, safe, secure, and healthy place for all. And we'll hear from Trudy, Chip, Fawn, and Jackie.
All right, I think I get this one started. Next slide. So we'll go over study issues in progress. We'll talk about some of the projects and construction updates. We'll go into ADUs and the general plan update, and then ultimately public safety with our chief. Next slide. So the analysis of the Sunnyvale Golf Program, we brought this to the City Council in November of last year to have a discussion about it. Based on that discussion, what we're planning to do going forward, at least for this particular fiscal year, is we will be developing a list of capital improvement projects, and we'll try to incorporate those into the budget so that council can consider that through the budget process if they want to include those capital projects in the budget. And then we'll also be continuing to monitor revenues. Fortunately, last fiscal year, we were in really good shape. We didn't require a subsidy, even though we did transfer the subsidy. So we do have a little bit of a cushion in the fund to help us out. Revenues so far seem to be tracking pretty well, close to last year. So we still appear to be in good shape, and we're still getting the golfers coming out. So that's certainly helping us with the golf programs. Next slide. So the next study issue was ascertaining suitable locations for youth batting cages. So we have the study is almost completed. We're looking to go to the Parks and Rec Commission to kind of accept the study before it comes to council in February, potentially March, depending if we can meet some timelines. And then it would come to the City Council in March. It might slip a little bit to April, but we're planning on March right now. And that'll really just be showing potential locations for batting cages, potential funding sources for batting cages, but it's not necessarily indicating that we're going to build these or that they're going to be funded, but it does give some options for them for the future. Next slide. Another study issue we have is related to cricket as well. That's the feasibility of establishing a cricket stadium at Baylen's Park. As I'm sure most of you have read, the Cricket Association has been working with the county for the fairgrounds for a potential venue there as well. We have been in discussions with Cricket, and they are looking to modify the proposal that they had come to council with. And so we'll hopefully see what that looks like next week. And then depending on what that looks like and how different it was from what the council approved in the study issue, we might need to bring that back to council for consideration on direction on that. Next slide. Another study issue is the improve the bicycle and pedestrian access at Sunnyvale Caltrain Station. This was one where the council indicated that they wanted this to move forward if we could find a grant opportunity for it. We have submitted a grant for the Caltrans Sustainable Communities Grant. We submitted that late last year, and we hope to have an award for that sometime this spring. So our fingers are crossed that we'll have funding for that and we can start to work on that particular project. Next slide. And another study issue, we have pedestrian and bicycle facilities on Tasman. So this is kind of born a little bit out of the pandemic and our ability to kind of close some lanes on Tasman due to decreased traffic on Tasman. So what this will look at is really looking at, could we do that permanently? Is that something that could be done? So to look at removing a travel lane in each direction to install pedestrian and bicycle facilities. We're working on the scope for that. We'll select the consultant later this spring, and then we'll start the study this summer. So we'll be looking at traffic volumes, and we'll focus on a lot of the pre-COVID traffic volumes, so we can get a real picture once traffic comes back of what this might look like and whether it's feasible or what the impacts might be. Next slide. So we have two sections of the Stevens Creek Trail that we're working on. We have this section right here, which is from Dale Heatherstone to West Remington, and eventually over to Mountain View High School across Highway 85. And we're working with Mountain View on this. They're really the main lead on this particular project, but we are working with them and we have been a co-sponsor. They have been awarded $4.8 million in Measure B funding for the environmental and design phases. Most of their environmental work was actually done a while ago, so they're more updating and cleaning that up and then going into design. The completion of that environmental phase will be next year, and then their design would be completed in 2024. We will be a big partner in this. We'll be working with them on this and involved in every step of the way. Next slide. Then we have our section of Stevens Creek Trail, which is West Remington to Fremont. So this would be one that will be managed by Sunnyvale. And we also have Measure B funding, $3.5 million for environmental and design phases. Again, we're at the very early stages of environmental, so we're a little bit different in the way the stages are working. And so we're currently working to get a consultant on board. We hope to complete the environmental in 2023. And then the design phase will be in 2027 with some permitting. And so it's taking us a little bit longer because we are much earlier in the process than the other section of the Stevens Creek Trail, which had some pre-work several years ago. Next slide. Then we have the East Channel Master Plan. So this is looking at the East Channel throughout the entire city. And we were awarded $830,000 from Measure B to do this planning study. We're currently finalizing the agreement with VTA, and then we'll start to work on getting a consultant on board sometime probably later this year to start working on that project. And then that'll give us kind of a feasibility and master plan for the overall East Channel, and then we can start working on finding funding for constructing portions of that. Next slide. Then we have the Sunnyvale East and West Channels Flood Protection Project. So this is something that Valley Water is working on. We've been partnering with them on certain sections of this to utilize some of the maintenance roads and pave them for trail and recreation access. But they'll be doing the flood protection. They're doing 100-year flood protection. The design is complete and they're going through some regulatory permitting. Google down near Caribbean wanted to change some things and make it a little bit more enhanced in that area. So Valley Water has been working with them to enhance that area. And the construction duration would be approximately 2 years. It hasn't started yet, but we hope that it might be started sometime later this year. And then, like I said, there's a certain sections you can see at the bottom right, smaller sections of the trail or of the two channels that we're putting a trail on. We have a joint use agreement for those. So we would be funding some portion of paving the maintenance trails in order to allow recreation. In some cases, Google is doing some of that work as part of their development and enhancing a little bit. So that will actually be constructed as part of their projects as well. Next slide. Fair Oaks Park Magical Bridge Playground. So Fair Oaks Park is moving right along. If you go out there, you can see the turf is in for the field. The Magical Bridge Playground has been doing a lot of work. A lot of pieces are up. It was awarded back in September of 2020. We've been doing a lot of work and we're expected to open the park sometime this summer, maybe a little bit earlier than that. So this will be a great project, one of the first big renovation projects of our city parks. We're pretty excited about this one once it goes on. It'll be our first all-inclusive playground in the city as well. Next slide. And with this one, I'll hand it over to Jackie.
Okay, thanks, Chip. So this past year, Sunnyvale expanded its aquatics programming with the opening of the Washington Swim Center and in 2020, taking over the Sunnyvale Swim Complex at Fremont High School. So we're anticipating offering year-round programming, and this will really provide seamless customer service across all program areas. And this includes camps, lessons, lap swim, water exercises, and recreational swim. Customers will be able to purchase electronic passes that can be used interchangeably at all of these swim facilities in the city. Next slide, please. Since taking over the Fremont High School pool in July of 2020, the city has served approximately 39,000 lap swimmers and 1,500 water fitness participants. So this is exciting. We're completing a one-year pilot program of the operations, and this is projected to save about $200,000 annually. And then I'll turn it back over to Chip.
So we've got another park rehabilitation that's starting, and this is related to the community center. And it's really the community center grounds and not necessarily the community center itself. And so we have a consultant on board that we're working with to start the outreach process and the design process. So we're doing a lot of the site analysis, getting all the data and whatnot right now. And in the spring, we'll do a lot of outreach meetings. We know that, one of the big components of the community center grounds is the pond that's there, the lower pond, the large pond. So we will have a lot of questions about that, on what the community feels about the pond. Do they want to make it smaller, keep it the same size, all of those sorts of things. We do want to make sure that that's very clear through the process. And then we anticipate that in summer of 2024, we'll actually have completion of this. Take us a little bit to get through all the full design and whatnot once we get through the community meetings. And then this will be another big opportunity for renovation and enhancement of the community center grounds. Next slide. And then we have the AMD park, the final design there. So as council approved that in December of last year. So that's already started construction full bore. If you go out there, they are moving very, very quickly. We do have a plan to have that completed in June of this year. We think that based on what they're telling us, it might be done even sooner than that. So I think we'll meet that timeline, barring any weather delays or any significant delays from that. So that's moving along. It will be a great brand new park, over 6 acres of new park to the city. So we're really excited about that one. Next slide. And with that, I will hand it over to Trudy.
Thank you, Chip. This is more information for you about implementation of the housing strategy. We were very pleased that we had all 10 of the park owners of all 10 of the mobile home parks that are subject to the MOU sign. Residents have been advised, and that process is not a lot of big hiccups, just some tiny hiccups that we're working on. And really the effort for this year will be initially to seek applications for the oversight task force, create that, and then have meetings as needed to assure that the MOU is understood and effective. Next slide, please. Another housing strategy item is to promote accessory dwelling units. They're not any specific times that I can share with you. It's really as we can find different activities, we'll see what other cities are doing just on an ongoing basis. We'll try to continually update our information sheets to the extent there are pre-approved plans that are available. We can note that. We may seek designers who are interested in that. There certainly are the mobile type plans that I don't know about anybody else, but I get like once a week somebody telling me that they can move an ADU to my backyard just in a moment. They do have to get their permit first. So we will just be working on this on an ongoing basis. Next item. Next slide. And then another item which we've been kind of silent about, we've actually been working on a couple of years, which is to update the general plan elements, the air quality and noise element, and to address environmental justice. Certainly an important topic for the city, but it's also an important topic for the state. And we are required to assure that we have environmental justice policies when we update the plan in accordance with the schedule. So this does trigger us needing to do that. Happily, a lot of the policy already existed in our general plan, and we'll be expanding on that to a better extent. We do hope to be able to release that fairly soon. Sometimes little things come up, and this is one of those projects that hasn't seemed, it suffers a little bit because some other things have a slightly higher priority, but we're in a good place right now. I've started reading the drafts that staff has been working on, and we do hope in late spring to be able to bring you the public hearings. Next item. And then this is something that we need to do about every 10 years, and we need to check our park dedication requirements, which are expressed as an amount of parkland per population, per 1,000 residents. The Quimby Act, which is a state enabling legislation for park dedication for subdivisions, as well as our local zoning map that requires park dedication for non-ownership, non-subdivided properties, really should be updated, but for sure we have to update the subdivision related items. And what we'll do is we'll do a comprehensive update of the park inventory, make sure that we've taken credit for everything that would be considered a park or open space as a part of this effort. We'll be looking at population densities of various zoning districts to make sure that our park dedication requirements are in line with the currently published standards. So it's possible things will get adjusted a little bit. Last time we did an analysis, we just were able to say, hey, everything's good. We didn't even bring it to council's attention. So that we hope to finish late 2022 once the data is available in a block effort. We've actually already started on it, but you have to really carefully look at the zoning and what's been developed on sites and what density are they to understand. So it's just a lot of data to crunch to get to that, but it is something we have to do. And then next item, please. I'll turn it over to Fawn No, Chief of Public Safety.
Thank you, Trudy. Good morning, Council. Fawn No, Chief of Department of Public Safety. So we're currently budgeted for 196 positions. Our actual staffing right now is 191. Next month, that number will go up to 193. So for fiscal year 21-22, we have a goal to hire 24 recruits by the end of the fiscal year. Currently, we have hired 7 recruits and we have 14 candidates in background. And the number of personnel that we currently have in training is 24. Next slide, please. I know this is a question that's been asked over the years in terms of the council's curiosity in terms of the number of retirements that we see on average per year. So if you look at the information for the last 3 fiscal years on average, we have seen 11 separations. That's how we projected out number of recruits that we need to hire for future years. And that concludes my presentation, and I would turn it to Kathleen.
Actually, this next section is going to start off with Tim. So Tim, do you want to take it away?
Yep, okay. Can I have the next slide, please? I actually think I'm going to start off with Trudy, but we're going to go through some of the projects that are happening within the responsible and responsive governmental section, including work in finance, CDD, and IT. And so Trudy, next, can I go with the next slide and
yes,
get things going?
Yes, thank you. I was confused about who I was for a moment. No problem. That's why I let Ramana speak for me, because I'm in 5 of the 6 areas. So the first thing to talk about is the objective citywide design guidelines. I mentioned this earlier in the presentation when we're talking about single family. Another one of the activities that we're doing right now, where we do have grant funding that allows us to hire a consultant and move the project forward. We're making great progress on this one. We have started our outreach efforts. We are pulling from some of the work that we did on the downtown specific plan. We are accelerating the component that's associated with El Camino Real and hope to be able to get that, if not when we release the document, within a few weeks of the release of that, the draft plan, so that the council can consider that as part of the plan. Overall, though, the entire project should be finished by late summer of this year. And just give you some example, by when we say objective, you can't say substantial, or you can't say similar to or matches. You have to be much more precise. And in most cases, if you have a number, you're pretty close to being objective. Next item, please. Village centers, that's another project that we're working on, where we do have grant funding. We have started that effort. We're scheduling the outreach, which is being organized by north and south of the city. And the reason for that is that the surrounding land uses are different. It just kind of happened to split in the north-south direction. Plus, there'll be some general outreach for the entire community. So we will be looking at draft master plans for council consideration. As you may remember, the idea was that as the sites would redevelop, we would develop a master plan. State law put a little kink in that plan, which is why we accelerated these master plans for each of the projects. So as I say, we are starting the community and stakeholder outreach. You should be looking at your announcements for when those are going to be available. And we do anticipate finishing this in 1.5 years. It's going to take a while to get the outreach and get the plans together for each of the major areas. Next item, please. And then this is a study that Tim and I started on. We had a few challenges as we moved through it in terms of workload and staffing. We are in a really good spot right now, in that the consultant that we hired has done the sort of the time motion analysis for us. And now we really need to take a careful look at it and see how we want to structure. It will be updating all of the different fees. And although we had hoped to be able to bring that for this year, it's just not possible with everything else that's going on. COVID, I think, lasted a lot longer than we expected, of course, and that just put a little bit of a kink into what we're doing. So I'll turn it over to Tim in case he wants to add anything on this one, and then he has the next slide. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just add that part of this study it's a complex study. We haven't done one on development fees in quite a bit. And we need to, when the results are sort of fully baked, we need to engage council, and then we need to do some public outreach before we adopt any sort of fees that affect the development community. So, make sure we get that. So that's why the timeline's a little bit longer than we originally had planned. But Trudy is right. We are in a good place. Can I have the next slide? So in terms of some other studies we have going, we have a solid waste and recycling cost of service study. For those of you a little bit new to council, we are disciplined about doing what are called cost of service studies in our enterprise funds, our utilities. We're pretty good about doing them every 5 years. Sometimes it slips to 6 or 7, but we're looking at solid waste this year. What that means is we look at all the costs for the utility, allocate them to all the costs for each individual service and each individual customer class. This year is especially complicated because we're activating some new services to comply with SB 1383. Examples of that include expanded food cycle services and yard waste services. We are well along the way on that. We have an experienced consultant who's familiar with our rates, and we're expecting the preliminary report, within the next few weeks. And we are expecting to reflect the new study results in the 22-23 rates. If there are major shifts in that, I'm sure we will engage council early in the process before we get out noticing customers. Next slide. And then we have a study issue underway to look at options to modify our real property transfer tax. That is the tax that is applied when properties exchange hands. It's currently $1.10 per $1,000 of sale value. And that is split evenly, so 55 cents each, between the county and the city. And so we're looking at options. As a charter city, we can impose our own transfer tax. What happens there is the entire tax, $1.10, goes to the county, and then we can retain anything above that. We're currently running some different scenarios. You can do tiers, you can exclude certain property and dollar amounts, et cetera. But we are well underway with that one too, and expecting to report findings soon, sort of the March, April timeframe. This would require a ballot measure, so we would be coming back to council May, June, if we choose to move forward on a ballot measure after engaging council in March and April. If we choose not to, study's over and we're done with that one. And with that, I will turn it over to Kathleen.
Thank you. Kathleen Matei-Foster, Chief Information Officer for the city. And we also are in the process of just starting a study issue to establish a formal Smart Cities initiative and potential program for the city that's all about smart cities. We're looking at bringing in a consultant that will help us identify and establish the program, but also go through every department and work on identifying what we've done that's already smart, and then to start prioritizing a list of things that we can do to become a smarter city. This is definitely going to be a report that comes back to council, hopefully after all of the findings in December or earlier. And then we'll go ahead and determine how we would like to fund whatever initiatives are actually prioritized and agreed upon to move forward. So next slide, please. I have some good news. We are in the process of getting into the real detailed planning of our new planning and building permit software with Tyler EnerGov. We are configuring the system right now. This is a real success. We're actually in not only on time, but a little ahead of schedule. We brought in a consultant who actually knows the system and knows how to do this. So we are very happy with working with Park Consulting on getting this established in a good time frame. The fall is when we expect to go live with a fully operational new system. Right now, we're on a homegrown and very custom developed application that isn't well supported. This will put us into the 21st century with an online system with online permit processes and workflows, as well as being able to just streamline a lot of the functionality that we have today and building upon our e-building plans that are doing the mock-ups and write-ups and the permits. So we're very excited about this. Next slide, please. ERP continues on. As you can imagine, the payroll in a government environment is not as easy as the private sector when you have public safety folks that are moving through the police and fire side, as well as Fair Labor Standards Act and CalPERS. So though we were hoping to be live on the HCM phase 2 of our project, ERP is complete on phase 1 with financials as of February. We're still stabilizing and creating some reports for that. But HCM is going to take a bit longer. We anticipated this was going to be a difficult part of the project, and it absolutely is more complicated than Oracle would ever expect. So we're still working on the Oracle Fusion implementation for HCM. We hope to go live by the end of the calendar year, but right now it really is a matter of can we make sure that we run our payroll properly, which is extremely important, as you can imagine. So once we're done, we will hopefully have a very nice new ERP for everyone to use. Next slide, please. And our electronic records management project is in full swing, where we are going through and looking at all of the records, making sure that we're adhering to the retention policy on our records and digitizing where we can any records that don't already have an electronic home. So this is going to move our paper documents into the Laserfish system, and then making sure that we have less storage space used in the new Civic Center when it comes to filing paper. We'll now use storage in the cloud or within our actual system. So we're working on this with all the departments, and we hope to come back with a live system in the spring of this year. Next slide, please. And then our computer-aided dispatch system for public safety. We have just gone through a very extensive RFP process. We're in our final evaluation stage where we've elevated a few vendors, and we're about to do site visits this next month to go ahead and establish who our ultimate chosen vendor will be. And we hope to bring in a contract to council sometime earlier in the 2023 timeframe at the very latest. Next slide. And I will let Chief talk about this, but certainly we've done a lot of great work with public safety on establishing the requirements for RIPA from the technology side of things, but I will let him talk about the reason why this is important.
Chief. Thank you, Kathleen. Yeah, this AB 953 became law in 2015, and it requires all law enforcement agencies to collect stop data and report to the Department of Justice for the state of California. So the larger agencies were required to do this in 2018, and all of them have complied. For the mid-sized agencies and smaller agencies, we are required to produce the data in 2023. And so, which means that we have to start collecting the data this year. So I'm very happy to say that we are in compliance with the strong support from IT. We have collected the data beginning of this year also. I think one of the things that we need to think about moving forward is that once we have the data, we need to look at the data to understand what is happening when officers are making these stops in our community. So thank you.
Very good. That concludes that focus area. And then we'll move on to the last one, which is community with a distinctive identity. And once again, we get to hear from Trudy and Chip.
Well, back again. Here we go for a community with distinctive identity. We've got a few council priorities here with the downtown Sunnyvale, and a real big one with the ability of infrastructure to support development, traffic, and active transportation. Next slide. So we'll talk about some study issues in progress, and then Trudy will go through some affordable housing. I think we switched these around a little bit. I'll go through transportation, and then we'll do downtown. So I think we grouped them with my stuff early and then Trudy's stuff later in this one. Next slide. So the first issue is the study issue 1705, which is the Orchard Heritage Park and Heritage Park Museum. It's really a long-term analysis and really focused a lot on the orchard and how do we operate and maintain the orchard for the long term. It will also look at some opportunity areas for maybe future displays from the museum and where those potentially could be displayed. We have the scope of work that we're working on right now. We've had a few delays in that just with staffing and some other issues, And we hope to get completed with that study issue by the end of 2022. That might creep into 23, depending on when we get the consultant on board. Next slide. The next study issue, we've got two here. There's one here, and then there's another one right after this that are related to, this is a grade separation. So this is scoping of the grade separations for Mary and Sunnyvale. So we're currently working on several design alternatives for those that we'll be bringing back to council. We have Mary, we have an underpass with a jug handle. So we kind of take Mary under the railroad, and then we have a jug handle that connects Mary to Evelyn. And then we have the full underpass alternative. So we're still looking at both of those, getting traffic information and kind of the pros and cons associated with those. And then at Sunnyvale Avenue, we're looking at an underpass. So Sunnyvale would go under the railroad tracks, and that would include vehicles, bikes, and peds. And we're also looking at one that would essentially be bicycle and pedestrian only, no vehicles. And the next steps will be coming to council a little bit later in the summer, really as a study session in hopes of getting a little bit of direction toward which alternatives we want to approve. And then we'll come back with a formal action by council probably right after that study session. We will likely be coming to council in April to give you an update on this and to also kind of re-educate everybody, since it's been a little while since we brought these forward. So we'll kind of do a little bit of a two-step process. Next slide. So this is one where we've got two that are related to traffic signals from Caltrans. The first one here is along El Camino. So we do have the study completed. We have presented that information to council in November of last year, and we intend to bring that back to the city council in March of this year for kind of closeout of that study issue. I think we've heard a lot of great feedback and a lot of good information from the city council. So I think we know what we're going to propose as far as the recommendation, and then the council would take the formal action in March of this year to potentially close out that study issue. Next slide. And then this one is related to Fremont Bernardo in 85. So this is also related to Caltrans and some potential improvements. I think we heard some good information there. We didn't have good information from Caltrans because they weren't interested in us taking over these signals, but we will bring that back in March for formal consideration by council and to close out that study issue. Next slide. So Poplar Avenue sidewalk studies, this is another study issue that we're working on. And we kind of have two things going on. We have the first thing, which is more of our quick build project. You might remember we got some funding for doing some quick build projects throughout the city. This is one area where we intend to, hopefully this summer, do a quick build project to try to delineate some areas for pedestrians to walk and to potentially remove some parking during certain times of the day to facilitate that. And this study issue is more of the longer term analysis of what would it take to fill in the missing gaps of sidewalk on this particular stretch between El Camino and Peterson Middle School. We have a scope of work underway. We're looking to select a consultant here in the next few months, and then we'll complete the study this fall. So again, I think we've got a short-term fix, and then this could be potentially be a longer-term fix for that roadway. Next slide. Plaza del Sol, as many of you have been out there and enjoyed Plaza del Sol for many years, we are going into the next phase of Plaza del Sol to enhance it and add some more features to Plaza del Sol. We had the design concept was approved by council in August of 2020. The design is underway. That contract was awarded in September of last year. And we're looking to start construction early next year. So we'll get through design this year, get out to bid, and then go under construction next year. So that'll be exciting to enhance an already active area within the city. Next slide. Fair Oaks Avenue Bridge. So this is a project over the railroad tracks of Fair Oaks to do some seismic retrofitting, as well as to add more access for pedestrians and bicycles along this particular bridge. We started the construction in June of 2020. It's about a $20 million project. We're about 70% complete right now. It's very tricky when you're going over the railroad tracks and working with the railroad. So there's been a little bit of delay based on some of those factors. And we did have some utility conflicts that came up through the project where we had to do a little bit of redesign work in order to accommodate those. We're looking to complete the project later on this spring, maybe early summer, right in that timeline. We have the $5.7 million that was delayed. This is where we kind of filled in, and we hope to get that money here shortly so that we'll be able to fill in that the remainder of the money that we had for that particular project. And I'm sure a lot of you have been out there or seen this, but it's been a pretty active construction for a while, and we'll be excited to have this project done. Next slide. Mary Avenue overpass. So this is one that's been on the books for a long period of time, and we finally are moving into this environmental CEQA phasing of this project. We brought to the City Council to pick which project we wanted to include in the environmental document as the project. And we included essentially a 2-lane section with a high occupancy vehicles, shuttle lanes, and protected bike facilities and sidewalks. So that's what we're looking at in the project. However, we are looking at all of the other alternatives equally. So at the end of the day, the council could select any of those alternatives. And you can see there we have the 4 motor vehicle lanes plus the protected. We got 2 motor vehicle lanes plus protected, only bike ped, and then the no build as well. So all of those will be equally studied and can be selected at the end of the process. Next slide. This shows just a map of where it's going from kind of Almanor, where Mary ends, kind of across the 2 freeways, and then connecting over to 11th Avenue over in Moffitt Park. And we've been coordinating with the Moffitt Park specific plan, as well as the Mary Avenue grade separation project, because as we get grade separation, it could facilitate this route a little bit. And we have the notice of preparation went out last October. We're in the public comment period would come a little bit later this year, late 22, and the final EIR would be completed in fall of 23. Once that's completed, then council could select which alternative they wanted to kind of proceed forward with. And then we would have to start looking for funding and design and all those sorts of things, because there's not currently funding for this particular project. Next slide. Homestead Road safe routes to school improvements. So we have really 2 projects here. The first one, we have Foothill Expressway to Hollenbeck. This is one that kind of spans multiple jurisdictions, including the county, Los Altos, Cupertino, some Caltrans, as well as Sunnyvale. And the county VTA is going to be the lead on that, which is great to be able to partner with all those agencies. It'll be some various bike lane improvements, some sidewalk improvements throughout that whole corridor, even I think some potential signals in Los Altos further down. So it'd be a nice connectivity. They're looking to advertise the RFP in December. They advertised it in December of last year, and then they'll award the design phase this summer to get started on that design phase. And then Homestead High School, the city completed a project out there. And one of the components of that project, along with some green bike lanes and some other improvements related to pedestrians and bicyclists, was related to the first pedestrian scramble that we have in the city. And the pedestrian scramble is really where all of the lights turn red at an intersection, and you can cross diagonally at the intersection. And we felt this is a really good location near a school during certain times of the day to have that scramble. It seems like it's been working very well. I think it took a little bit of time to get used to for everybody, but I think it does work well. And so we're happy that that's installed and facilitates pedestrian and bicycle activity a little bit better. Next slide. Bernardo Avenue undercrossing. So this is a pedestrian and bicycle undercrossing at Bernardo, where Bernardo ends at the railroad tracks. We're looking to bring an undercrossing under the railroad tracks and potentially under the expressway as well. And we've been working with Mountain View on that. So they're part of it because they have some jurisdiction on the other side of the railroad tracks near the expressway. We've been doing some agency stakeholder coordination already, and we'll be doing some of that through this spring. The design alternatives and public outreach will be later this spring, so we'll be bringing those forward because there are several different design alternatives. We're looking to spring, maybe summer really of this year, to select the project alternative where we would begin the environmental phase. So we would be asking for our council to select that, and potentially Mountain View's council to select that as well. So we can then move it into the design, the environmental phase, and then the design phase. And we do have some VTA Measure B money for this. We have $3 million for design and $15 million for construction. There's a good chance that the construction costs are going to be greater than that. So we may have to find some additional dollars for that, but we'll know more once the design alternatives are selected and we get further into the design process. Next slide. And with that, I will hand it over to the real Trudy.
Thank you, Chip. This first item I want to tell you about is an update to the landscape design guidelines. And this item was originally a study issue. We had thought we could do it. However, funding wasn't available. And when we found out the grant money was available, we were able to kind of move that up. And actually, we've merged this in with the citywide design guidelines for the objective standards that we're working on, and just was able to merge the two of these together. It will provide some more clarity on design standards. It will reduce the ad hoc conditions that we were seeing that were not always consistent with published policy. So I think it'll help the development community, and will certainly help the staff and the Planning Commission as we review applications. We have selected the consultant, as I said, and we'll be working on it along with the citywide design guidelines. Next slide. This is an item that we presented to you last year at the strategic session, noting that the downtown signage, wayfinding, and gateways project in Public Works Project Administration wasn't funded for several years. However, we had some previous design efforts that were done in 2008 when there was a different developer looking at City Line, what we now call City Line. But the city initiated that effort, and the council had approved that design vocabulary. Next slide. However, we have City Line with an obligation to build some of the gateways, and they had some ideas about how that might be designed. So essentially, the next effort will be to do outreach to the community and find out if there's a preference for what style of gateway features, to keep the old, to go with the new, to merge the two. And then we'll come back to the council for selection of the design vocabulary for the signage, wayfinding, and gateways. And then over time, it'll be implemented either by developers or the Public Works staff as the need arises. Next slide. As I indicated, we would expect that the concept will be selected later this year, before summer, and in 2003 is when the capital project would start. Next slide. Next item to update you on is City Line. So I mentioned City Line. It is a major chunk of our downtown. A number of things have been completed in the last year, including 75 more residential units on Iowa. There are 3 of the projects in the phase 2, and we had the groundbreaking for a portion of those developments, the TAFE residential and the Washington office. The groundbreaking ceremony was yesterday. We had the seasonal ice rink this year. I think the community was very, very pleased about that. And periodically, I'm going to go to the garage and take pictures. And where you see that vacant lot right now, we'll see a hole, then we'll see cranes, then we'll see buildings coming out of the ground. So it's very exciting. Next line. Next slide.
Just a note, we're at 15 minutes.
Well, I guess I'll talk fast then. But this is the downtown, right? So very exciting. We've had some stores open in City Line. There's several businesses that have announced that they'll be opening, and I invite the community to check back frequently. Sometimes the schedules are a little longer, sometimes they're a little more accelerated. But we're starting to get a little more variety in the downtown, and as more things are developed, I think we'll start to see some more. Next slide, please. This is just a map to graphically show you the types of things that are happening in the downtown and the various phases that they're in. So we still have a couple of projects where applications have been submitted. Those are the orange dots, and they have not gotten their entitlements yet. We also have projects under construction, and we have, which are the blue dots, and then we have projects that have approval and the construction hasn't started yet. Those are the black dots. Next slide. We also will be working this year on an update to the Heritage Resource Inventory to include technology innovation. And actually, this is a tough project. I just want the council to know, because there's been so much. Sunnyvale is well known for its innovation, and it's really sort of reducing that down to sites that have the most significance. I think it'll be really fun and very educational. Even if we don't end up selecting sites, I think we should end up with a good body of information about technology and innovation in Sunnyvale. Next slide, please. The Heritage Plaque Program was approved by the council last year in March 2020. No, that was 2 years ago. And we will be moving forward this year with a request for budget and operating budget to fund the 5 plaque a year program that the council had previously adopted. Next slide. And then just to highlight, I had mentioned in the development pipeline that we had a lot of affordable units. Well, that's partly due to the fact that we have 3 projects right now, 3 good-sized projects that are 100% affordable. The Block 15 project, which is on city-owned land, related is the developer. They have started some work. We are working with them to be able to celebrate the success of the construction commencement. We'll be getting back to you on that shortly. And recently entitled on Waddell is Orchard Gardens with 123 units, and Sonora Court has 176 units. In pre-development stage is yet another. So we don't have a formal application, which is another project on Sonora Court, which is mid-pan. Both of the Sonora Court projects are mid-pan for another at least 195 units. So that's not even part of that 16-70% that I mentioned earlier. And I believe that is the last slide for this. Oh no, one more. I'm sorry, and I will turn it over to Jackie Guzman.
Thanks, Trudy. We'll round out our discussion talking about public art. We have 2 projects that are going to have public art in downtown. The first is a great box cover up, and this is to beautify the utility boxes around downtown. It's really the first part. It's in its first phase, and we're having a selection committee that's evaluating artist qualifications. Council will see those artists in March at a council meeting and approve the artists. And we're hoping that in the spring and summer timeframe, we'll have 12 artists painting those utility boxes in the downtown area. The second is the prefabricated sculptures, and this is part of the temporary rotating art category of the master plan for public art. And staff is going to be releasing a community survey to help develop the base sculpture. And then artists will be modifying those prefabricated sculptures, and those will be placed throughout Sunnyvale. And that concludes our staff presentation, and I'll turn it over to Sean to facilitate questions.
Very good. Thank you, Jackie. And as Jackie said, that concludes the focus area council priority updates. Chip had the most slides, Trudy had the most presentations, and Ramona had the best slides. So we're ready to move forward now with questions and comments from council. And I'll just remind you, as the mayor indicated in his opening comments, we've allocated 30 minutes for this segment. And council, if you could position your questions and comments for 5 minutes each, that would be wonderful. I see Councilmember Gustav, Councilmember Larson, Councilmember Dean to get us started, and then Vice Mayor Cisneros. Councilmember Larson.
Thank you, Sean. Wow, I can see already we have a very full calendar for the coming year. Just really impressed with and excited about all the things coming along. So comment, and then I'll have a few questions for the other Trudy, that would be Romana. So it was great to see the results on water conservation. I know earlier in the drought, there were media articles about conservation not yet hitting targets. Well, it's nice to see that actually we have substantially exceeded the targets. So that was great to hear. So I wanted to start with slide 72, which was the greenhouse gas reductions, and just wondered if you had any insight into if there's any rebound going on as the pandemic eases. It was wonderful to see the reduction in 2020, that it went down so much, but just wondering, are we seeing some of that go back up, or do we know yet?
We don't know yet, Councilmember Larson, but we do think that there will be a rebound with more people coming back to work. So remember, this is for 2020. So we're actually measuring. So it takes at least a year before we get data for the year before that. So, but we think 2021 will definitely be higher in terms of greenhouse gas. The overall footprint compared to 2020, but we hope to retain at least some of the reductions, in 2021 and moving forward, because I think a lot of the workforce has kind of moved to at least part-time work from home, which definitely reduces the number of trips, and that's your biggest component. 50%, comes from transportation emissions. So
yeah. Good. I certainly hope we can hold on to some of those gains. I know just by comparison to water use, there's often a reduction during the drought, and then it never fully rebounds afterwards, that we hold on to a substantial portion of those gains. So I hope the same thing happens here. And then moving forward to slide 76, I was very pleased to see that EVs are the default for purchasing when they're available, and that we have 6 EVs now. I was wondering if you could tell me, of our fleet, approximately how many vehicles that we have are eligible to become EVs eventually. Are we talking about 6 out of 30 are now EVs, or 6 out of 300? I don't have a sense of that.
Yeah, I can probably take that question. Unfortunately, I don't have that number in my head. I can certainly get that, because we're looking, especially right now, it's more of the kind of runabout cars, the pool type cars that we have that are more eligible, and we have vehicles that can replace those. But I would have to get that number. I just don't have it with me right now.
Okay. Yeah. And I realize that number will change over the years as more and more options become available. But it'd be good to see kind of where we're at right now. And do you know the replacement cycle on those vehicles? How many years till we replace?
It really depends. With the electric vehicles, we're still learning a little bit, on what the replacement cycle will be on those, because they might be a little bit different. We shift things around on a regular basis. So we look at cars, and we might have some vehicles that might have a 10-year life. But when we get to 9 years, we kind of reassess and go, do we really need to replace it, or can it last a few more years, that sort of thing, looking at maintenance history. So it does adjust a little bit. I know in a lot of the electric vehicles, in the past, at least, there were some battery replacements that needed to occur at certain intervals, like 7 or 8 years. And I'm not sure with the vehicles that we're getting now, how that might change over time. So I think we're still in a little bit of a learning phase for those.
Okay. Yeah, that's helpful to know if it might cause our cycle to speed up, but also how long we might expect to upgrade the majority of our fleet to be EVs. And then finally, slide 78, the last bullet talked about stormwater funding evaluation underway. Can you help me understand, is this capital funding? Is it ongoing funding? Will it be part of our CIP conversation?
So we actually currently have a CIP, or not a CIP, but a project that's funded. I think it's around $200,000 or $250,000, and this provides us the funding to retain a consultant and do a preliminary study on what options we have available other than general fund to fund all these stormwater implementation measures that we have to undertake. A big portion of the requirement that we are going to be seeing with the new stormwater permit is green stormwater infrastructure implementation. We expect about the next permit requires us to do about close to 10 acres of green stormwater infrastructure. That's just that is about $5 million. So there's various aspects of the stormwater permit that will require ongoing funding also. So that's what we're essentially studying. And our goal is to come back to council at the end of the study with various options.
Okay. Yeah. Fundamental. Oh, go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, if I could chime in, we're specifically looking at could we and should we establish a stormwater fee, and that would require voter approval through a Prop 218 election. It's something that was recently passed in the city of Cupertino. There's other cities that actually charge a stormwater fee. We don't, and we're looking at can we and should we do that?
Okay, that's good to know, because I do see this as yet another pressure on us financially. That's all I have. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Larson. Councilmember Dean, Vice Mayor Cisneros, and then Councilmember Hendricks.
Thank you. And thank you to staff for just the wonderful updates and presentations. Clearly a big push, so I appreciate it. And there's a lot happening through the pipe, and I think we're all, appreciate the workload that entails. I have one quick question to start, which I believe goes to Chip I don't remember the exact slide number, but when it comes to the cricket batting cages, let me see if I can pull that up. It's fine. Can you expand on the timeline to it? I know you mentioned that it was supposed to come in February, now it's coming in March, kind of why it's being moved out, what that process is looking like.
Yeah, we have a final draft of the report right now that we're reviewing, and we're working through with our staff to try to get that on the Parks and Rec Commission for February and then Council for March. So we're still planning on that. It's just with workload and other issues, it may just shift a little bit and have to go to Parks and Rec in March. But it'll be very shortly. It'll be coming to the council. And really, like I said, the study is really more about just potential locations, just kind of identifying like these are spots that could work, and then really looking toward, like we've done for other batting cages, looking for private funding to potentially fund those if that was the desire of council.
Okay, and then in terms of the funding aspect of that timeline, what does that part look like? I know that in discussions I've heard with community members, they've said they've been willing to also pay for it. Is their willingness to pay for it and fundraise on their side something that could also speed up the timeline, perhaps, or take workload off of staff even?
Yeah, I don't know that it will change the workload too much. I mean, the study is really the first step so that we get the community and council to kind of say, accept the report and say, these are okay locations, like these locations would be okay. And if a group came forward, then we would be willing to allow them to construct it in these locations. And then if that takes place here in the next few months, then, and somebody came forward and said, we have funding, then we would work to develop a capital project for that. And we may have them do the construction, we manage it, we may do the construction, we'd have to kind of look at it and see what made the most sense. And then we would move forward. But certainly if there was funding available, it would certainly move the timeline up for getting that constructed much faster than if we didn't have the funding.
Okay, definitely. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate the thoroughness of the answers. That's my only question right now. I am going to raise my hand later because I just want to look through the slides for some of the other ones really quick. Thank you.
Sean, you're muted.
Thank you, Council Member. Vice Mayor Cisneros.
Thank you very much. And I have a number of questions. And so in the interest of keeping myself accountable, I'm going to start a stopwatch and see how many we can get through, and then I'll stop. So there was a bill some years ago that mandated that multifamily complexes allow EV charger installation. And I know that's more of that's private and not necessarily something that the city is involved in, but I'm really interested. Is that something that we track or see in Sunnyvale or know about? Because as far as having EV charging stations go, it'd be really nice for me to understand, like capture that little data point and think like, well, what is our holistic outlook in terms of accessibility to those, that resource?
I'll take that question. This is Trudy Ryan, Community Development Director. We don't track it. I'll tell you anecdotally, we mostly see businesses that are installing EV chargers. That's just anecdotal. I haven't actually done a study of it. Certainly new construction will have to provide the infrastructure and the chargers, but for retrofit, I'd have to research that a little bit and bring that information back for you.
Sure, if there's time. I just think it's interesting. It occurred to me when we were talking about that was something that had happened, and I thought that was really cool at the time, and it'd be nice to see like, well, was that an effective bill? So next question is kind of going to the tenant protections. Is there a right to return as well with that? So if after relocation, being able to have the option to go back to the new unit at the same rate of rent. I know that that's actually like more on the developer end in say East Palo Alto, but is that something that was considered in our tenant protection, or is that where we're more relying on the developer to step in and be a good faith actor there?
Well, we're still looking at what we need to consider. So that's certainly something. However, I will add that there is a state law that requires when a site is redeveloped and there is a tenant, there needs to be a tenant relocation plan, and that plan frequently include some options to return. I don't know if there's anything specific about the rent. Right.
Okay.
So the option to return, not necessarily, but for example, if there were affordable units that if that individual was eligible for them, then we do make an effort to push them up on the list.
Yeah, there's an interesting project just this last year or two in East Palo Alto where they actually were allowing even not mandated affordable units, but like market rate, and they were setting that price, which I thought was a really interesting and actually really great thing for them to do. So that's just something to think about, and that I'm thinking about when it comes to those tenant protections. And so kind of staying on housing a little bit, I'm just curious, and I can't remember, but what is the rate of development for new single family homes?
Oh, very little. So what we see are homes that are demolished and totally redeveloped. We do sometimes see a portion of the house that's maintained, and we call it new development because it's such a significant change in what was there. So even though a portion of it's retained, we do determine it for all sorts of building code reasons, as well as the REACH codes. It would have to comply with those. Don't have a specific number for you, but in terms of new subdivisions, I think the Corn Palace may be one of the last ones that we'll see. There'll be some other small infill ones, 10 units, 3 units, that kind of thing.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me, and that's encouraging to me as well, and tells me that we're going in the right direction a little bit, at least from my perspective. And then my next question was, are we anticipating any additional reopenings of the downtown specific plan to make significant changes to it?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the question.
Oh, are we anticipating any additional like reopenings of the downtown specific plan to make significant changes to it in order to move forward in our process?
No, we have pending right now an amendment to the specific plan, which is just unique to Block 20. Block 20 is this block of Matilda between Olive and El Camino Real. Have not heard of anyone who's interested in requesting an amendment. The council would really have to provide that direction if you wanted to consider any amendments. there still are a lot of properties that could redevelop in order to implement the entire 200-acre area.
Yeah, that's just so interesting to me, and something I want to keep my finger on the pulse of, because I'm in this weird, do I recuse or not recuse because I'm a renter? And it's just a really, like, we're trying to figure that out. So I'm thinking like, okay, is that something, how much do I need to think about that right now in terms of wanting to move that project forward, right? Because I actually live in the plan, which makes it interesting. Great place to live. And then I'm at 5 minutes and 38 seconds, but I was able to get through all my questions. So great, awesome. Thank you very much.
Very good. Well done, Vice Mayor. We're on to Councilmember Hendricks and Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, thank you. So that was just a ton of information, and I actually have a ton of questions, but I'm going to limit myself to just 2 comments. The first one is to what the Vice Mayor was just talking about with multifamily housing and EV chargers. And multifamily housing for EV chargers is the desert of EV charging right now. So if there's any place we need to focus on, it's how we're going to get it in existing multifamily housing for EV charging. The second one is a comment about the work for the grade separation work at Caltrain at Mary, Sunnyvale, and the Bernardo Undercross passing. And I just want to say, I think it's very important that we hit the dates we're talking about to get that to council or even improve them, because the real issue here is not just what Sunnyvale needs to do, but we need to get these projects into Caltrain's schedule. And I've talked to Kent about this, and I just want to highlight it to my colleagues that we have an opportunity right now because of who we have on VTA and on the Caltrain board right now to try and push and make sure those things get onto their schedule. I'll just say on Caltrain, it's really tough to do. So being able to get our decisions made about Mary, Sunnyvale, and we've already got Bernardo done, and we're having challenges getting it onto the Caltrain schedule. The sooner we can get that, the sooner we can make a real proactive push to try and get all that into their schedule. Doesn't mean to be done tomorrow, but it's we can have great plans, design, funding, but if it's not in their specific schedule, it's not moving forward. So to my colleagues, it's really important that those things, because of other timing things and working with other agencies, to get those done right away. And actually, I just also want to say, fantastic work to staff that you guys have all of these things in motion, progressing. We might want to make them move faster or whatever, but I don't know of any other city, certainly of our size, that has this many things in motion of this magnitude that help our community. So I just want to say thank you to the entire staff.
Excellent. I was thinking the same thing, Councilmember Hendricks, hearing all that information. We're on to Councilmember Melton and then Mayor Klein.
Yeah, I'll start off, Sean, where Councilmember Hendricks just left off. I think the emotion that I feel the most after staff's warp speed presentation of all the initiatives going on is astonishment. And I mean that in a real positive way, Kent, and to all the directors who presented the fact that Sunnyvale can get all of this done on a timeline is just absolutely amazing to me. And I think Sunnyvale, via the work of our community and the partnership with staff and council and other agencies, is just a remarkably high performing city. And so astonishment is the word that I use. I had 4 things that I just wanted to chime in on as staff was going through the presentation. They're halfway between comments and questions, so I don't necessarily need a response to any or all of these. The first thing I wrote down is cybersecurity. And for the past couple of years, when we've been talking about the ACFR, I asked our independent auditor, what keeps you awake at night? And for 2 years in a row, one of the responses has been cybersecurity. And so Kent and Kathleen, I might even be interested in some sort of closed session presentation to City Council about all the technology changes we're making vis-a-vis cybersecurity and how buttoned up our sensitive information is as we migrate things to the cloud or adopt new systems or somehow get more information about that. Maybe not right now, but I feel that I want to get more information about the city's approach to cybersecurity as we're doing all of this work. The second thing I wanted to mention, which is special kudos to Chief No, to the command staff and DPS, and to our recruiting lieutenant. You know, for the past several years, I've always been, Chief, you know this, very interested in what's the update of the pipeline. And I've expressed it to Kent. I've said, this is the #1 piece of information that I want to see at the strategic workshop. And I didn't say that this year, Chief, because I have this feeling now that for the first time since I've been a council member, that recruiting is really under control. And when I first felt that was after the tragic shooting at Navarro, and I knew that we were going to have to talk to the community about staffing and DPS, right? That there would be concerns in the community that we're chronically understaffed. And the response that I got to you when I asked you, where are we on staffing after the shooting, was, we're fully staffed. And so I just want DPS to keep that up, keep the pipeline going, just do all the good stuff, Chief, that you're doing on recruiting. And I'm really feeling an immense gratitude for all the work that's happening on your team, Chief, in that regard. So then I'll move on to the next topic, which is, I heard Tim talking about a wastewater fee study. I think that's great. I think we need to rationalize the fees that we're collecting for the sewer system and the cost that it takes to operate the sewer system, especially, you know, with regards to all sorts of initiatives that are going on. And Kent, I've advocated with you for a number of years. I always say every budget cycle, I want more money going into our sewer system underground pipes rehabilitation. And so whenever that study comes to council about, you know, how much can we raise fees and how much of that is going to go to our project for underground sewer pipe rehabilitation, that'll be foremost on my mind. And I'd like to see that included as part of the study, and just how much can we turn the knob in terms of more money for accelerating pipe rehabilitation in our underground sewer line network. And then the final one for Tim, I think this is actually a question about the clean water project. And great to see from Chip all the projects that are underway there. As I recall, we mothballed the admin building, and I'd just like to get a status update from finance that that's still mothballed, right? I didn't see that particularly in the foils. It's still mothballed. We're going to see it in the forthcoming recommended budget as a mothballed project. What's the latest on the admin building and mothballing?
I'm actually going to turn that over to either Chip or Romana for the latest on.
Yeah, I can answer that. Yeah, so currently we do have that, you know, on the unfunded list for the time being. So one of the things that we're waiting for is to see how the secondary bids come in. So we have this big secondary project which is going to bid, and then we'll get bids probably in early June. And we're looking to have a study session with council to kind of do an overall update of that. So really it kind of depends on what happens with that project. And then we can take a look and see, can we put it back in or not, based on the available funding at that time. But we are looking to do kind of a comprehensive update to council in the June timeframe related to the clean water program and funding.
Great. Looking forward to it. The number that I have in my mind, as I recall, for the mothballing of the admin building, and hopefully we'll get some underbids on the next couple of big projects, Chip. I remember it was like $100 million or something to that effect for the admin building and some other associated things. So looking forward to seeing how that's all going to work itself out. Thank you.
Councilmember,
55 million, but you know, thanks, Councilmember.
We'll round it up to the next nearest $100 million increment. Thanks, everybody.
Tim. If I could just provide a quick clarification. I know there's a lot of wastes in the enterprise funds. We're currently not doing a sewer study. We're doing a solid waste study. So garbage and recycling. Our next wastewater / sewer study is slated for fiscal year 2023. So 2022-23.
So thank you for the clarification, Tim and Kent. Just to let you know, that will not stop me from continuing talking about more money going to sewer line rehabilitation. But thank you for the clarification.
I would not expect it to at all.
Very good. And we're on to Mayor Klein.
Sure, I'll try to be short. I have multiple questions and several topics to cover. First, I just want to thank staff for kudos to staff, directors, city manager for all the hard work and updating us on so many projects that we have. To Kent, I thank staff for updating the top 30 projects, which are currently sitting around 26. And so I would like to see the additional 4 projects, whatever the top projects are from a city standpoint, be added to the city website, because I do think that what we're getting here and the detail shows the variety, and kudos to staff for managing so many big projects at the end of the day. And I'll just continue on one of the things that Councilmember Melton just mentioned. He talked about the solid waste service study that's going on. And 2 things, one for Tim and one for Romana. First, we're kicking off the apartment food cycling right now. And so from a 2022-2023 service standpoint, I'm just trying to get a better idea of how we evaluate those service fees when we're in the process of basically kicking off a new program that we don't really have a concept of cost. And then kind of the secondary thing, the biggest portion of this, Romana, was at the very bottom of your slide, was talking about outreach and training, that for a program that's supposedly starting last month or this month, I have seen nothing, I haven't seen a big push from an outreach to the apartments. And looking back at what we saw when we rolled this out to our single family residents, we need to get ahead of that curve. So just trying to get an answer for both of those.
So I'll answer the second question first. We have actually started the outreach. We started the outreach in about July of last year. A lot of it has been direct contact with each of the apartments. We start with the management, and then we basically work with each of them. So there's a lot of boots on the ground kind of approach, because we know, the kind of the makeup of each of the apartment complexes, which are the big ones, which are the small ones. We also did more 3 or 4 apartment complex pilot to kind of understand how it's actually going to work. So we have been doing, most of our staff have actually been visiting several of these apartment complexes, studying, how and where these new enclosures have to be, what kind of enclosures do they need. So it's a lot of actual work on the ground in terms of first setting up the service. Okay. And then the next phase of it is actually providing the food pails to the apartment, the people who live in the apartments.
Okay, and then Tim, do we expect, because similar to single family homes, the rates to actually go down after we start potentially the 5,000 tons or whatever it is to similarly from a success standpoint?
There's a lot of moving pieces to the rates, so I don't want to say that they're going to go down, but
that's fine.
We have them as projected. But they're and I think a lot of that's driven by other factors outside of disposal, things like labor costs at the smart station, et cetera. But it is more cost effective. The rates that we did develop, we do have a good handle on the costs already. We developed some quick rates for this current year, and they are less than garbage rates. And so it is a more cost effective from the disposal standpoint program.
Okay. If I may add, we did include all the costs associated with all the new requirements in the current rates. So the current rates reflect the costs of the additional, bringing all these, these new services online. When we do the cost of service study, we will have an idea of who is actually going to pay for what. So that's the part that will align when we finish the cost of service study. But also just to mention too, the cost of actually processing organics is now higher than actually sending the waste to the landfill, because the landfill costs have gone down with time, with our new contracts. So, I mean, they're almost slightly, I mean, the organics are slightly higher, but we do have a 10-year contract now, so those are going to be stable over time.
Okay.
And the landfill costs will keep going down with time.
Okay, thank you. Trudy, you talked about, and I was really like the slide about the number of permits that we were actually seeing go through, and especially kind of the difference between single family and other. Will the new software and help us dramatically manage the reinvestment the single family owners are putting into their properties? And from a staffing standpoint, is it just software that will help streamline, or do we actually need more on the ground people doing final inspections and all that, or people from a one-stop shop standpoint?
Yes, thank you. Those are all excellent questions to which I have no definitive response. We will have to watch it. In some ways, the new software may be initially a little bit more cumbersome. We're so aligned right now with our process and our system, but we don't have confidence that the current system will last. So we'll have to rethink a few of our processes. However, COVID, I think, has been an advantage to us in that it accelerated our virtual plan submittal. We've streamlined the intake of that. So there are a lot of other things that are not just permit system related that I think will bear on that. And we'll just have to see if the numbers start going up, whether or not we need more plan checkers or inspectors. Really good news though for the council. We do have some inspectors starting. One just started and we have a couple starting soon. So that was a successful recruitment. Yay.
That's great news, because yeah, I have heard some complaints about how quickly we respond from a community standpoint. I have multiple other questions, but I'll take those offline with the directors and the city manager later point and pass it back to you, Sean.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor. John, did you, I saw your hand up. Did you want to weigh in on one of the items?
No, I inadvertently hit it when I was changing, when I was clicking on an icon below. So.
Very good. Excellent. Okay, well, that wraps up our morning session. And just to affirm Sunnyvale's very responsive, efficient, effective government, we are exactly on time in terms of the agenda. So we are going to break for lunch right now. We'll take our lunch recess and we will reconvene at 12:30. So that gives us just a little bit under 40 minutes for lunch. See you all at 12:30 for the strategic topics in the afternoon.
All right, Sean and Mr. Mayor, we've reached 12:30, the end of the scheduled lunch recess.
Thank you.
So if council is all present, we can get started for the afternoon segment. Excellent, very good. So we are now ready to move to our segment on strategic topics. And as advertised, there are 3 topics. We'll start with the Capital Improvement Program, CIP, for general fund assets. We'll then talk long-term success for Sunnyvale, and then meeting efficiency. And we have allocated for our first topic for the CIP for general fund assets, we've allocated 20 minutes for Chip and Tim to present, and 50 minutes for council questions, comments, and discussion. So if you're ready, Chip, if you're ready, Tim, we can get started.
Sounds good. If we can go ahead and bring up the presentation. All right, next slide.
Can I make a comment, Chip?
Oh, yes, yes, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
I won't use up much of your time, Chip. I promise. I wanted to repeat something Tim said this morning, and I thought it fits really well with these topics. Tim said, well, when it's fully baked, we'll bring it to council. And these first couple topics, they aren't fully baked. We know that because they're not even in the oven. I think what we're really talking about is what are the ingredients we're going to use? We know we have to bake something in the future. What are the ingredients that are going to go into that? And that's, we're at that very start of the conversation, particularly in these first 2 topics. So with that as a background, Chip, take it away.
All right, thank you. And bring back the presentation and we'll get started. All right, those are the 3 topic areas there for strategic this afternoon. And the first one here, we have the Capital Improvement Program for general fund assets. So what we'll do is I'll go over some of the projects that we have that are out there that are either partially funded or unfunded or will be coming online, kind of some of these more medium long range type projects. Some of them might be a little bit shorter than that. And then Tim Kirby will go over all of the different kind of funding sources and options and those sorts of things. So with that, next slide. So the first thing I'll talk about, council saw this last year, is our fire station master plan. So we do have from stations 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, we do have work that will need to be done over the capital project plan over the next 10 and 20 years. To do some remodeling or potentially rebuilding. As we looked at in the fire station master plan, fire station number 2 is kind of surfaced to be the priority or the kind of the first fire station that we likely want to work on. The intent for that one is to rebuild it, mainly related to just the way that it's currently utilized and the training center. It just makes a lot of sense to rebuild that one. There's not really a good remodeling option. So that's about $40 million. We are looking at how do we potentially fund that? How do we get it into the capital plan during this operating cycle? Actually trying to get it in for next year in some way to get started with it. So we are looking at that. And then we do have the remodels or rebuilds. We haven't made that ultimate decision. But with the remodels, we've got about 15 million and then all the way up to $79 million, depending on what we do with all of those stations over time. Our intent is to at least get them into the capital plan unfunded initially. So we show them in there. And then over time, we can start to figure out how to fund those and how to include those. Next slide. Then another couple big projects. I touched on some of this earlier in the presentation. We do have phase 2 of the Civic Center, which would be the main library construction. So again, we're starting the process and the feasibility and kind of sizing it and what is really the right library to either remodel or rebuild, kind of confirming all of those things. But ultimately in the master plan, it was shown to be about $110 million. Maybe more or less than that. We'll have to wait and see as we go through the process, but it gives you kind of order of magnitude and more to come with that. We are working toward a potential 2024 bond measure, but that's just to be seen. We'll see how everything comes out, how it shakes out. And then the last phase of the master plan, and this is probably a little bit further out, would be phase 3, and that's going to be to relocate and rebuild a new Department of Public Safety headquarters. And you can see that on the plan there, kind of toward the top of the screen. And that kind of would round out the plaza as it was designed in the master plan. And that was shown in the master plan to be about 113 million, at least in 2022 dollars. We have inflated that for 2022 dollars from the master plan. Next slide. And then Caltrain grade separations, as we talked about, we do have our portion of the Measure B funding for grade separations. Our portion is $170 million. It's about $700 million total for the Measure B grade separation program. So we have, worked out with Mountain View, with Palo Alto, kind of how to split the 700 million. So we have, pretty much kind of a guaranteed 170 million, depending on how Measure B kind of works out, when the money would be available. But we are starting to program that with VTA, and they've been very helpful in trying to program the various phases into their plan. We're currently in the feasibility study, as we talked about. And again, here's kind of at least some pictures of the two options. So in the top picture is Mary. You can see Caltrain on top there with Evelyn next to it. And then you can see Mary kind of going under the tracks. And then that shows that jug handle connection between the two. And that's about 165 to 215 million. So you can already see with one crossing, we barely, if not, we probably don't have enough funding. And then at Sunnyvale, we got the full underpass for vehicles and bikes, or bike and peds, and that kind of depends on 165 to 215. If it's the bike ped option, it may be a little bit less than that, and we'll be fine tuning those numbers as we go forward. But you can see those are pretty big dollars, and we don't have the funding from Measure B to handle all of that. Next slide. We have the Mary Avenue overpass, which I talked about. We're in that environmental clearance phase right now. Then we'll need to move into design. Once council selects an alternative or selects that we want to continue going forward with an alternative, then we would need approximately $17 million for design. And then we have up to $175 million for construction. And so we'll have to look at multiple funding sources. TIF may have a little bit of money for it, but any of those funding sources are not going to have the big dollars for something like this. So it's going to be another kind of challenge to try to find funding for this overpass. Next slide. And then here's kind of just a list of other things that we have either in the CIP or going to be coming up at some point in the near future to be included in the CIP. We have the courtyard master plan build out. So this is something where we obviously have a courtyard that is aging and will need to have some sort of replacement over time. Right now it's upwards of 100 million, could be less than that. We're looking at all sorts of alternatives to try to bring that number down, but it just gives you some order of magnitude of the various options. We have the Green Streets infrastructure, and this is a lot of the requirements that we have for stormwater requirements. We have to include this, and you have the one-time capital cost, but then you also have the ongoing increased cost, not only to projects, but also there could be an operating cost that could come about as well. Lawrence grade separations. So that's another one where there's money in Measure B. There's going to be an opportunity to get those grade separations complete, but there will be a need for the local jurisdictions to bring some money to the table because it's a very, very expensive project, probably upwards of 500 million. So it could be as much as 51 million that the city may have to include. Some of that could be in right-of-way or in property, but there will need to be some level of funding that will be brought forward. We have our active transportation plan. Again, this is a longer-term plan. It's not a build it today plan, but in the plan was about $177 million worth of improvements. We've been very successful with grants on that one. But over time, those may change, and we're not going to be able to find grants for all the projects. We have the ADA transition plan. This is more on the infrastructure side. Jackie talked about the programmatic side as well, but on the infrastructure side, it was shown to be about $220 million of improvements. We are including those things with some of our other projects, but it does then weigh on those projects as well. Bernardo Undercrossing, that's another one, $17 million. And for bikes and peds for design and construction, we do have some Measure B funding, but there might be a need for additional funding. We think very much so that it's going to be more expensive than what was currently programmed. Stevens Creek Trail, it's another $15 million. We have the money for the design phases and environmental, but not for the construction phases. So there might be some opportunities, but not all of that may be available through other funding sources. And then there's been discussion at some point about the Sunnyvale courthouse property right on our campus here, essentially, and maybe trying to purchase that property in some way. And so that's just another thing to just think about, that if we do want to try to do that at some point, there would be a cost associated with that. So I just wanted to give you kind of order of magnitude of all these various things that are kind of within the capital plan that kind of will put some pressure on the general fund in some way or another. And with that, I will hand it over to Tim to talk about the finance side.
All right, good afternoon. And just going to cover briefly sort of what we have in our plans so far, and then some options to fill the gap. So in the general fund, we have some annual funding allocated for infrastructure. It's a line item in the 20-year plan. You can see it, and it's titled transfer, or it's titled future infrastructure projects, but it allocates about $1.5 million a year until 2037. Then we do a few years of 5 and then 10 million going forward, total being about 51 million. Next slide, please. And so there are a variety of options that we have available to us in order to help fund projects like this. And there's really two ways you can approach at a high level, right? You can borrow, which we've done for the Civic Center partially. You can fund by cash, right? So those are really, I mean, it's sort of no different than your home, except that there are sometimes opportunities for grants. But just rolling through these quickly, right now, we have approximately 60 million in cash on hand in reserve. Even if we had to borrow in combination with that, using that cash to buy down the borrowing does two things. It obviously lowers your financing costs, but it also tells investors that you're invested in the project. Where we have you put cash in and to buy down the total borrowing burden, you have a lot of skin in the game. It's very likely that you're going to get the project done and pay your debt service. We currently have underway what's known as a public facility impact fee. And so we're looking at, it's like similar to any other development fee. We're creating a nexus for public facilities where we could charge developers a fee for, for development that would go then to a restricted fund to pay for future public facilities. We can use partially special revenue funds. So special revenue funds are things like transportation impact fees, park dedication fees. Those are restricted funding sources, but oftentimes these projects have components that those funding sources can be used for. You know, if you're going to put, a new traffic signal next to a fire station, or maybe you're going to do some bike lanes around a facility. We did it with the open space improvements for the Civic Center. We're going to be using park dedication money to help with that. Community benefits are contributions by developers to fund various projects. We've used those. We used community benefits to build the new Fire Station 5. So we've done that in the past. We have about a little bit north of 13 million currently banked for that. You can do a special purpose tax. So you can go to the voters and ask them to tax themselves so that you can bond against it. Same thing with GO bonds, or you can just, use the funding to pay for the improvements. You can do what are called lease revenue bonds. That's what we did with the Civic Center. So that's where you're not going to the voters, but you're putting up an asset in to back the borrowing. So in this case of the Civic Center ultimately backs the borrowing for the Civic Center. So that's how that works. In that case, you don't have a new revenue source, so you have to be able to absorb that. And then just other revenue measures are things like grants and contributions, et cetera. And Ken, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I did. I just wanted to make a point. Special purpose taxes, we put in the parentheses that those can be proposed by the city or by citizen initiative, by a ballot initiative. And the reason that's really important is a special purpose tax, if it's put on the ballot by the city, requires a 2/3 majority to pass. And so that's a high bar. It's hard. It's hard to pass a special purpose tax. And so a good example of that would be, we want to build a new library. So if the city says we want to build a new library, it's going to be great. We're going to increase property taxes. And if the voters approve that by 2/3, property taxes go up, we bond against that revenue stream, and we build a new library. If a citizens group said, we want a new library, and we think the residents value that, and they will vote for it, so we're putting a citizens initiated ballot measure on the ballot to build a new library. And here's how much it is, and if it passes, the city will build a library. That would only need 50% plus one to pass. And so that was recently affirmed a second time in court. There's been lawsuits over that, but it was affirmed that citizens ballot initiatives do not need a 2/3 majority if they're for a special purpose. And so I just wanted to highlight that point.
Great. Thanks, Kim. And next slide. So next steps are, we need to complete the public facility impact fee study, and we're working on that. I'm not sure it'll be in for the fiscal year fees coming up, but we will bring it forward once it's ready, and it won't be long after that if it doesn't make that timeline. We need to complete the main library expansion and renovation concept plan, and then consider, and start to analyze, funding measures for that. And then, I think for purposes of discussion, consider funding Fire Station 2 with available funds. We could put that in the budget. And then we'd like to hear from council, I think, evaluating other new sources of funding. What seems to you to have the most potential, and we'd like, I think, overall to hear your thoughts on this. And Kent, I'm sure you have some stuff to add with this.
Yeah, I do want to just comment on this. And I think when you look at the list of projects that Chip put up, and I mean, well, we didn't add it up. It would have been scary, right? It's hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. And, what Tim showed is current funding available that we have set aside for capital improvements in the general fund, round numbers, about 75 million. So way short. In any case, we're going to keep trying to get grants. We're going to use other restricted funding sources like traffic impact fees when we can. But it's clear as it can be that those sources will never cover all of the needs. And really the conversation today is about which of those are the highest priorities? What do we want to try to take on? If we do that, is the council willing to look at new sources of funding? And typically that means you put something on the ballot. It can also look like fee increases. That can happen, but that's usually a small amount. And particularly the question with Fire Station 2, we have the cash. We could start on that. But that would use over half of the cash available that we have for general fund CIP. If that's your highest priority and we want to move forward, we could get started with that soon. But then again, you have a smaller remaining balance to tackle all those other things that are on there. So that's really the conversation we want to have today. Again, there's a lot of needs, and to meet those needs over time, we're going to have to be really creative, and also, but I think really think about some new funding sources, or it's going to take a long time. It's going to stretch over decades without some additional funding sources.
Very good. Thank you, Kent. So we'll open it up for council questions and discussions. And obviously, if you have questions for Tim or Chip around anything that they reported, presented on, let's open the door for that. And then to the extent that you can signal to Kent and staff where you are on those two questions around Fire Station 2 and pursuing, evaluating new sources of funding, that would be excellent direction for Kent and his staff. So let's start with Council Member Melton and then go to Council Member Hendricks. Council Member Melton.
Yeah, thank you. Tim, can you show me foil 155, please? And this sort of circles back to what I was talking about earlier. You know, after the year 2030, our payments to PERS are going to go down. So the essence of my question is, where did this red line come from? You're probably going to tell me it's in the adopted budget. And I'm going to ask you, does council have the prerogative to change this red line to sock away more money in the back half of the 20-year plan, as I heard you say, and make more money available for all of these infrastructure projects? How would we do that in the forthcoming recommended budget if that's the way to do it? And then, you know, maybe for a separate conversation, if our payments to PERS after 2030 are declining by, let's say, $10 million a year, where is that $10 million going if it's not in the red line here? So what do you think, Tim?
So that you are correct. This line is in the adopted budget. You can see it in a 20-year financial plan for the general fund. And it's specifically labeled, sorry, I've got the wrong fund up here. Hold on. It is specifically investment in city facilities. Very, very transparently labeled, I think, in this case. So it starts in fiscal year 26-27 at $1.5 million a year. And then you can see from the graph, it really jumps, you know, to 5 and then 10 million, corresponding with when we pay off our, you know, a lot of our unfunded liability. I took a quick look based on your early questions, and your back of the napkin math is pretty close. It's about a $10 million a year over the back 10 savings in PERS costs. The little nuance to that is it's spread over all funds. So, and the other little nuance that's sort of interesting, and I'll get into more in the budget workshop, is most of those savings are from miscellaneous PERS costs. So we have two categories of employees, safety and miscellaneous. Miscellaneous, we pay off our unfunded liability earlier than safety. So 100% of the safety cost is in the general fund. Miscellaneous cost, it's more like 60-70%. So to answer your question, this contribution to infrastructure fund makes up about, in the back 10 of my, my sort of, casual term for the second 10 years of the 20-year plan. In the back 10, it's 44 million in infrastructure contributions. There's another about 30 million that gets added to the budget stabilization fund by the end of that 10-year period. Now you're at 70 million, which is about 70% of the 100 million net savings at PERS. So back of the napkin, that's about where the money's going. Now, some of it's getting taken up by just general increases in costs that happen over the back 10 of the 20-year plan, but that's the main point. Council can absolutely, based on your budget action, the city manager makes a recommendation, presents a recommended budget. Council discusses that, and by majority vote can absolutely amend the budget. So that's definitely within your purview. Did I catch all your questions there?
Yeah, I think so. I guess by the time the recommended budget comes out, Kent and Tim, and as we head into the budget workshop, if somebody can just redisplay this red line and tell us if in between the currently adopted budget and the recommended budget, if staff propose to move that red line higher sooner, I would be interested in getting that comparison. Tim, is it possible to ballpark what sort of funding could be available via the thing we're currently studying, which is the public facility impact fee? Is that possible to estimate a dollar number?
It will be possible when I'm farther into the study.
Yeah, I got
you. So yeah, I couldn't do it right now.
Is it, and I don't want to push it too hard, are we talking about tens of millions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars, an order of magnitude type thing?
I'm really not sure, but I will try to have that information available. I'll try to at least get some comparisons from our consultant for the budget issues. Study issues, budget proposals workshop, fiscal outlook part.
And I'll just make a comment because I think I don't know, I'll speculate a little bit. It's not hundreds of millions.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is when you do a nexus study, we can only apply development impact fees on the increment of a new facility that's based on growth. So if we replace a fire station, we can't say, hey, we replaced a fire station. All of that money goes into this impact fee because we replaced it because it was old. If we make it 50% larger because we're planning for future population growth, well, now 50% of it, that increment can be looked at as a development impact fee because we planned it bigger for future growth. And so it's only a percentage of cost in any case that we can recover for these future facilities. And it's going to take a long time to play out. So, right, it's a development impact fee. The pace at which money comes in will be as fast as new developments occur, if the council does adopt a new fee, but it's not hundreds of millions. It's not going to be that big.
Yeah. Okay. And Kent, I heard you say that staff did not add up all of the dollar numbers. I did. It's pretty scary. And there's just no way that the revenue side matches the potential expenditure fund side, which is clearly the takeaway I feel that staff is proposing here. So I would say, and some of these conversations have been going on for a while. I would say when we talked about the fire station master plan last year, I was all in on $40 million to rebuild Fire Station 2, and my opinion has not changed on that. And I understand it would soak up some of the cash that's available to us. So I thought I would say that. In prior discussions, I've been on board with the concept of a bond issuance in 2024 on phase 2 of the Civic Center master plan, and my opinion has not changed on that. And so I think that's where staff was saying that, maybe it would be helpful to have a citizen initiated initiative because the threshold is easier to surpass if we have a resident group that proposes a bond issuance on the main library. I can see that. I'm sort of in manner of prioritization. I sort of would like to hear other comments from my colleagues about, Caltrain grade separations versus Mary Avenue overpass versus Courtyard. And we haven't seen the Courtyard master plan yet. I think I saw that on the TC MAC as something that's forthcoming to council, but I sort of have those all in a separate tier, and I haven't sorted them out in terms of what would I prioritize as coming next. I know it's not on the list of things specifically to discuss, but I heard earlier today was said that for the recommended budget, golf improvements, projects to do that are going to be proposed, and so I'd say I support that as well. And I remember saying that at the conclusion of the golf study issue. And then I think the public facility impact fee is something that could be a good source of revenue. And then Kent and Tim, can you tell me if you had any other questions that you needed responses to?
Are there, Councilmember Melton, are there any of the possible future funding sources that you thought, hey, that's the one we should look at? So that question about, are there new funding sources that have the most potential? And you did comment on the facilities impact fee, but that's going to bring us something, I hope, but it doesn't close the gap by any means.
Okay, well, I'll turn off my microphone from now and listen to what my colleagues have to say. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Melton. And I did hear Councilmember Melton support at this point a ballot measure as another funding source. In order of appearance, and thank you for addressing those prompts, Councilmember Melton. So in order, we have Councilmember Hendricks, Mayor Klein, Vice Mayor Cisneros, Councilmember Larson, and Councilmember Dean. So Councilmember Hendricks, your turn.
Yeah, thanks. So, Tim, I want to go to one of the things Councilmember Melton was just saying, and I'm tracking what he's talking about with the pension liability number drops, and he keeps saying, 2030. I can you just confirm? I seem to remember it as 2033, 2034-ish time frame, and so just I didn't know if the Councilmember Melton was just using 2030 as a decade, but could you be more specific on when you think that? Because I think I actually heard in one of our other meetings, it was maybe moving out to 2035, 2036.
I unmute myself. Okay, good. It does move around, and I apologize for that. That's just sort of the nature of it. Right now, the peak is in 2030, 2031.
Okay, cool. I agree. I mean, I'm all on board with the concept of what he's talking about. So, on slide 154, which is the other projects slide, I just wanted to, I'm going to ask this specific question. It says Stevens Creek Trail, 15 million for construction. I assume that's the part of the trail you said is going on. That's not addressing the part of the trail that's between Fremont and Homestead, right?
It'll be a combination, I think, of the two. There'll be a portion for the part that we're working with Mountain View, and then a portion up to Fremont. So it'll be those two pieces there. No further than that. That's just for those two pieces.
Right, and the reason I just wanted to call that out is we say this is other project list. I don't think this list is complete because there's a whole nother segment of just Stevens Creek, which is the Fremont to Homestead section, right? And I'm assuming there's other stuff. So to me, what would be really great is if we were able to get kind of a more complete list in one place. And I think what I would love to be able to do would be to force rank and go, what is strategically more important to Sunnyvale than something else? And I'll just use off this list an example. And I don't know the answer to this question, but we've got the Bernardo Undercrossing project and the Stevens Creek project. And they both cost about the same amount of money. All things being equal, which one would we do first? The Bernardo Undercrossing kind of, I would say it just goes up, but that's just because it's been on the list longer than anything else. And I think that's part of the strategic conversation we should have, as well as some of the things that are on this list, like the active transportation plan of 177 million or the ADA. Those are not one projects. But the active transportation plan, we're putting money into that every year, some amount of money into that every year, right? And I think we need to separate the ones that need a chunk and you really, what's the minimum you need to be able to move forward versus what are the ones that we can and we are funding along the way. But that would help me be able to kind of look at and prioritize what's going on, which is the top part of the list you wanted to ask about. I'm all in on the need. I see the strategic need of rebuilding Fire Station 2 because of the station itself, but also because it's the training station and the strategic value that brings to the city. I can put that above everything else in terms of we should do that. And I think we should start on it. And if we have to start it thinking we're going to use $40 million of cash, I'm okay to get it started. And we should figure out, are there other ways to maybe find some money so we're not having to burn all of our cash? But at a strategic nature for the city, which is the way I'd want to look at each one of these kind of projects, I'm bought in. I'd love to be able to, you've got on the same slide the phase 2 main library construction and the locate DPS headquarters. The relocating DPS headquarters, if we were doing that strategic prioritization, I would put after all of the fire stations because we've just done a bunch of work at headquarters. So I think we need to go ahead and take a look. And that's just, like I said, I think we need to go, what's the strategic value? And to this question, I think we're going to talk about later, what's the long-term success of Sunnyvale? How do these projects contribute to that, whatever we define the long-term success of Sunnyvale is, if that's making sense? So let me just go through my notes. And in terms of funding, Kent, it's really hard for me to say, here, I got this idea for funding or that idea. Just, I think the idea of going and putting a bond out for what we're going to use and potentially even, maybe getting, if it changes the voting threshold, find some, city group that's going to be able to try and sponsor that to change that structure. I think that's a good way to go. That's probably the quickest, fastest way to get a bucket of money of something. But I'm open to any and all things, whatever developer fees or whatever else we can do. If we can scrimp and get something from anywhere, I think I'm open to that. And then we should look at what is something that's going to target larger money. And then again, take what I call the unfunded liability list, which is that other project. Let's try and get everything we think we know of, and we should just sequence it and go here based on strategic value to the long-term success of Sunnyvale. That's the direction I think we should go.
Excellent, very good. Thank you, Councilmember Hendricks. We'll go to Mayor Klein and then Vice Mayor Cisneros after that.
Okay, thank you. First, I want to talk about the projects and kind of go through my prioritization, but with a few questions. So I agree that Fire Station 2, to me, should just move forward, from a training standpoint, from the age of that station, as far as kind of where it stands within our city, where we've added additional housing near it. I do think it's a critical location, and utilizing the $40,000 as we're looking to, or $40 million as we're looking to continue to backfill that, I think is really important. Second priority in my mind is grade separation, much like Councilmember Hendricks said earlier in today. I do think that finalizing the design and getting that funding for finalizing the design, having council make those choices, and then getting the funding so that we can start that construction is critical. And also with the state funding for conceivably bridges and other grade separations that's out there, there are grants there, but we need to finish the design and make decisions. And that's kind of a big step towards that. Next, I see beyond grade separation, I see library. The new library, I think, has been an ongoing request. And especially as we focus on creating a new city hall, I do think that repurposing, basically recreating our main library is an important step. I'm completely behind that being a citizen-led effort. That being said, I will have some questions about a citizens-led bond measure in a few moments. And then we have the Corp Yard, which I know we haven't seen that master plan yet, but I'm hoping when it comes back to us, staff will break that into phases, because I do think that, what's the highest priorities, much like we did with the Civic Center modernization. I do think $100 million price tag for our Corp Yard is important, but how can that conceivably be broken into manageable chunks as opposed to a full reinvestment? I do think that giving council appropriate, and it's also from a funding standpoint of, okay, we finished the design, much like we've done with, much like we're doing with the wastewater treatment plant. Here's the phases as we're moving forward, as opposed to immediately replace everything. We've done that with DPS, we've done that with other projects. And I think it makes sense as we're looking at the Corp Yard. When you look at the active transportation plan and ADA efforts, you're talking about multiple hundreds of millions of dollars. And I know that we're spending, a certain amount on active transportation and ADA continuously. It would be good to figure out, from a prioritization standpoint, I don't see that as highest priority. It is our priority, much like everything's, a priority in the city, and we're doing that. It would be good to get a feel for how much we're spending per year and what would we get out of like doubling that cost as we're going into kind of the budget workshop. And from a project standpoint, you still have the Lawrence grade separation, which I'm somewhat surprised that that's there. I understand we have funding. The VTA put additional funding out there. I don't know what the ultimate cost of that is. Are we the lead agency for that? Are we a lead agency for a portion of that? Is there a quick answer to at least that portion?
I can answer that. We are not the
Thank you.
lead agency for Lawrence Grade Separation. The County of Santa Clara is, but we would be a partner agency. And we've collected and set aside some money in transportation impact fees, but probably not enough. The cost, like all these big projects, as they stretch out in time, the costs go up.
Right, and especially that project was between the, I remember all the preliminary plans that I've seen, and the cost is quite a bit. So, but to me, that's relatively low on the list, and I didn't know if because we're not the lead agency as opposed to the majority of these projects, is there any expectation from the lead agency from a time frame standpoint?
For constructing it? No, I mean, I think that they're working to try to maximize the dollars. I think they're trying to look to get the designs going forward so they can start to fine tune things and then look for additional dollars. But I don't think that there's a specific time frame nailed down for it just yet. Okay.
And to Councilmember Hendrick's comment, there isn't a decided upon path between for Stevens Creek Trail between Fremont and Homestead. It was left for a future decision. So, but I've been advocating for, to get that funding. So that's a current budget request for the 2022 fiscal year for the Dale Heatherstone to Fremont section that's conceivably part of the federal budget for fiscal year 2022. So I've been working with Ro Khanna's office on that. And then as far as the citizens initiated bonds. So, we've had lots of discussion and lots of residents speak about two things, one of which is the library and one of which is the ATP and wanting us to move faster. And so I've read a little bit about the law, some of the lawsuits, and this may be a question to John or Tim or Kent, as far as citizens initiated. If council says, oh, we want the citizens to initiate this, what's the legality there, as opposed to we're not going to put our hands into it, as opposed to, oh, we have residents who want the ATP to move faster. We want residents that want the library to move faster. We need these in our community, and they initiate it with a 50+ % approval. And if you go back to the old bond measure that we had for the library, we barely missed the 2/3. We barely missed the 2/3, and so a library bond would most likely not have an issue. But what is the legality of, okay, citizens, go off and do this?
Well, I can speak to the case that happened in San Francisco if I remember all the facts off the top of my head. There was a supervisor that actually was a proponent initially, and then he withdrew right before it qualified for the ballot. And when it was heard by the court talked about how the fact that one supervisor was involved, it didn't mean that it spoke for the whole board. So therefore, it was not board sponsored. So the issue is, if the council took some sort of action to say, please, everybody do this, I don't know if that court decision address that specifically. If individual, and I would suspect the opposite, if individual council members decided to work within the community and on their own, without a council vote, decided to encourage and participate, most likely it would be okay. But if we wanted to look at that issue, it would be something that we would have to look at a little more thoughtfully than what I just did, because there was a case in San Diego, I think, that was similar in terms of a board, not a board member, a council member actually being a proponent. And I don't quite remember the way that came out. So we'd have to look at it a little bit. But clearly, if the council were to say, okay, Board of Library Trustees, well, they couldn't be the Board of the Library Foundation, please do this, and pass the resolution, it would muddy the waters. No doubt about that.
Right, and that's the question of whether or not you even give us this update. If it's enough to basically say, friends of the library, if you want to do this, it might be in your best interest and walk away from the project. And so I don't know how much you actually need to give us, John, if we're not supposed to be part of that.
Well, I don't think just sort of generally discussing whether or not a private group, a citizens group initiated or whether the council initiated, the standards were different. And there was a recent court case ahead on point would trigger any of that. I think it would take more than what's happened today. The question is exactly where, and I do think if you adopt a resolution to increase, that would definitely probably be very problematic and could conceivably bias a lawsuit, even if we prevail, could easily bias a lawsuit.
Thank you. Kent, did you have a comment?
Just a comment about, ballot measures and whether, 2 points, I guess, whether they're initiated by the city or they'd be initiated by a citizens group. The city can't spend any money to campaign for a ballot measure. And so if you want to get a ballot measure passed, you have to have a citizens group that's willing to campaign for it, raise money, and actively support it. And the chances of it passing are very slim. Where I think if there was interest in, if there was a citizens group that stepped forward and said, we want this library, what we have to do more research on, and really it's like, how involved do we get? So the example I use is if the citizens group says, we want a brand new library, and so we're going to put on a ballot measure that raises $20 million. Well, you can't hardly build a new library for $20 million. So to what degree does the city have to get involved and say, well, if it was this big, it would cost this much, and here's where it would be on the city property, and what would it look like? How would citizens know whether to support that or not, unless they kind of knew, what are you going to get? And so I don't know if the recent legal cases have involved capital improvements. The most recent case I read about was from Oakland, and it was more like money for affordable housing programs. And so there's a lot more work to do. If a group stepped forward and said, we want to do this, and obviously they have to partner with the city if it's a building on city property in some way, we have to figure that part out.
Okay, and so it would be interesting. So John, I think it might be a memo to council for now, and then after you have that memo, we can decide whether or not we need to bring additional information forward. Kent, in either case, doing a sizing, meaning a costing of phase 2, which is just the library now as opposed to phase 3 DPS, I do think that that's important either way, whether or not it's from making that information available to residents as well as to us. From an ATP standpoint, because that price tag is so big, I do think that it's a general fund. What it becomes is, here's 10 years or 15 years of additional funds to go towards the ATP implementation. And so it's a slightly different sort of thing. And then from an implementation standpoint, staff would end up just start knocking off projects and utilizing that bond. But okay, it's good information to know at this point. It'll be interesting to see how much we can get involved in this process, or how much we basically say, here's the costing, and hopefully we have residents that will actually utilize that. Tim, I look forward to seeing what the fee study is. And, from my standpoint, as you look at potential, so that you heard my prioritization of projects from a fee standpoint, it's utilizing as many grants as we can. And I think it's figuring out where we can get matching grants, and I keep advocating at the state, at the federal level for possible direct funding as far as that's concerned. And then at least whether or not bonds are the right thing. I think bond is the right way to go for some of these projects, but for at least those two big ticket items, I have a harder problem to say a bond is the right thing to do for the courtyard, unless it becomes a harder sell to residents, and conceivably that's where fees come in. But as opposed to what I'll say is more of a general purpose DPS whatever fund. I think DPS is good for several years, especially as we'll continue to work on the courthouse location and the addition that'll be opening up in the summer will, I'll say, tide them over for some period of time. So that's not a high priority. That being said, Fire Station 2 and the renovations that we kind of pointed out is really important. So that's my quick summary, or not so quick summary. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor Klein. And now we're on to Vice Mayor Cisneros and then Council Members Larson and Dean. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And these are all just such interesting questions because, and I really came back, and I'm glad we've already been discussing rank. Councilmember Hendricks brought that up, and I thought that was a really important point, and it was something that I was thinking about as we were going through this, that though, and I also agree, this is a diversity of tactics. We're going to have to pull and scrape from where we can and make sure that we aren't leaving any stone unturned or missing those opportunities, which I think staff is really good at. And so to continue with that. However, when it comes to, well, what are we going to prioritize looking for those funds and finding out individually, case by case, what's going to work best? And there are so many different considerations to make. I as well have a difficult time saying, oh, being prescriptive right now for them. I think I need more information in order to get to the nitty-gritty prescriptive level, and totally based on projects. But if I were to go ahead and prioritize, I would prioritize the projects that have a direct impact on community safety as being, to me, the most important. And to some extent, that is the grade separation. That is fire, 100%. And then, ATP and ADA both have that safety component, but, like the mayor pointed out, we contribute to that year over year. And so for these big pots of money, let's think about, let's go after that and prioritize those specifically, because we're not going to get all of it done at once. On the issue of the ballot measures, I would like to caution leaning too hard on those on principle, because if you get too many ballot measures going too quickly or too close together, I've noticed in other cities that maybe none of them pass then, or there is fatigue from the voters, especially around sales tax. We've been doing that a lot to fund transportation and other infrastructure on a regional level, and there's just kind of a lot of fatigue, and I wouldn't want to burn the voters out and burn an opportunity to use that kind of funding source. That said, I would be very encouraging of citizens to think about like which bond measures or projects they might want to initiate. And then I had a question around that. But like they said, you need to campaign for that. You need some amount of money. You need a lot of commitment there. There's a high bar to that citizens initiative as well. But is there, and I just don't know this off the top of my head, and I wonder if someone does, how many signatures is needed to initiate a citizen bond measure?
John, do you have that
Off the
at
top
your
of my
disposal?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember the percentage. It's spelled out in the election code. I can try and find it and get back, but some reason 10 to 15% sticks in my head, but that's just pure guess. I can look up, and if we end up getting back to the council and the other information, we can package that as part of the go forward steps.
Yeah.
I don't know if David knows. David may know, but
David's double checking the elections code and looking at our most recent registrar list to let you know what the number of people would be. I believe it is 10% as well, but let me just confirm.
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the lift it would take to have that be successful. even if council's not doing it. And also thinking what is most likely to perhaps be successful on that level and in that arena versus something that may not be, but is still important. And then I feel it would be appropriate for council to consider initiating such a measure. But it is important, but something I'm really cautious about and needing to think more about very strategically and over a longer period of time. That's a long process. So also not using necessarily relying on bond money from a ballot measure to fund some of these more immediate needs, like that fire station, for example. I don't think we're talking about that, but that would be an example where I'd say I don't think so. And then Councilmember Melton brought up golf improvements. Does that fall into this category? Sort of, kind of?
I'll comment on that because, you know, the sort of is probably the right answer. You know, for golf, we need to do capital improvements. I think we established that with the golf master plan. And I think the question that we're going to bring forward to council, we are going to propose some projects, but we haven't finalized. Those can be eligible for park dedication funds. Is that the right funding source? They're eligible for the fees we collect from golfers. If we continue to have positive cash flow, I mean, everybody would hope for that, but I'm not sure it's realistic. And then, or the general fund. And so there's potentially several sources that could fund capital improvements in golf, and the general fund is one of them.
And I apologize if people can hear my dog. She wants to go outside, but I'll do that in a moment. She can wait. And so, yeah, on that for golf, that's a big wait and see for me, because you're right. We don't know what golf is going to look like. And we have the master plan, and do we need to reevaluate that? That was part of our discussion last time, right? Like, are these improvements really going to be the best use of city money? If, say, we're thinking about, do we want to continue to subsidize golf, for example? Is that where we're at with that? Do I have the right sense?
I think so. I think, you know, with the budget process this year, I think, you know, staff has more homework to do. And then I think the council's big decision is, you know, how aggressive or how quickly can we fund improvements and from what sources? So we will make a proposal for that and look forward to your, you know, input and determination.
Good. Yeah, I just wanted to call that one out because it seemed to me to be kind of in the middle of related, but on the edges of this discussion. But we should keep that in mind as we think about what kind of funding sources are we going to pull and for what kind of priority project. Did I miss anything that staff asked or would like more from me on?
I think you covered it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate this discussion with council.
Very good. Thank you. We're on to Councilmember Larson and then Councilmember Dean.
Sean, if you wouldn't mind, I could just interject really quickly.
Yes.
That yes, a citizen initiative would require signatures from 10% of registered voters. And our most recent report has Sunnyvale with 67,537 registered voters. So an initiative to be successful would need signatures from 6,754 registered voters within the city.
That's really significant. Thank you
Very
for
good.
looking that up for me.
And I would note one thing, that number changes every time there's a new report. So I had a situation in another city where they thought the number was X, and then a new report came out before they turned in their petition, and the number went up, and then they didn't qualify. So it could go up, it could go down, but that's an approximate number at this point.
Very good. Thank you for that, David and John. And now we're on to Councilmember Larson.
Great, thank you. So first, a couple of questions. I know cost escalation was mentioned before, but just wanted to mention that again as a caveat when we look at some of these cost estimates. I noticed some of them were from like 2017 and 2018. So those are not current numbers. They're probably going to cost even more than what was projected then. And then by the time we, actually get to the point where we can construct some of these projects, it will have gone up further from today. So there is always that challenge and uncertainty. And then I had a question on slide 155 on that red line, which was available general fund infrastructure funding. If we were to increase that number, where would it come from? Would it draw down the budget stabilization fund?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, or conversely, it limits what you can spend on services, right? If you look at the budget in macro, some goes towards delivering services, some goes towards capital improvements. If you want more capital improvements, you have less available for services.
Yes. Yeah. Good. Okay.
But it's not, Councilmember, it's not a coincidence that this line sort of follows the opposite of the budget stabilization fund graph that we often share. Remember, the budget stabilization fund graph starts high and then comes back and goes low. This line stays with low contributions in the middle and then bumps up when we can afford it. And that's related to that. You know, they work together.
Okay, good. I wanted to confirm that, and I appreciate the city manager's point of kind of the evaluating the balance between services versus infrastructure investment. And that, you know, that's for council to decide. In terms of priorities on the projects, I separate the projects into tiers that intersect and overlap. So it's not a strict priority, but one tiering would be public facing versus internal facilities. So public facing would be like a library, ATP, things that the public interacts with directly, and they can directly experience and appreciate the benefit of it. Things like the fire station and especially the courtyard, because the courtyard is kind of out of sight, out of mind. It's much harder to make the case to the public that is important, even though it's extremely important. So I think I'm looking for a balance of, you know, as we work on internal things like the fire station, which is high up on fire station 2 is high up on my list, that we also balance that with public facing improvements. So I think it's important to make progress on both of those. Another consideration would be project readiness. There are some of these that, you know, we're trying to get like the grade separations ready to go so that we can take advantage of funding. There are other things like I think the Lawrence grade separation, which is maybe a ways away from actually being ready to talk about funding. I remember 9 years ago when I was running for council and the early discussions were first coming up about this. So, you know, maybe it's another decade or two, I don't know. And we don't have necessarily direct control over that schedule, which should be yet another factor. Things that are driven by external requirements or someone else's schedule versus when we have control of the schedule. And then the final tiering would be ongoing versus need a big chunk of money all at once. So, you know, that kind of divides up the projects along many different, maybe axes is a better term than tiering. Within that, I would say that for me, both Fire Station 2 and the library are probably the most important ones. I think the active transportation plan and probably the ADA work we will be continuing to work on that. The green streets infrastructure, I wonder how much of that may be driven by regulatory requirements. I don't understand that yet, but we may not have as much choice over some of those. Yeah, I think that's about the extent to which I have a clear opinion at this point. But, you know, I realize that can change as we get more information as situations evolve in the future. And then in terms of funding, I think it's like an all of the above strategy. I can't think of anything on this list that we would not pursue. One thing I didn't see called out explicitly was community benefits, whether that comes through like El Camino plan, Moffitt Park plan, or other one-off development agreements that we have. I'm not sure if those payments are restricted, if they have to be spent like in the vicinity of those area plans or projects, or if we have more flexibility. But I know that's like how we got Fire Station 5 was a development agreement. And so want to keep an eye out for those opportunities as well. But I don't feel prepared to kind of to rank the different funding strategies. I'm open to whatever is available and feasible. And I think we're going to need whatever we can scrape together. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Larson. And now Councilmember Dean.
Thank you. At first I felt a little bad that I had raised my hand kind of late, but after seeing the quality of the discussion, I'm actually kind of happy because it's just really sparked so many ideas. Before I jump into some of them, I think a couple of questions that I have. One is on, especially around, a citizen-sponsored measure. When we think about sort of campaigns and then us as council members, there's a very thick line that we draw between what where is acceptable with what we can do within our council capacities and then separate from campaigns. When it comes to ballot measures like that, especially ones that are with citizens, are there lines between what we can do as council members if a ballot measure is introduced by citizens, or are we allowed to get involved? Is only on personal capacity, full capacity? This might be a question for the city attorney, honestly.
Well, once the measure is on the ballot, the council cannot take an action as a body. Individual council members are allowed to join in and campaign. And cities, as you may recall, can do educational information to inform the citizens, but it has to be, no advocacy, very narrowly tailored to just be education, and it has to go out to all citizens. So there are some options, but they become very restricted for cities once a matter is placed on the ballot. And for individual council members, again, as I said, it's their First Amendment right to advocate for ballot measures or other candidates.
Okay, no, that makes sense. I appreciate the information. And I know I saw 2 hands pop up after the
There is
question.
one other point. Remember, we do this every election cycle, that once something is placed on the ballot, the council as a body can take a position on it as long as they do so at an open meeting. Like you will see the last election cycle, I forgot what the measures were we voted on, but the council as a body can take an action, and that is permitted by case law.
Okay, that's interesting. And then to the city manager's points earlier, right, about sort of that area of what if a citizens, especially with something like a library, there would have to be some level of staff work around where that library would happen, what it looks like, but it goes into a weird area where we still need to figure out. I think there are a lot of open questions clearly on how that partnership looks. Are city resources able to go towards that sort of planning after there's a citizen-sponsored ballot measure that's gone onto the ballot? And if not, is that something that the city is able to allocate resources towards studying before it's a ballot measure, but then as it becomes a ballot measure via the citizen route, not the city route, do the lines shift?
We definitely need to do more research, but inevitably, funding through a ballot measure that comes with the city, you have to do a certain amount of groundwork. I mean, even if there was a measure to fund active transportation projects, well, the city developed the plan. We developed the plan on what the projects are, how much they cost, and we'd have to implement because they're on our public streets. I think it's similar if it's a building, in that there has to be a certain amount of groundwork. And I think we need more research on the history of ballot measures, particularly citizens ballot measures that may involve infrastructure. it's very common for cities to do city-initiated ballot measures for infrastructure. And then again, we can plan, design, do cost estimates. We just can't advocate or campaign for it. But it's typical for city-initiated measures that all the planning is done by the city, preliminary designs, that sort of thing. And so that's what we have funded right now for the library, is to do that preliminary design, cost estimate, really look at what are the library needs today and what could potentially pass in a ballot measure.
Okay, no, that makes sense. And I feel like, yeah, I was already aware of when it comes to the city-sponsored ones that route exists. What I'm curious about is, can all that groundwork happen and then it becomes a citizen-sponsored? Is that still an appropriate use of the city route, I guess is what I'm asking. And it sounds like from your answer that is something where we do need to do more research, but it is something that could work, like a partnership that could work out in that realm. I know I'm going a little granular on that one funding source, but it was because of where this conversation went. On the other ones, I mean, I think I'll say, when it comes to where my priorities lie between these different projects that we're working on, definitely concur with a lot of what we already heard, especially that for me, Fire Station 2 is the highest on there. It just is so vital that we improve on that, and especially with the it's something that needs to happen. It serves such an important need, and with that training aspect too. After that, I think for me, it's Mary Avenue. The overpass on it is just the second most, and then the library isn't that important. But as to the funding source, whether it's ballot measure, citizen sponsored, city sponsored, that's all down the line. I just think higher level, that's where I'm feeling. And then similarly, I mean, I think I would be really interested to hear more information on kind of what Councilmember Hendricks was talking about. What of these projects is it where we don't need to fund the whole thing at one go? Where can we do chunks of it and get the things moving forward? Because that seems like just a better route and strategy of doing these things. And then when it comes to ranking sort of the other funding structures, I mean, I know that we're not really discussing raising that line, so to speak, from available general funds, but I think staff does such a good job of that balance between putting money towards capital and then putting it towards services, which are like the two most important things the city does. I would be really hesitant to change what staff has already decided in favor of capital and away from services, especially because I hear so often from our own residents that services are one of the big priorities, right? Making sure that the city is doing well on services. So that's just where my thinking is at, but definitely very high level right now. I'm excited to see more of the specifics around the funding and the numbers from potential funding sources before I could also rank between different funding sources.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Dean. So we have follow-ups from Council members Larson and Melton, and in the interest of time, I'll encourage you to be as concise as possible. Councilmember Larson.
Okay, thank you. Just a comment. I wanted to follow up on a good point raised by the Vice Mayor about what other tax measures may be on the ballot at the same time. And in the past, when I've been on council and we have put tax measures before the voters, we've been paying attention to not only what the city is putting on the ballot, but what school districts, what the county, what regionally is going to be there, balancing all those out. Often we don't know until closer to the deadline what those will be. But as electeds, it's important that we keep our ears to the ground about what else may be coming along, because we definitely need to be strategic about our asks to the voters and not overload them. Thank you.
Councilmember Melton.
And then thanks, Sean. Just having had the benefit of listening to my colleagues and their approach on this, I wanted to just amplify a couple of things. I'll say again, Fire Station 2 is item 1 for me. And then 2A and 2B for me would be Caltrain grade SEP in terms of moving forward, and then library would be 2B. I wanted to endorse Mayor Klein's comment about, can we do the courtyard master plan in phases? So that really resonated with me. Councilmember Larson, your idea of using a couple of axes to sort through all of these projects really resonated with me, and I was struggling how to sort all of this out. So Gustav, I really appreciate that. And then finally, staff, thank you for putting a potential purchase of the Sunnyvale courthouse property. If that ever comes to fruition and we can get the courthouse property back into Sunnyvale's hands, that gives us so much flexibility on what to do, perhaps decades from now, on public safety headquarters, but that's my strategic long-term vision. So thank you for documenting, Kent, the courthouse property on page 154. Thanks, Sean.
Very good. Great job on strategic topic number 1. I was going to ask Kent if he got the direction that he wanted, but I don't think I need to ask the question because you were all really great at answering the prompts. Did you have one more comment, Councilmember Dean?
Yes, sorry. I just remembered I had another question that I was going to ask, which I just
please go ahead.
On the courtyard. So I remember earlier, especially when we were doing a land purchase for the, my mind is blanking on the streets, but the recent one that we did that was up in North Sunnyvale, we discussed how one of the potential uses could revolve around using that to kind of do some horse trading and trading offers when it comes to the courthouse property. I haven't really had a chance to go into it with staff yet, so I just figured this might be a good time to ask a bit about it in relation to funding and how much it would cost. If we were to do something like that where we're trading property, not necessarily that property, but property in general, alongside some amount of money to get that courthouse property back, what does that process kind of look like from the high level? Is it something where if we wanted to buy it, we would get it, an offer of X dollars. If we're able to put property on it, we get X down to Y, but we still have to do some version of money and property, or is it where they have an expectation that the only way we could get it is via property offers along with money?
I can comment on that briefly. If we have properties that are available that we could potentially offer in trade, that may create an advantage. If the agency that owns the property that wants to dispose of it needs something, if they need a property that we have, we could go to the top of the list as opposed to just saying we have a bunch of cash and we can buy it. Ultimately, if we went through that process, right, you'd get appraisals. We'd appraise the value of our property, we appraise the value of their property. Money may have to change hands, but it puts us in a position where we may have an advantage over other buyers if the agency needs something that we have.
Okay, I see. No, that tracks. But it sounds like even if we didn't have property offer, is there still a potential to get that courthouse property through just cash and money?
Yeah, it's possible.
Okay. But that makes sense. I get what you're saying with the leverage that it offers. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, so we are ready to move forward here onto the second strategic topic. And congratulations to the city for putting long-term success for Sunnyvale on the agenda for today. I think cities are smart to position themselves to be prepared for what's coming. I don't think it happens very often, but it's happening right here, right now. And with that, I'll turn it over to Tim.
All right. So that was a good introduction. What I'm going to try to do with this discussion is just sort of set a baseline for council's, to hear council's thoughts on this. So with that, I'll just go through the slides, and can I have the first slide, please? Okay, so and I would just start off by saying this was something that we thought through, and we're putting forth sort of our best thoughts on this. But obviously, these are to get the discussion going. They're to think about it, to try to grease the skids, as they say. So what does long-term success look like? So we want the city to be positioned to maintain and continuously improve service levels. We want the ability to be able to meet increasing demands. There's always new regulations, cost growth. We want the capacity to deal with new initiatives. I mean, think about all the things that have changed just recently. Diversity and inclusion has become a priority. Active transportation has become a priority. Things that we don't know what's coming in the future, but there's lots of important things going on that we want the capacity to be able to deal with as they come. And then we really want to enhance, I think, Sunnyvale as a regional leader, because there's a lot of advantages to being a regional leader, and you know, it comes in different, those advantages come in different forms. Next slide, please. So what are sort of our pressures over the short and long term? I talked about this a little bit, but at the beginning of the day, but you know, there are unfunded mandates. I mean, we're facing those all the time. You know, the SB 1383 with all the solid waste and recycling changes that only affects that enterprise, but it was all unfunded. We've got to come up with the funding source for that, you know, through rates, increasing regs. You know, I won't go through every bullet here, but you know, we covered a lot of them earlier, and they are very much challenges. All region, some of them are regional, some of them can be handled only in Sunnyvale. So lots of challenges in front of us. Next slide. So I want to go over a little bit of history of revenues versus expenditures, because it's kind of interesting to take a look at and see. So historically, I went back to 2011. And over that time, we had a cumulative amount of 1.8 billion in revenue, and we spent basically 1.7 billion of that. And the difference being what we hold in reserve, more or less, right? And you can see the changes. The revenues are in sort of the taupe bar. I think that's taupe. Is that right? I'm not an interior designer, but I believe that's correct. I only know Swiss coffee is really good for doors and trim. Then the blue bar is expenditures, and you can see in general they're under the revenues, but they do go above revenues in individual years, and that's where our reserves come in. And so that kind of gives you historical perspective. And I don't think it's a bad thing that we spend the majority of our revenue. That's the point of the revenue, right? People are paying taxes, they're paying fees for services. We want to spend that money. Next slide, please. Okay, so got this bar in my way here. Let's see. So projected then. Now, this is, of course, we do a lot of averaging, right? So these are going to look a lot more consistent. We don't try to build in business cycles and things like that. We've made attempts like that in the past. They're just not accurate. The averages are better, but you can see, you know, between this year and 2031, we'll have another 2.3 billion in revenue, and we're actually anticipating to spend more than that, about 35 million more over that period of time. Next slide, please. But then we get into my favorite, the back 10, and in the back 10, we're going to have 3.2 billion in revenue, but we're going to spend 35 less, right? So we're going to spend less than that, and we're adding that for infrastructure. So that's a plus, and a lot of that is because of, again, the PERS costs coming off. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about staffing levels. We've talked about this a few times today. You know, and all those future projections assume constant staffing levels. Went back to 2000, which is a pretty long period of time. Now, I will say Sunnyvale budgeted staff differently through 2018. So what we did in the past was we budgeted hours, so hours on the job, and we would ask the question like, how many hours of work do we need to trim all the trees in Sunnyvale? And that's what we would budget. You know, we would budget it based on, oh, it takes, you know, an hour per tree. I'm just, you know, making these numbers up. They're not accurate, but that's the concept. And then how many trees are you going to do this year? Okay, that's the number of hours you need. Now turn that into the number of people you need. And so it was less about focusing on how do we allocate the people we have versus how do we allocate, how many hours do we need, and turn that into the number of people. You'll also see some inconsistency in there because in the past, we have sometimes counted public safety officers in training as budgeted hours and or head count, and sometimes not. So that we currently don't, we just budget dollars for those. And Kent, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I did want to comment on this slide because I think this slide is it's a really vivid illustration of why we're having this conversation. And I think when you look at this trend and, you know, long term, our staffing peaked in 2003 at 1,073. We're down 15%. And over that, from then to now, our population's been growing consistently about 1%. So we have 15% less staff. We have 20% more residents. A couple things. That's not the complete picture, I guess I'll say. But so we clearly haven't kept up with staffing and population. I think over this time, it's fair to say we have shifted some resources into contract services. We haven't always put it back into staff. And one example of that is that we've talked about a lot is in tree trimming. Back in the early 2000s, we had 2 full-time tree trimming crews. When we got to the recession in 2005, vacancies occurred. We left them vacant. We got rid of the equipment. When funding came back, we put it into contract tree trimming, and we kept 1 city crew. So that's an example of where money shifted into services. And I think, that's a trend that it's allowed us to try and keep up the best we can to deliver services as population grows. But this, I think the question and the big picture question is, can this continue forever? And the answer is no, we can't, with the same amount of staff for the next 20 years, keep up the same service levels. And so, something has to give.
And, the other thing that this chart shows is in the early 2000s, PERS was super funded and we didn't have an enhanced benefit. In the mid 2005, 2006, in that range, I think it came out on 2000 around then. All the benefits were enhanced, right? So the retirement benefits were enhanced. Then the Great Recession happened and PERS lost a ton of money and raised the employer rates significantly. And they continued, and an unfunded liability developed and they continued to go up. And what that did was it made staff more expensive, is what it boiled down to. And so that's part of why also that we had to hold the line on staffing. And Ken, I don't know if you want to add anything to that thought. No. Okay. All right. So next, it's just an interesting slide. Next slide, please. All right. So what do we know? What's in the future? We do have rising pension and healthcare costs, but those do peak in the foreseeable future. Inflation factors we talked about earlier, pretty much putting pressure on salary and materials costs. Again, no additional positions that we know of that are included. We do have known gaps in funding that are out there, right? So we've talked a lot about those today. And then we also have to always keep a cushion for those volatile revenue sources. We talked about that today, and that's an important piece too. Next slide. So what is our foundation? Like why have we done so well over this time? Because I would say that overall Sunnyvale has performed pretty well over the years, and I think it was Councilmember Larson who made the point that we made it through the Great Recession without furloughs and layoffs and pay reductions and things like that. We really kind of weathered that pretty well. Although you can see our headcount went down. We did attrit some, but we didn't lay people off. We just didn't fill positions at that time, and also we contracted some things out where we had to. So what is the foundation? Well, council sets service levels and policy. We talked about this a little bit earlier too. When council sets that service level, and then turns it over to the city manager to execute, that's when the council manager form of government is really, I think, in my opinion, operating at its peak. And that's where it's really good, because the city manager does the day-to-day stuff. He knows what's going on. And the best way to get to a service level that council wants to achieve. Our charter has a foundation for long-term success. It requires us to balance to the 10th year. And our council policy requires us to balance to the 20th year. So forces this, decision making to be in the longer term context. And then we do multi-year operating and capital budgets that are in accordance with the city's general plan. So we do tie our budget and think about the general plan when we're doing our budgeting and our long-term planning. Next slide. Again, council policy, 20-year planning horizon. We're supposed to make decisions with that in mind. That is a council policy. We're supposed to enable current service levels to be sustained over time through the strategic use of reserves. And that's what we've done. That's how we weathered the Great Recession. That's how we weathered the COVID pandemic, or are weathering the COVID pandemic. And so, I think that's really an important policy. Long-term financial plans should be used to communicate the fiscal impact of city decisions. You always hear me talk about, okay, here's the 1-year cost, and here's the 20-year impact, right? We're always in our fiscal impacts, we're very frequently saying the 20-year impact of this decision is this. That's why we're doing that, because we have that council policy and that focus. And then we shouldn't use one-time revenues. That protects us. And we did that just most recently in our budget modification that we talked about Tuesday night, where we said, hey, excess ERAF funding, it's really a one-time revenue source. So we're only going to allocate it to one-time, expenditures. That was directly driven by council policy, and we articulated that in that staff report. Next slide, please. So just in terms of the general plan, it has, also foundational statements for long-term success. Engage in a long-range planning to sustain an outstanding quality of life. Includes the fiscal ability to meet demands for services. Those are quotes from the general plan. Supportive of a strategic approach in all key areas: community, environment, safety, housing, transportation, et cetera. And it envisions the continuation of a responsible and a responsive government. These are all things that are in the general plan and set that foundation. Next slide, please. And then there's regional leadership, and this is an important point. And a councilman, former vice mayor at the time, I think he was still vice mayor, council member Hendricks. We were talking a little bit, and he brought up the importance. He talks often about the importance of leadership. So I want to give him a little credit for bringing this to the forefront. Regional leadership does help influence legislation that helps local government secure funding, right? Absolutely does. A lot of these issues we're facing today cross borders, they're regional. And so having a leadership voice in that is really important and requires us to be engaged. And so we want to do that through support through regional boards, organizations, and through being strategic about our intergovernmental appointments and where we spend our time. Next slide, please. So long-term position, I would argue that we're in a relatively strong, knowing what we know today, we're in a strong long-term position because over many years, we've made good decisions about our long-term. We've always kept that in play. And so we're going to benefit from the pension, from pension funding. So what we did was we closed the amortization period. My predecessors did. They closed the amortization period on some of our unfunded liability for both miscellaneous and safety employees and said, we're going to pay it off in a certain amount of time. And we benefit from that in that 2031 timeframe. And by the end of the 20-year plan, due to that and combined with the passing of the Public Employees Pension Reform Act, PEPRA, which reduced the benefit for new employees, we actually start to see significant savings by the end of the 20-year plan. And so we can get to a point where we are in a strong fiscal position. If you've heard me say we got to climb this mountain. Once we get to the top, we get to walk down the mountain. Yes, Ken.
Just one other point I wanted to make. One of the things we've had in previous budgets, and I wish we still had it, but we don't. We had in the budget a line item called service level set aside, and that was a fancy name for money that was identified where revenues exceeded expenditures, and we could plan for and implement new services. We could expand services, we can implement new services. And that was in the budget a couple of years ago. And we had like between $1 million and $2 million, I think, Tim, where we said, hey, we're in good financial shape. We're going to go to city council and you can identify some new things we want to do. And we had that in the whole 20-year plan. It was ongoing, continuing money. When the pandemic hit and our revenues dropped very significantly, particularly with hotel taxes and sales tax, we took it out. It's gone. So even though you see this really improving picture in terms of pension costs long term, it didn't allow us yet to say, let's put a service level set aside back in the budget. And so when you look at how do we add new services, either, some new money comes in, our revenues are higher than we projected, or other services are dialed back. But again, I wish I still had the service level set aside where we identified available and uncommitted funding for new services, but it's not there anymore.
Yeah. Next slide on that one, please. I have to mute myself. There we go. So one of the other things that gets us into a strong long-term financial position is retiree medical, OPEB. So in 2011, we established a Section 115 trust to pre-fund our retiree medical liability. And what I'm showing here in this graph is you can see our regular premiums, which this is just our ongoing pay-as-you-go premiums for retiree medical. And they climb over the years, just like every other healthcare cost. What you see in the blue line is our contribution to the trust over those years. And why is it going down? Because in the back 10, we start drawing on the trust. And so what happens to that is, from a budgetary perspective, this orange line is the orange line. I'm sitting here pointing with my mouse like you can see it. It's thinking I'm screen sharing, but I'm not the one sharing my screen. So the orange line, you can see once we start drawing from the trust, that's the net of those payments. And so that's where the trust starts to benefit us. Happens to happen around the same time that pensions start to come down significantly. So again, puts us in a strong long-term financial position. Next slide, please. Okay, so for discussion, so what is our definition? We tried our best to sort of define what we think long-term success is, but we want to hear about that. Do we reinforce our long-term planning and policies? Do we make changes? Do we strengthen them? Do we change, adjust them? What do we do? How do we position ourselves better to maintain or adapt our current service levels? So how do we get through the peak cost years, right? And what do we do with increasing or changing demands? How do we handle those? And then how do we continue to distinguish Sunnyvale as a regional leader? We need to have those leadership roles, and council does take that role seriously. We hear it every council meeting with, intergovernmental reports at the end of the meeting, VTA, BOSCA, all of the regional, bodies. So with that, I believe that is the final slide in this part, and I will open it up for discussion.
Very good. So we will turn it to council here, and addressing some of those prompts would be great. And we have, let's take this conversation for council until 3 o'clock. So you have a little more than 50 minutes to discuss. I see a council member Melton, your hand's up, you can get us started. And then council member Hendricks.
And I actually don't have a lot to say at this moment. I would like to propose if Mayor Klein and Councilmember Hendricks can go first on this topic. And the reason I say that is, sort of by tradition here in Sunnyvale, it's the vice mayor and the mayor who come up with the focus topics and consult the city staff. And I think this is an important topic, and I'm sure, the mayor and Councilmember Hendricks had something on their mind when they brought this up. And so I would just make the proposal that they go first and sort of elaborate on what they were thinking when this got on the launch pad. Thank you.
Very good. If that's okay with the rest of council, we'll go to Mayor Klein and then to Vice Mayor Cisneros. Mayor Klein.
Sure. And actually it's Councilmember Hendricks. He was vice mayor when when we kind of defined what these topics were, just to help you, Sean. As far as, you know, and I wanted this discussion, and Glenn and I kind of came at it in different directions, but we ended up with the future and of Sunnyvale. And I think, to me, we don't look at, you know, staffing levels to a certain degree. And I appreciate what Tim and Kent have done here, trying to kind of lay out where we've been in the past. And ultimately, you know, we do fantastic. Staff does fantastic with limited resources, but in staffing levels, as we see, you know, we have 15% fewer staff than we had at our peak. And we have, you know, now 155,000 residents, and we don't really look and have bigger discussions at the council level about staffing, about service levels. And this goes back to what I was saying this morning, is when we set service levels and kind of say, can't go, it's like, well, based upon existing staff, and you know, you have kind of a staff allotment in some, you know, some open positions and a little bit of flexibility. But at the end of the day, we're managing with a kind of a fixed staff, because we're looking at staffing costs, as Tim was showing, for, you know, the 10-year balanced budget, 20-year plan, and not really looking at, you know, oh, well, we need to grow the number of staff. And especially as we're looking at like the Moffitt Park specific plan, as we're looking at adding population within the city, and when we start looking at Moffitt Park, and conceivably another additional 20,000 units. And so what that affects is, to me, is we needed a bigger discussion on service levels and staffing levels, and conceivably how that applies to the budget is a big question here. You know, from my standpoint, at least, you know, one of the things that Tim mentioned and Kent mentioned, of course, was the service level set aside. I do think that needs to go back into our budget sooner rather than later. I understand what happened because of COVID, but it gives Kent additional flexibility and also council additional flexibility to figure out what staffing service levels conceivably need to change at random, much like when the pool, you know, when we all of a sudden needed to be the pool operator, and that wasn't a staff level position. And so now we're scrambling to reallocate staff to deal with those issues. That being said, we add more housing, our 23 square miles doesn't grow, but what we do on that 23 square miles does increase. You know, we are constantly trying to improve active transportation, sidewalks, we're adding housing, we're adding office space. All those need additional staff and services. And so, you know, especially from a residential standpoint, it's, do we reduce service levels based upon a fixed level of staff, or do we now start planning and directs Tim and Kent that staff should be increasing some percentage on a yearly basis? And I'm not sure what that percentage is. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to have this discussion to deal with on an increasing population and needs from office, from business, from, you know, we have more businesses, we have more residents, and what the expectations from them are on service levels, as opposed to reducing where we have to service levels. There's some standard, and then there's some, I'll say, flexible service levels that we basically do with whatever's left over, and then whether or not that's staff or funding. I think that's part of the big question here. So this is a bigger issue. It's kind of the long-term vision for Sunnyvale. You know, we focus on infrastructure. You know, we have a lot of things that are fixed and part of a long-term plan. It's like, oh, this is, you know, we will replace this sewage, this stormwater, this sewer, you know, over every 5 years, 10 years, and we plan that. But we don't do the same thing for staff in relationship to the number of residents and the changing needs of those residents. So that was the kind of the kickoff. I have a few more comments, but those are kind of my first salvo into why I think this is an important discussion, and be interested to hear, other council member feedback on that, because I do think we to some degree, the way our budget is set up, we are kind of looking at, exactly from OPEB, from pension trust standpoint, here's our peaks. The concept of adding additional staff immediately pushes those numbers even farther out. And so it's trying to reach that balance and start having that discussion at this level. So I'll leave it at that for now and pass it to Glenn or Councilmember Hendricks to continue.
Yeah, first off, you guys can call me anything you want, just don't call me late for dinner. So yeah, I did advocate to have these two topics of long-term success and regional leadership, because I think they're important, because I think sometimes we lose sight of the macro as we get pulled into the micro discussion of a particular topic. And I don't actually have, I'm going to say my opinion of what is important in these areas, but it's really needs to be what the collective decision is of the council, because it's the council's long-term vision of success. But for me, long-term success for the city of Sunnyvale is long-term financial sustainability. I think that's been the major theme of what we've been talking about today. We clearly have an appetite to be able to do a lot of different things. And as we were just talking about in kind of the unfunded liability list, well, maybe we can't pay for all those things. But we have to keep the basic fundamentals of the financials of the city, because the city can't stop or run out of money in 20 years. I mean, that's just not an option for what's going to go ahead and happen. And as part of what goes along with that financial sustainability is we have to be very good at the basics of doing what the city of Sunnyvale does. And when we're good at the basics, then we can start to do other things. And the basics are, tree trimming, sidewalks, street maintenance, DPS, parks, library, clean water, dirty water, garbage, planning, the financial modeling of what we do. We only get to go ahead and go do sustainability, environmental, lots more stuff on pedestrian and bicycle safety if we can do those other things well. We could be the best city and put a bike lane everywhere, but if we can't pick up the garbage, no one would care. I just, so sustainability of the finances, being able to do the basics, and that gives us the right and enables us to go do lots of other things that our residents want to do. So those services are key to what we want to be able to do. And then, as I was trying to say in the earlier discussion, when we look at some of these new, the not just the basic service things, and we're making a decision about what we want to go do, I think we need to think about what is the strategic value of whatever that item is, as opposed to just, and I know I'm gonna piss somebody off out there when I say this. The residents sometimes can pull us down very much to a micro issue. Not that it's not an important issue, it's just, does it have strategic impact to the city? And it doesn't mean we don't do non-strategic things. We just have to balance how we continue to move on whatever our strategic agenda is, and don't get hung up on only working on smaller things. So that's kind of on the long-term success. And related to that is our regional leadership. I've been extremely fortunate, and I thank my colleagues for appointing me to BTA, which has allowed me to also get on Caltrain. And, I'll just say, again, I'm going to piss somebody off again here, but we all sit on different committees, and we know the people that are providing value to that committee or group, and we can look and say who's not providing value. And Sunnyvale needs to be putting our best people onto these different boards that provide value, so that not only can they get into leadership positions in those organizations, because everybody's kind of got to get an opportunity to do some of those things, but that the other people on those bodies are listening to what we have to say. On both BTA and Caltrain, I was either fortunate or just assigned, but I got put on the finance committees for both of those organizations. I think that was based partially on the work that I do, that we do as the city of Sunnyvale on finances, and that they understood, here, if you go put Glenn on that thing, Glenn's going to really dig into the finances and try and change this. And at VTA for a while, it was, well, okay, here, Glenn's going to talk. He's going to tell us about 20-year planning, you know, to try and get long-term financial modeling of what was going on. So I just think that Sunnyvale is the second largest city in the county. I think we're actually even much more influential than that when you look at the businesses and the types of residents that are in our city here. And we have a right and a responsibility to be a leader in what I'll say is micro regional stuff, which is just, I'll say, in the county. And then macro regional stuff when we go up the peninsula and get into the broader Bay Area of what's going on. We have a lot of smarts and value to add to how Sunnyvale grows within those entities and how those entities grow themselves, and being able to express our value and the value add we can bring to those decision making. So that's really what I'm trying to get to when I talk about regional leadership. We should be much more thoughtful in who we assign to different regional entities and bodies, more than just, well, this person doesn't have something on their intergovernmental assignment piece right now. I mean, we should really think how strategically the value of us as individual council members are, and the individual capabilities we have, and how they can be applied into the broader regional teams and problems that are out there. So those are some of my thoughts about what is long-term success for Sunnyvale and what it means for Sunnyvale to have an impactful, can't say impactful impact, but I'm gonna, in the region of what goes on. So I'll stop there.
Very good. Thank you, Council Member. We're on to Vice Mayor Cisneros and then Council Members Larson and Dean. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, and before I start, I wanted to give Council Member Melton the opportunity to jump in here. He did put up his hand first, and he wanted to perhaps speak after the mayor and former vice mayor, and I wanted to be conscientious of that was how I understood it, and I'd be happy to let him go first if that's something that he would like to do.
I see him nodding his head no, so you have the green light.
Okay, well, thank you, Russ. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm going to touch really quickly on how I'm thinking about this long-term success, and it was very helpful to hear from the mayor and former vice mayor about where their head was at, because I'm in a very similar train of thought, and I'm very grateful for the thoughtfulness, you know, especially on regional leadership, which means a lot of different things. Sure, you know, you do have that piece with boards and and outside commissions, which is something to be very thoughtful of, but also just identifying opportunities for us to engage with our state legislators. I know Mayor Klein is working with Congressman Khanna's office on different matters, and those kind of relationships also matter greatly to what we can do and who we can influence, and that's something where the load can be shared across council, because we all have our own different relationships and our own areas of interest and our own experiences and areas of expertise, and leveraging council at any given time, thinking about when we're electing new council members, like what is that value, that regional value that they could potentially bring on board. So that's what I think of. You know, my experience working at Silicon Valley Leadership Group has been very helpful, and just different, and I've seen other council members leverage those individual personal relationships too. And I appreciate that and want to encourage that, because it is true. We are the second largest city next to San Jose in this area. And I say that to people all the time. And almost every time I say that, they're really surprised. I didn't know that. How many people do you have? Really? And I'm like, yeah, really. That's how many people. And that temperature check tells me a lot about where we have room for growth. And seeing that as part of our long-term success is really important. And And then I wanted to touch on fundamentals first, something that former Vice Mayor Hendricks brought up just now. Is yes, absolutely. First and foremost, what we're able to provide those basic needs before we have to be able to have that down. And I think that we are known for having that down. And I think our residents know that very much. And that is a shared value that we need to maintain. But part of that, you know, it's a yes and to the fundamentals, not only to maintain the fundamentals we have, but then also a part of success for that would, for me, would be identifying new fundamentals, expanding our scope, figuring out how can we even better serve, and then integrate different new levels of service into our DNA. So that becomes our new normal, and making our new normal continually better and better and better. And that's going to fluctuate how quickly we can do those things. If we have to scale something back, maybe 2 steps forward, 1 step back, that could happen based on financial projections and things we can't anticipate. But long-term, very macro, that's a little bit of my philosophy around how to proceed as a city. And then I wanted to touch on and just say that I was grateful for the inclusion of addressing homelessness as a priority or as a strategy. I think that is something the county does have a massive responsibility to address that issue. But as we can see clear as day, as the nose on our face, that there are gaps in what the county is able to do. And long-term thinking about, well, what does it look like to be a city involved with confronting that issue? That's important. And that ties back into what I say, like, what can we identify as a new fundamental? And can we build that into our DNA in some way? And that's going to be an ongoing conversation that I look forward to having and being a part of. And then we touched on the difference between one-time expenditures, which we just discussed in our last meeting. But then I just need a little bit more clarity around this process. So can someone give me an example, a good concrete example that I can wrap my head around of a one-time expenditure that we had at one point that then turned into a long-term financial, a financial year-over-year commitment? I'm just interested to see what an example of that looks like.
And I can give you an example that's coming up. We're building a branch library. And once we build it, we have to put materials in it. We have to have staff for it. And so building new facilities or new parks is another one that we gave today. That if we build new parks, they have to be maintained. We have to water it. So new facilities definitely are on that list.
Yeah, that's a really good one. And to maybe expand on that, something like that came out of a budget modification, maybe more specifically, that we considered this once. We were like, this sounds like a great idea. Let's try it out. And then we notice, yeah, this is something maybe we should build into our DNA a little bit.
We've run, I think what you're describing is sort of, there are times where we've run, pilots for things that we've done. Then we've asked, come back to council. The only ones I can think of off the top of my head have been in the enterprise funds. It might be like food cycle, right? Like we initiated a pilot, then we come back and we say, here's the result. Would you like to implement it? That type of thing. We haven't, council has been pretty disciplined about, if we're going to add something new, we're going to add it permanently. And, that's good. An example for a one-time revenue that was used for something that was ongoing and it was a conscious decision was, this is probably some time ago, maybe 10 years ago. We did take a developer contribution to help add headcount in public safety. And it only covered about, I think, 7 or 8 years. And then we had to cover the rest of that. And that's an example of when we made an exception to that rule, I would say.
Yeah, that's really helpful in my own thinking about imagining what that process of new integration looks like. And, we'll see how many examples of that come up or when that's appropriate. I'm not going to be prescriptive over that right now because everything just takes its own consideration. And then The last thing I'll touch on is, yes, we've discussed the service set aside. That's exciting. And the way I look at that is bringing that back in is a key component of what COVID recovery looks like for us. And reframing that as not only is this a very helpful thing for us to have in our budget, but it's COVID relief and recovery. And that's part of that picture for me, a big one. So bringing us back to where we were before, and then maybe even expanding upon it or looking to see how we can make it better. But this all sounds really great, and I look forward to the rest of this conversation. Maybe I'll chime back in, but let's hear from my council colleagues.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Cisneros. We have Council Member Larson and then Council Member Dean.
Thank you, Sean. And I want to start with a question for Tim on slide 162. Looking at historical revenues versus expenditures. And I know during COVID, we got some payment from the federal government, the ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act funding. How big of a hole would we have had on the right-hand side without that ARPA funding?
With retrospect, I don't have an exact number, but 40 million, 50 million in revenue loss over several years.
Yeah.
So I guess if you just take the straight ARPA funding, the whole would have been, without the ARPA funding, it would have been almost $30 million worse than whatever it was at that time.
Yeah.
That was our allocation.
If I could chime in on that, I'd just add that without the ARPA funding, well, the hole wouldn't have been that big because we would have been forced to cut expenses.
That's true.
Now, positions we filled this year, we wouldn't have filled. We would have been forced to. And so that helped us a lot to really get through this downturn. As Tim mentioned, we're seeing a better revenue picture, certainly than last year, but we would have been forced to make service cuts and reduce headcount through attrition.
Good, thank you. Yeah, because it could be easy to look at this graph and say we're just continuing on this great trajectory, but really there was a big hole that the federal government helped us fill to get through there. And I look forward to the budget information about how our finances are actually going to look over the next couple of years without that. And then let's see, I very much agreed with former Vice Mayor Hendricks's comments on the fiscal sustainability, because I've really come to appreciate the robust financial foundation that our city has. And that's both the policies and processes we have in place, but it's also decisions by past councils that have put us in a strong position now. And so I'm really grateful to those past decisions that have put us in this position where we can have a well-run city and we can have some extra to do some of the extra services that we would like to do in addition to the things that we need to do. And so for me, part of success would be to continue to maintain a strong fiscal foundation for the city moving forward, so that future city councils also have a good place to start from. Because I think that is so important to our residents, to maintain the continuity of our community and what the city provides. There's so much that I think citizens don't realize that the city does for all of us. And yet it's absolutely vital that we have good finances to be able to do those things. And sometimes I think of funding as oxygen. It's what we absolutely need to be able to do all that we do, because without the funding, without the oxygen, the city would not be able to function. And in terms of what are the fundamentals, the core services, I really like a definition that former council member Griffith used to share. And he would say that core services are the things that we have to do because no one else will do them. And that's things like providing police and fire protection and fixing the sidewalks so that people don't trip and fall, and picking up the trash, and any number of things that are not necessarily glamorous, but if we don't do them, there's no other agency that has a responsibility to step in and do them. So we have to do those things first. And so that's really the lens that I have found very useful for identifying what truly are the fundamental core services that we need to be providing. I also appreciate the focus on leadership that we have regionally. And from the council members, I think it's good that we have council members who are develop relationships regionally, and council members who are known as being thoughtful and informed and engaged, because that is noticed. And that, I think, helps us continue to be part of regional conversations, to share good ideas, to share information, and to make a difference in the greater area. But I also want to tip my hat to our strong city staff, because they do a fantastic job of preparing us and tracking what is going on and giving us background that lets us go out and shine. Without that, we wouldn't be able to do a good job in our intergovernmental relationships. Looking at the headcount graph, where the headcount has stayed steady for quite a while, I do get concerned about staff burnout long-term as we ask our existing staff to do more and more and more. At some point, that's not sustainable. And so either we cut services or we're just, we're going to lose people. And that's not good. Losing the institutional knowledge. It's never the right thing to do to just use people up. And I realize that staffing is becoming more expensive for a variety of reasons. And that comes back to the financing piece. As a service organization, our single biggest expense is staff. We need to be able to have the revenue, the funding to be able to continue to pay for quality staff, so we can continue to do a fantastic job for our residents, for our community. So those are just sort of my thoughts. I appreciate all the thought that the mayor and the former vice mayor put into this topic, because it's something that we don't talk about directly very much, but it's important that we, I think, share our thoughts on it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Larson. We'll hear from Councilmember Dean, and then we'll go through our second round with Councilmember Hendricks, Mayor Klein, and Vice Mayor Cisneros. Councilmember Dean.
Thank you. It's interesting because I actually had a very similar question written down as Councilmember Larson about that slide. So I'm going to expand on it a bit, which is, if you could go back to it, I believe it was 150 or 162. On that part, for the years in which our revenues are going over the expenditures, is that because of more long-term funding and it was planned expenses, or is that years where we're seeing a jump in expenditures that need to happen and then we're cutting into our budget stabilization fund and whatnot?
For years where revenue.
So 2019 is the only one on here where the revenue, where the
expenditure exceeds revenue. Yeah. That's. It can be a variety of things. I don't know that specific year, but it could be that we have, maybe we drew a capital improvement project, and so we drew down, we spent more in that year. It could be that revenues, went down a little bit, and we did draw reserves. That's generally what it is. Generally, it's planned, but not always. COVID was not planned, but generally we have a good idea. We're gonna if you look at the front 10 years of the general fund, we are drawing down reserves over those 10 years. So, that we are spending more than we're bringing in and using our reserves to cover that.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that was just a small question I had on it. And then one other one is, when it comes to grants that the city receives and things like measure fundings that come from measures, does that go into the revenues on a graph like this?
Not on this particular graph. So maybe some grants, some small ones. An example might be if we get a small grant from the Office of Traffic Safety to run a DUI checkpoint around the holidays.
Actually, and I also realize right now, looking at the title, this is just for general fund revenues. So
it's just general fund.
That's not me for asking.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. Okay. Those were my only questions on it, but I do want to touch on the points, especially around this conversation. And I think I appreciate especially that part about I had written down about staffing and how we should be thinking about increasing staff. I also feel strongly that I think we should be increasing our staffing to meet the demand of work that's coming in, and especially with the ways that our region is growing, and especially on things like housing, right, where we know that there's going to be not just there is an increased demand on more housing, but increasing demand on housing, where we're going to see more needs for more housing going up over time. That's an area where it would be, I think, responsible on us to plan for the future so that we can think about increasing staffing on things like that in the long run, so that, as these needs grow bigger, we have the staffing to match the pace at which they're coming in, because I think that's something Sunnyvale has been such a leader on. The one-stop shop was so revolutionary in how we do it. And when you talk to the regional leaders and you talk to people that do the work, especially on things like development, they know Sunnyvale as the place where it's so much quicker than other cities. And that's been the edge that I think we have regionally. When we talk about the impact and reputation of Sunnyvale regionally, that's also a big part of it. And so I think increasing our staffing so that if we see those demands in housing permits and not just housing, but so many different things increase, and as our population increases and all of those bread and butter issues like garbage collection, tree trimmings, the really important ones, I think it makes sense that we be thinking about staffing to meet that as opposed to vice versa. But those are my thoughts on it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. We are on to Councilmember Hendricks and then Mayor Klein and Vice Mayor Cisneros. Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, I realized I had not addressed one of the questions, which was, how do we reinforce our long-term planning or policies? I don't have a suggestion for changing them. I think we just always need to make sure we remember to use them that are there. And I'll just point to one that was on page 168. Council policy is make financial decisions over a 20-year planning horizon to consider long-range implications of short-range budget decisions. And I'll just put it in the context of, I heard this quote from somebody one time that said, a lot of times we want to go back in time. If we could just go back in time to change a decision that was made. And the thing I think we have to remember is we're at that point in time right now, because the decisions we make right now go into the forward where somebody in the future is going to look at us and go, did we make a good or a bad decision for what goes on? So this ability to, have a time machine travel, we're actually, the time machine exists and we're in it right now. We can make the decisions now that somebody, 5 or 10 or 15, 20 years in the future is going to look back and go, did we make the right or the wrong ones for what goes on? And then I just wanted to change. I said this and the vice mayor said this, here, we're the second largest city in the county. I was thinking we should reframe that and go, let's take San Jose out of the equation and we are the largest city in the county. And it just, when I thought about that, that's just, kind of changes a little bit in terms of how the leadership position I think we should take. Because if you talk, there's always the small cities against San Jose. Well, we're the biggest small city in what goes on. So those are my other last comments.
Very good. Very good. Mayor Klein.
Sure. And I'll talk a little bit about regional representation, which I didn't talk about before. Definitely, I just want to thank, our city staff, the city manager, our chief, for also leading regionally. And I think it's not just incumbent upon our council members. Last year I was president of the Cities Association of Santa Clara County. Kent was head of the city managers organization, and Fawn was in charge of the chiefs organization, which made it perfect from a COVID standpoint. And I do think regionally, we have a better relationship with the county now than we've ever had before. And part of that is going through trial by fire of COVID over the last almost 2 years now. So I do think, that was critical at the end of the day. And that's one of the reasons why when we're choosing our representation for different from intergovernmental positions, it is critical. It's incumbent on us to look at kind of the long-term roles and possible progression within that organization as well. Not just, oh, this is what I'm interested in, but is there a lot of value for moving up in the ranks and representing the city at a bigger role at whatever that organization is. And then from a responsibility standpoint, and maybe this is a question for Kent, and we talked about staffing levels, and it's like, well, conceivably they need to continue to increase. One of the things that we don't really discuss is the concept, the trade-offs between contracting, consulting versus long-term employee. And I understand we kind of leave that, here's our staffing and additional resources are usually contracting, consulting. But that also is it also needs to be part of this discussion as we move forward in the future. Is it more valuable sometimes to transfer? Do we need an extra tree trimmer that's permanently part of staff to give us institutional knowledge, to give us whatever additional bandwidth, as opposed to going to the flexibility of contracting those services out? So I'd be interested to hear a quick response from Kent on that.
That's a great question, Mayor. And there's no one size fits all. Sometimes it's more advantageous to have city staff perform certain services, and sometimes it's better to contract out. And I'll give you a recent example, and I think Jackie commented on this. This year we had a contractor quit the Fremont pool. They operated it for years. They said, gee, COVID, people aren't coming around, we're losing money. We quit. City staff took it over, and I think took it over, and we're saving money. We're doing it cheaper than they were. We're getting the revenue from all the users, and I think we're doing a better job and a more efficient job than the former contractor did. So that's an example of where it makes sense for us to use city staff and successfully. Tree trimming is an interesting one because I think we have the best of both worlds. We have the institutional knowledge. We have a dedicated tree crew. If there's an emergency like a big storm and trees fall, we call our crew and they are here and ready to go, and we have the equipment to take care of it. For like the mass tree trimming, where we're trimming hundreds of trees a week and going around the city and in large blocks, we use an outside contractor. And I really think that gives us the best of both worlds in terms of there's not one solution that's best, the different types of work. So we're able to, maintain the expertise we have and the equipment to meet demands. But for the bigger sort of day-to-day grind, we're using an outside contractor. So in other cases, we just don't have the expertise. And a lot of times and obviously with engineering services is a good example. It's like we can't hire a bunch of structural engineers and a bunch of architects and a bunch of mechanical engineers and start designing our own buildings. It would be impossible. The expertise you need to do that type of work is immense, and it's much, much better for us to contract for design services with design professionals or with outside attorneys. We have a very small group of attorneys. They're great, but the breadth of knowledge you need to really get good legal advice on all sorts of huge variety of questions that come up is to have some good in-house expertise and to use outside experts when we need to.
Thank you, and that's a great example as far as the trade-off of consultants or contractors versus full-time employees. And we've been focusing on your staff, Kent, but I do want to also talk about John's staff and conceivably a similar sort of thing. Does he need, for him to also consider from our office of city attorney, does there need to be an additional head count or two permanent. And so I'll throw that to both of you, as we're moving forward. Does there need to be more permanent staff? And I understand exactly what you're saying about the value of having experts, especially when you're talking about law, but it goes across multiple areas that you have a lot more flexibility if you're bringing them in for a specific task, as opposed to having a full-time person, which may be a limited sort of task from the city standpoint. So I appreciate that discussion, this overall discussion, and I do think it plays in. I don't think we're going to come up with a solution here, but I think it's good to get a lot of these issues out, and we can have further discussions as we move forward. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. And we're on to Vice Mayor Cisneros.
Thank you very much. And the reason why I raised my hand again was to chime in because originally Councilmember Larson brought this back up, and it reminded me that very early in this meeting, I brought up staffing as something I wanted to talk about, and we're like, okay, we're going to talk about that in our long-term success conversation, and we are. And just hearing these last couple comments and from Mayor Klein, that's been very helpful. But I wanted to reiterate something that I'm going to be thinking of in a very similar vein is like, we're not necessarily planning for that increase in staff, but we do have a demand increase for services during the pandemic and then on an ongoing basis. And we've touched on that with population growth, climate change, everything else we're doing. And that's going to be something I'm really mindful of. And I want to reiterate to Kent and John, especially like as those things arise, like, feel free to be transparent and frank with council about what the needs are in order for us to maintain those fundamental services. And then if I'm understanding this correctly, when we talk about not really thinking or not having an increase in staff, that does not include our contractors and outside experts. Is that right?
Can you repeat that question, Vice Mayor?
Yes, I can. So when we have our head count for staff, and earlier in the evening, we said, we're not really planning for an increase in head count so much. Does that include our contractors?
We include inflationary factors on the budget for outside services. And so, there is, I guess you could say there's planned growth, although does that really cover growth as more services delivered or growth in the cost went up because there's inflation? So we just really include inflation factors, I'll say, to the degree that, things become more efficient, then, we'd be able to deliver better services. But if we just keep up with inflation, the money's there, but it'd be more of a constant service level.
Right on. Yeah, that's the distinction I was pulling apart there when I brought that up earlier in the meeting and wanting to go over. But that's what I got. Thank you very much for this presentation to staff and to my colleagues. This has been very illuminating.
Very good. Mayor Klein, did you want to weigh in again?
All right. Hand didn't go down. Thank you.
Okay, very good. And yes, I was going to come back to you, Councilmember Melton, to open the door. We do have a few more minutes left in this segment.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. So long-term success for Sunnyvale, I really appreciate the dialogue and discussion. I think that Sunnyvale does very well. We have a tradition of cordiality on the city council where we don't have to agree 100% of the time, but for the most part, we get along together pretty well, even in the world of Zoom, which is just a different dynamic. And then I think there's also a lot of respect for staff from council, and I hope that council that's staff feels the same way about council. I think there's a good relationship between council and staff, and I think that's a differentiator for Sunnyvale. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I think long-term success for Sunnyvale happens when we balance the budget and take a look at things over the course of 20 years in a long-term planning horizon. We have a general plan vision statement that I really like discussing at the beginning of this meeting on the correlation between the general plan vision statement and the council's strategic policy priorities. So that's something that we take a look at every year. What are the 5 or 6 or whatever major things that we want to look at? And then as you start to focus things down, we have our study issue process, which I think is another differentiator for the city of Sunnyvale in terms of what are the new things that we want to do in Sunnyvale in response to changing conditions or demands that we're hearing from the community or that the community wants to raise as a study issue or our amazing boards and commissions. So I agree with the fact that there are going to be other agencies, that there are no other agencies who will provide public safety or collect the trash or deliver clean water or parks or things like that. And that's a fact. And the fact is that Sunnyvale does all of those things incredibly well. And we're fortunate to have such a high performing staff that gets those things across the finish line day in and day out, to the point where we don't have to have a council strategic policy priority that says collect the garbage, right? We can have council strategic policy priorities that talk about accelerate climate action. We can have a council strategic policy priority that talks about improving services to residents through the use of technology. Those are some examples of things where, you know, we're fortunate in Sunnyvale to have the basics covered extremely well, to the extent where council as a political body can propose different things either through study issues or the council strategic policy priorities. I think Sunnyvale has an incredible staff. And I mentioned it earlier today, just all the things that we're able to do, including the basics and all of the public work type stuff, or just across the entire organization. And so conceptually, if this was brought up as a topic for today to talk about, you know, do we need more staff because of growing population? Sure, I can be on board with that we would need more staff. But then at the same time, we're also working very hard to implement better services to our residents through technology. So is there a one-to-one sort of correlation of a percentage increase in staff to percentage increase in population or businesses? You know, maybe we lean on technology to be part of the equation and all of that. So those are some things that I wanted to say. If I had the ability, which I do not, to go back in time and advocate for prior city councils to just think about things a little bit differently, there are probably 2 things that I would do. I would go back in time to the year 1966, and I would implore the city council back then to not sell the courthouse property to the county of Santa Clara and do a 50 or 60-year lease instead. But I can't go back in time, and now we are where we are. And then if I could go back in time, I would urge the city council, before they considered enhancing pension benefits, to consider the possibility of a market downturn and other, you know, ramifications that have ultimately led to this 30-year mountain that we've had to climb. You know, and that's been a huge strain on the budget of hundreds of millions of dollars over the, you know, past 20 years or so. And there's roughly another 8-year hill to climb before we reach over the crest of that mountain. So I'm going to turn off my microphone now and just appreciate the ability to say all of that. Thank you.
City Manager.
Thank you, Sean. I want to, Councilmember Melton just said something that really struck a chord with me, and I want to agree with it. And, you know, the relationship between the city council and the staff is a differentiator, and especially for Sunnyvale. And that's one of the reasons we're so successful. It really does start at the top. And so having a high functioning city council, having a good relationship with the staff, it makes a huge difference. And so I do not take that for granted. I thank my lucky stars every day that I have a great city council to work with. And you can read in the papers from time to time cities that are on their 3rd city manager in 3 years, and they never look good. Their efficiency is terrible. And that's never been what Sunnyvale looked like. But I want to say, part of that long success for Sunnyvale is that continued strong, positive relationship between the city council and the staff. And you've just thank you for being so complimentary of the work we do. And that's not anything I'll take for granted. It's important.
Very good. So let's move to wrap up this segment. And as the mayor said, this was a segment that was not designed to result in some specific kind of outcome. However, I did hear some themes emerge over the course of the conversation in terms of your future success, the importance of regional leadership. Physical sustainability was another dominant theme that I heard. Staffing, maintaining staffing, enhancing staffing, making sure your staff is taken care of in multiple ways was another theme. And this last theme that Councilmember Melton and Kent just mentioned, that's been mentioned several times, are the relationships, the productive working relationships. When I come into an organization as an outside consultant, I look at two things for the health of the organization. What's the relationship between council and staff? And what's the relationship within council relationships? And I just have to say, you are a well-functioning city. You have a great staff, you have great council relations, and that's been demonstrated throughout the course of the day today. And I would just really want to applaud you all, because in this environment now, those relationships become very strained, and the divisiveness, the national conversation seeps down to the local level, and even good relations are being pressed. It's like a stress test, and you're all maintaining that at a very, very high level. So I just really want to compliment you, and it's just a joy to see city government work and work well. So with that said, then we're ready to move to our recess, our afternoon recess. A break will take 15 minutes. We will come back at 3:15, if I'm looking at this correctly. We will come back at 3:15 and we'll hear our last strategic priority on meeting efficiency.
Mr. Mayor and Sean, we've reached the stated end of the recess.
Very good. Thank you, David. Okay, we are ready to move on to our third and final strategic topic, and this will be the shortest one, not the least important, but the shortest one of the three. And we're going to hear from your Assistant City Manager, Terry, in just a moment. And Terry has 10 minutes for her presentation, and then we have allotted 20 minutes for council questions and discussion following Terry's presentation. Okay, Terry, we're up. You're up.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Terry Silva, Assistant City Manager. Today, I will be discussing council meeting efficiency. I think we can all acknowledge, and especially after comments that we just heard from both the council and the city manager, we have a city that is very well run, and our council meetings are efficient, and we don't really have significant issues. However, this discussion is to determine if we can continue to make improvements. Next slide. So roles and responsibilities. We have Sunnyvale City Charter sections 607 and 608, as well as Council Policy 7.3.4 that outline the roles of the mayor, vice mayor, and council members. I want to just highlight some of those. So the mayor acts as the official head of the city council for all ceremonial purposes, chairs council meetings, may add items to the council agenda, may revise the date or time on a specific agenda item as it appears on the TCMAC, calls for special meetings, is recognized as the spokesperson of the city council on all city positions, and leads the council into an effective, cohesive working team. The vice mayor serves at the pleasure of the council, performs duties of the mayor when the mayor is absent, chairs council meetings at the request of the mayor, represents the city at ceremonial functions at the request of the mayor, reports closed session actions at public council meetings, and initiates routine motion for consent calendar items. For council members, they fully participate in city council meetings and other public forums while demonstrating respect, kindness, consideration, and courtesy of others. Prepare in advance of council meetings and be familiar with issues on the agenda. Be respectful of others' time, stay focused, and act efficiently during public meetings. Inspire public confidence in Sunnyvale government. Demonstrate honesty and integrity in every action and statement. Participate in scheduled activities to increase team effectiveness and review council procedures, such as the Code of Ethics and Conduct for elected and appointed officials. Next slide. So for effective meeting management, they can occur in the following ways: by organizing agendas in ways that make the most sense, scheduling items that will likely have significant public comment earlier on the agenda, starting the meeting on time, encouraging all members to be prepared and organized. Members should let staff know ahead of time if they have questions, and then be careful not to pre-decide on issues outside of the meetings. Next slide. Characteristics of an effective meeting chair. And I pulled this information from the chair meeting we had through Municipal Resource Group earlier this year. And I'll just cover a couple of the bulleted points. So let others speak first, stay neutral as the chair, keep conversation on topic, make sure everyone has an opportunity to participate, welcome colleague input, identify constructive ways to resolve conflict amongst members, effective time management of agenda items, and then help the council reach consensus when opinions vary. Okay, next slide. So for council meeting preparedness, one of the items that we do in Sunnyvale are the Monday morning questions. What this allows for is a transparent process. Information is posted with meeting materials so the public has access to that. So one of the questions for the council is, does this process work well? Some days we have, or some weeks we have very good participation, and other weeks it's very limited. So I think that's probably worth some further discussion on how it benefits both the council and the organization, such as staff members who have to respond. When council questions come up during the meeting, sometimes staff members aren't prepared to answer the question, and then they have to to research it and get back to the council member with the question versus having it in advance and researching it and getting the information to you before the meeting. Other agenda items, sometimes council members will communicate directly with the city manager or the department head, which is perfectly fine, but again, it doesn't lead to a transparent process. So for meeting format, next slide, City Manager Kent Steffens is going to take over on the meeting format and discussion points with the council members.
All right, thanks, Terry. I wanted to cover this slide, and as Terry said, certainly our council meetings work really well, but we're always looking for ways to improve. And this is a chance to, we've really never had a topic where you can share feedback with the mayor, how meetings are run, or make suggestions. And there's a couple specific things. I wanted to talk and really get feedback, and it's labeled workshop format. And what I mean by that is, last year we tried something new, and I'm referring to the workshops that we had on the Moffitt Park specific plan. And so typically, when we do study sessions, we have a limited amount of time. It's right before a regular council meeting. There's limited time for public comment. And so with the workshop format, we did it on an off council meeting night. So we had all night if you wanted to go all night. We did have a set time for the presentation and public comment, but then there was an extended time for council Q&A and discussion. And I think it worked well, but we're open to feedback. One of the things we've never talked about is in that format, is it okay to get council direction? And what I mean by council direction is, do you have an expectation that you're going to give direct, you're going to make motions, you're going to vote on stuff, you're going to say, we want you to do this. And how we label things often is a big signal about what we do with that. So for example, when we put something on the agenda as a study session, everybody knows we're not looking for decisions, we're looking for input and feedback. You guys don't make motions, you don't really give hard direction. Sometimes it's obvious because you have a consensus on a shared opinion. In a workshop, it's kind of halfway between study session and, a workshop like today, we label that a workshop. And certainly if you want to change your strategic priorities, we want a motion. We want you to vote on it. It's not a process today where if you change your strategic priorities later this afternoon, we just listen to comments and then try to figure out, did they change something? We expect you to make a motion and vote on it. So for this workshop format like Moffitt Park, and we're planning some future ones now for Moffitt Park, are you expecting to set direction, or would you like to treat it more like a study session? I wanted to bring up study sessions, and again, opportunity for feedback. Are you getting the outcomes you want? We did have a couple study sessions this year where the outcome was, let's have another study session. And so, we look at that as, okay, we didn't, that's not the outcome we usually look for is, let's do it again. We did have one though. One of those was the short-term rentals. And, we put a study session together very quickly because there was a big incident in the community. And the outcome was, well, let's have another study session. So, we're working through that. But any feedback on study sessions and how we're doing it, the amount of time we set aside, sometimes they're an hour, sometimes an hour and a half, would be welcome. Public comment length, again, the mayor has a lot of discretion on that. Sometimes the time is limited. Sometimes, we have the 15-minute at the beginning of the meeting. Sometimes that runs over. Again, what are your expectations or any feedback for the mayor on how he's been managing that process? And then council questions and comments. Again, this is more your expectations of each other about should the mayor be trying to move things along when it stretches out? Is that would that be helpful, or you feel like things are great now? So those are really the questions that we want feedback on. And again, we don't think you need an hour for this discussion, but looking forward to your comments on this item.
Very good. And so have allotted 20 minutes for council to address these questions, if that would be your preference. Who would like to get us started? Okay, I'm going to just assume that everything is working great and there's nothing that needs to be discussed. Councilmember Hendricks and then Mayor Klein.
Yeah, so yeah, I think things do work fairly well. Just trying to address the questions. The workshop format, I actually think it's helpful when we have those things, because what you've identified something that's going to be a longer discussion. And if we need to go ahead and somehow, in the agenda, somehow note that yes, motions might be made, I guess that's part of the expectation. I guess my comment about the workshops is more some of the public workshops and how that worked for the Moffitt Park. And it's my perspective that staff, based on if they heard some comments from the public, those things already got incorporated as like decisions before the council had a chance to weigh in. So that's my only comment about the workshop, particularly as it relates to Moffitt Park, is that decisions were kind of being made before they got to us. So, and maybe that's the way it's supposed to work. I don't know. Study sessions, I think, the example you gave where, it translated into let's have another meeting. I think those were more kind of one-off particular topics. I think again, the study sessions, it's a meatier thing, and you're trying to get some preliminary feedback from the council. And I tend to think that those things work pretty well. The last piece about council questions, comment links, stuff like that is that I think for the most time, we try and be very succinct in our comments. But sometimes we don't. And yeah, I think when it's and maybe it's appropriate sometimes, but I would say, because I had this challenge when I was the mayor, I had said, that we may need to do something where if somebody goes on for an extended period of time, 15, 20 minutes, maybe the mayor should step in and say, here, we've got you, we're not putting a clock on the person, but let's have everybody else have a chance to go before we come back. And it's especially, the mayor feels it the most, because if all 6 of us want to talk for 15 minutes, it's an hour and a half before the mayor gets to comment on a topic of what goes. And I think that's a very rare occurrence. I don't think that's normally happening. But I think we should all be comfortable that if the mayor feels, here somebody's holding the microphone, and that they want to go ahead, the mayor wants to interject and say, here, let's let some other people speak and we'll come back to you, because it's not about giving a council member a clock. I think we should all feel comfortable in that the mayor might occasionally do that to us. So those are my thoughts.
Very good. I've heard other councils who literally give the mayor permission to do that. Police us, monitor us, presiding officer. We're on to Mayor Klein and then council members Larson and Vice Mayor Cisneros.
Thank you. And so, so I'll kind of continue on what Councilmember Hendricks just said. It is difficult sometimes to run meetings, and and I appreciate how cordial our council is, how much they, it is that we're all trying to do what's best. And I do think that makes a big difference. We work well together. We're not, and it's only been a few times in the last 3 years that I've had to remind a council member or two that they need to get to a question to staff. But in general, I think we have good rapport, and I think that kind of carries through we try to be directed in what when we're dealing with staff, when we're dealing with our other council members. I hope that I can help out, and definitely, if you have other suggestions, definitely feel free to give them to me. After this meeting, if you don't feel free to talk on specifics in any case, but it's also due to, and I'll be very honest, our city clerk, David and Sandra, they make this a lot easier, moving to the world of Zoom. Moving to remote meetings has not been easy, and we put a lot of additional effort on staff to make sure that this runs smoothly. And the mayor's job is juggling a lot of plates in the background and trying to make sure that whatever the technical difficulties are, we are getting through them. I did want to comment on a few of the things that Terry brought up, one of which is the Monday morning questions. And I will second that people should use these as much as possible, specifically for consent calendar items, because we normally don't talk about them at all. And to ask any questions in the meeting means to pull that item and kind of slow down the meeting when hopefully whatever your consent calendar item question is could be answered ahead of time. And also for the main items that you want to, for one thing, conceivably give staff enough time to prepare and formalize an answer to whatever your question might be. But it's also conceivably raising the level of consciousness or knowledge of all of council prior to going into the meeting and all of a sudden getting a question and getting an answer, not conceivably thinking about completely how that applies to whatever the item on the agenda is. That, of course, does not preclude us from asking those same questions in the council meeting, but it is important for the record or for those that are actually watching the meeting. But I do think it's important that those questions and those answers are part of the record, and it also conceivably helps helps the council as a body figure out the direction of comments and questions when we get to the actual council meeting. I do appreciate what Terry said about active listening. We're not on the dais yet. We will be, fingers crossed, sometime this year. But it will be important when we're on the dais. But it's also important in this meeting, and I want to in meetings that our public is zooming in on. It's important to keep from my standpoint and from your colleagues, it's important to keep your cameras on as much as possible. It allows you to also see the visual cues that you lose because we're all meeting remotely. And so I think, whatever we can do, and I've heard from the public of it's like, oh, I wish the council members left their cameras on more often so I'd be able to see them and see what their reactions are. So the public is watching, that is important. And then Terry's concept of staying neutral on a topic, and I've given feedback to several council members over the last few years. Please, focus prior to the public comment section, focus on questions. Don't get on the soapbox and say, I want this in the motion, or this is what I would like to see as the final solution. I do think that's an important thing to show impartiality, to show that, well, I want to see this. And it's like, well, until the public hearing has been opened and closed on that specific item, we are supposed to be completely impartial, although we all conceivably have a leaning as far as that's concerned. But it's important to try to keep those focused to questions ahead of time. And sometimes it's, you put a question at the end of a statement that gets in a little gray area. But I think it's also prior to the public hearing, you're hearing council members say, I want this, I want that. We shouldn't have that. And it's just a reminder as far as that's concerned. I think ultimately the workshop, and then of course, as far as the workshops, I think that format was great. I think it was very positive to break it into staff presentation, public comment, public questions, and the use of Mentimeter, I think, was very valuable because people with common questions were able to basically thumb up certain questions so that they're higher priority, and they get, with the limited time, they get more focus from staff and a more complete answer. So I think that process is really valuable. And whether or not that ends in an actual motion or like most study sessions, it's kind of council giving some general comments and staff giving kind of a summary or taking in that feedback. And conceivably, one of the things that might be valuable is staff giving a summary of what they think as far as numbers are back to council after those study sessions. Because sometimes, we don't take a formal motion, we kind of give our general direction, and sometimes it's lost, or sometimes that communication, at least I've heard from certain council members, that's become an issue in the past. But I'll leave it at that. I think, we have a great team here, and I appreciate, all the council members being prepared, asking informative questions, and trying to come to a good agreement, to a good consensus. And we don't always agree, but that's part of being on council. But I appreciate our discussions and keeping it to a very congenial, discussion at the end of the day. So thank you for that.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Larson, and then Vice Mayor Cisneros, and then Councilmember D. Councilmember Larson.
Thank you. So let's see, kind of in random order here. I have very much enjoyed the workshop format for complex topics. It's gives us more time to dive into topics, but then also taking it in small focused pieces at a time helps me focus on those. If staff is wanting a motion at the end of a workshop, I think I would want to need like a higher level of briefing before the workshop, or more like a staff report, more analysis, so that I can really consider what the questions are and formulate my thoughts. I'm very glad that we are now publishing draft presentations in advance of meetings, especially in advance of study sessions, because I remember the days when I was first on council where we would not get the presentation in advance. We would just get a topic like housing element. That's all we had to go on. And it wouldn't be until the presentation that we would get more information from staff. And then at the end of the presentation, we'd have to shoot from the hip to give our feedback, and then staff would run with that. And that just was not enough time to give thoughtful comments to prepare my response. So, big thumbs up on the draft presentations being available in advance. Let's see, the Monday morning questions. I do like that process. I try to take advantage of it when I have questions, but sometimes it's not until the meeting and I learn something more from my colleagues' questions or the staff presentation, then I'll have something on the fly. But even if I miss the Monday morning deadline, if I know there's a question that I'm going to be asking, and I think staff will need some time to be prepared, I do try to email that to the city manager as a courtesy to staff, and so that I can get a better quality answer from staff. I think that serves everyone. In terms of questions to staff before the public hearing, I agree that it's good to remain open-minded. I think it can be useful to signal to the public what a council member thinks the main issues may be, but also remain open-minded to the feedback from the public. It's really a way of eliciting more information from the public. I think it's perfectly fine to let them know I'm tending to lean a certain way, but I'm open to being having the public explain what I'm missing. And that can be useful. I've been on the other side where I've been in the public and we give our public comment, public hearing is closed, and then the council goes off in a direction that we could have addressed during public comment had only we known that council was concerned about that. But there was no indication before the public hearing that maybe council would like to know more about that. So certainly, I think it's perfectly valid to let the public know, hey, I'd like to, if you have more to share on this aspect, please do. Overall, I'm very pleased with the format we have and where the process has evolved to over time. Thanks.
Very good. Vice Mayor Cisneros, and then to Councilmember Dean.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, I'll just work through the questions. And I guess what I can start off with, though, is saying I really love when staff gives prompts or asks specific questions of council that they want us to answer. That really guides and focuses my thoughts when I'm thinking about what I want to say next. And I just feel like I'm like, great, I know that I just added value and was able to contribute meaningfully in a way where staff is going to get what they need from us in that meeting, because that's really important to me. I see that as my role. Like, how can I add value to this discussion for staff and my colleagues? And that's been a great way to do it. I've been noticing that more and more, and it's just very much appreciated, just like right now. I think it's working well. Going to the workshops, I find immense value in this process. Not always, just having different ways to have meetings for different situations is, you know, it seems self-evident. There's going to be different topics or different issues that we deal with that will require us to change up how we talk about things. Like what we talk about today wouldn't necessarily work in a standard meeting. So I've just appreciated that throughout, and I've also received positive feedback from the public regarding our public outreach and use of workshops with them. So I know a lot of us have, and so, you know, kudos to staff for what they're able to accomplish there. It's impressive. With study sessions, I might actually suggest that we consider going, you know, and maybe experimenting with doing longer ones more frequently with an hour and a half. We typically run right up against the time, and, you know, encouraging more public comment, and we deal with so many things, like was mentioned, some hot button issues that are put together. It's like maybe more engagement there would be helpful. Although I'm also sensitive to not run meetings too early where they get into the workday. I don't think that's necessarily helpful for community engagement, or even some of us who may have 9-to-5 jobs, and that's a reality. We're a part-time council, so that's something to think about as well. Our meetings are formatted really well, run very efficiently. Thank you, Larry. And you know, as I go on in my council career, I'm sure I'm going to notice more things, and so I'm going to keep an open mind and continue to observe and, you know, jot down anything I notice. I also particularly appreciate getting the closed sessions presentations ahead of time. I know Councilmember Fong was really big on that, and I appreciated hearing that, and it's really consistent. It's what we get, and that helps me think about those things ahead of time too, and that's just an added benefit. The Monday morning questions are helpful to me, mostly as a tool to get me thinking about an issue ahead of the meeting in a different way. Really appreciating, I always look forward to seeing them. I've used it a couple times, but often my big questions come closer to the meeting, and so reaching out to staff directly has been helpful. So yeah, just that extra perspective ahead of the meeting is great. And of course, we are missing some stuff from not being in person, and that's just going to be the reality, but it's not forever. And so I'm also appreciating that. And, you know, my opinions on how we run meetings, I have never sat on the dais before as a council member, as an elected official. So I think I'm going to have a lot more, hopefully have different things to say and different perspectives when we revisit this, hopefully next year. So I'll leave it at that. And thank you very much for facilitating this discussion.
Very good. Thank you for that. And now we'll go to Councilmember Dean.
Sorry, my Wi-Fi was acting weird, so I just want to get it working. But thank you so much. And I'll say for me, workshops work well, and I've heard good feedback from my community around Moffitt Park. And I think that this process today is really helpful and a good example of that. And I'm good with how long the study sessions are, and appreciate what staff can do with the such a short period of time. And I agree that we're typically good at keeping our comments relatively short, but I do welcome the mayor letting us know when we're running too long. But generally, I'm very happy with how things are run. And as I'm on council, the longer I'll have more. But yeah, those are mainly my points on it. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. Any other? Oh yes, Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. I'll just chime in with a couple of thoughts here. I agree, on the broad topic of preparedness for the council meetings. Members should let staff know ahead of time if they have questions, and I concur with what Councilmember Larson said. If you can give them a heads up, particularly like on a multifaceted question, you're going to get a better outcome in the process. I'm a huge fan of Monday morning questions, and I have a couple of things to say about that. When members of the public ask me how long they think the meeting is going to be, my response is the best indicator I can give you is the length of the Monday 8 a.m. questions, because that's going to tell you, do the council members have a lot of questions that need to get sorted through or just a few? It's not always a perfect indicator, but that can be part of it. And I think with enough experience, as I read through the responses to the Monday 8 a.m. questions, I can kind of tell which council member wrote that particular question, because we all have a certain writing style. So Larry, I know which ones are coming from you, and Larry knows which ones are coming from me. And that's just tea leaf reading. The other thing I'll just mention to my colleagues, and I hope the city manager will agree with me on this, is every once in a while when the materials are published on Thursday, I can look at something and tell that I'm going to need some help. And so I'll send an SOS to Kent and scrabble together a 30-minute or 60-minute, sort of supplemental information briefing to deconfuse me on what it is that is confusing me. And so I've availed myself to that process. And I know that's a burden on staff when I've had to do that, but hopefully it's infrequent. I am a huge fan of the workshop format. Kent, if I was understanding you correctly, when you said workshop format, it's sort of like the ones we did for Moffitt Park specific plan. Yeah, good. And so we tried that under the traditional study session format, and the topic of Moffitt Park was just so huge and so multifaceted with so many important policy considerations to think through that I thought it was brilliant to take it off of the typical council agenda calendar, scrabble together, the workshop on sea level rise and the workshop on the other topic and a third topic. I thought that was really fantastic. And if council is going to be asked a motion type question at the end of a workshop, please just agendize it. So the Brown Act and all of our interested parties can be aware that council is going to be making a decision. And then in Sunnyvale, our traditional study sessions, I do not expect a motion to be made. I think that's how Sunnyvale does it. And I've said before, and I'll say again, sometimes the result of a study session can be a bit murky, but I trust staff completely to go back and read the tea leaves and try to ascertain what the consensus of the council was, and then move forward from there. I'll just note, next door to Sunnyvale, the city of Santa Clara held a study session, which I watched the following day on a tape of Zoom. And they did a motion at the end of a agendized study session. So I acknowledge that different cities can define things differently, but here in Sunnyvale, when I say study session, there's no formal motions at the end of it. And then with regards to the final things, public comment length and council questions comment length, I trust the mayor. I trust the mayor. So Larry, if I'm going on too long, just kick me in the shin or send me a text or whatever, and I can wrap it up. And there is something that has gone on for a long time, which is council questions that may not exactly be bona fide questions. And I've probably done this before, but it's sort of pre-advocacy or signal sending to your colleagues or even to the public. You know, you ask the question that you kind of know the answer to because you're trying to advocate for a particular outcome. And so I just acknowledge that that's something that happens in the entire process. And I'll turn off my microphone now. Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, Councilmember Milton reminded me of something, you know, when he asked about, you know, members of the public ask about how long the meeting's going to go. And I would just go ahead and say, you know, we talked about here, you know, if any one of us, a member, were going on too long on a particular thing, you know, it's not 20 minutes might be too long, but also maybe sometimes 3 minutes is too long. And that I really think, and I had to really practice this a lot when I was the chair of VTA because their meetings really go long. But I think we should, you know, be trying to look at the agenda and the way we're orchestrating ourselves through. You know, if we could end all of our meetings by 10 o'clock, I think that's better from a public engagement perspective. You know, you start getting up around 10 o'clock and, you know, especially here on, you know, Zoom, or you can see it when we're in council meetings, you know, the number of people that are left, you know, to try and, you know, see what's going on with the topic. And I'm not saying we can't go, you know, later or sometimes they're long items, but, you know, I think we should think about, it's not only, you know, our individual segments of what we're doing, but how it all folds into the overall meeting and, you know, what is the value add we're getting to, you know, by being shorter with our items, more direct with our comments, and being able to get something done so that there can be more member participation, even if that participation is watching us. And I realize sometimes we're going to go late because, you know, a 30-minute item goes into 3 hours. Sometimes it just happens. But I think, you know, as a general, you know, target rule of thumb, we should be targeting to get done earlier with all the items, just so we can actually have that transparency and that visibility to the public that we think is important. So I just wanted to, it wasn't on the list, but, you know, Russ brought that kind of concept up and I just wanted to share a thought on that.
Very good. I'm not seeing any other council hands up, and we've come to our time limit on this item. Kent, anything that you want to say in terms of comments to wrap up the meeting efficiency topic?
We got great feedback, so no additional comments.
Excellent. Very good. So we are going to move forward now into our last segment of the day before wrap up, and that is council priorities, discussion on council priorities. And David, if you could pull up slide number 183, please. There we go. Thank you. So those are your 6 council priorities. And obviously you've heard quite a bit about those from the update segment earlier before lunch. And so looking over those priorities, your 6 priorities, the questions that we will be asking here, and we've allotted 60 minutes for this conversation, for this discussion. You may not need 60 minutes to do this. Let's see how it unfolds. But as you look over those 6 priorities, reflecting back on all the work that's been done on those and your discussion of those at council meetings, as well as the updates that you received from staff earlier today, if we could go to the next slide, David. Are these priorities, are these 6 priorities still relevant and meaningful? And the next question, what is council's preference for each of the priorities for 2022? More specifically, keep the 6 on the list. Are there any changes that you would recommend, request of staff? Or are there any items that come off the list? And just to explain that just a little bit, those are your strategic priorities that are above and beyond normal everyday service delivery. And by taking one of those off the list, and I'm certainly not advocating or recommending that, it doesn't mean that council would not work, that staff would not work on it. It means that it would be integrated into the day-to-day work of the organization. It wouldn't be above the waterline as a strategic priority. So I just want to make that clarification. So there may not be a lot of changes or tweaks to the priorities, and that's totally fine too. But this is a wide open discussion now for council to assess the meaningfulness, relevancy of your 6 priorities and any preference for the priorities for 2022 in giving Kent and staff direction. Who'd like to get us started? And we can go ahead and take the slide down, David, please. I might interpret that before Mayor Klein comes in, is you're just so very happy with your priorities and the work that staff is doing and the work the council has done. But let's hear from Mayor Klein, and then we'll go to council members Hendricks and Milton.
Sean, I think you did capture a lot of that. You know, I think we have, these priorities have you know, they've been modified over the last few years, and last year we dropped one, although it's still, you know, in discussions with the city manager, the need for additional park and open space, I still think is a priority, and to me that's conceivably one of the things that's missing, but it's still a priority from his mind. But you know, you look at the 6 priorities that we have here, you know, Civic Center modernization, finishing that project, and as we talked about, conceivably what phase 2 looks like, to me is a #1 priority. That's our core service provider location. You know, the equity, access, and inclusion, I think, was a great addition last year. The improved process services through the use of technology. You know, it's all the different organizations, whether that's CDD, whether or not that's finance, that need improved technology. And we talked about, you know, a smart city issues and that study issue going forward. Technology is critical, especially here in Silicon Valley, but especially for our city as we continue to provide services with limited resources. And I think technology is the path forward for that. The ability of infrastructure to support development, traffic, active transportation. You know, these are things that you know, providing that infrastructure is what we do as a city. We talked about core competency. We talked about what we need to do. The active transportation plan, helping getting people out of their cars, making, you know, walkability and all that is a priority. I think we can all come to agree on that. Downtown Sunnyvale. At some point, downtown Sunnyvale will be complete, but we're not there yet. And, you know, we did our groundbreaking for Block 3 just yesterday. I think, you know, someday this will no longer be a priority, but in the interim, while we're still dealing with redevelopment agency, while we're still dealing with all the different blocks downtown, I think it's important. And then accelerating climate action, you know, I always get comments from residents of, well, that should be our #1 priority. And, you know, I agree that that's a critical priority, but you look at all these things of these top 6 priorities, and depending upon who you talk to, that, you know, this is critical, that is critical. You know, the changing climate and sea level rise absolutely is important. That being said, from an operational standpoint of the city, for what we provide our residents, the other 5 are also really important. So, you know, I think this captures, you know, the majority. There's, you know, other issues that are on our plate. You know, we spent the whole morning talking about them. They don't all fall completely into each of these, but I do think that, you know, adding another item to the list now is conceivably adds difficulty to the city manager and city staff. I do think that these 6 items are a strong, you know, a strong collection of what the city needs to do to basically move forward, especially in the next few years. So that's my quick take on those 6 priorities, and happy that we've gotten to this point where we've pared them down or paired and added to them to make it a meaningful list of priorities for the city, in my opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to Councilmember Melton, and then Hendricks, Vice Mayor Cisneros, Councilmember Larson, and then Councilmember Dean. Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, okay, Sean, thank you. I'll keep this short because I think I agree with everything that Mayor Klein just said, and he sort of expressed my viewpoint succinctly. I think this is a good list of 6 priorities. I think it reflects the community. I think it reflects my view of what it is that staff should be focusing on. And I don't want to steal any thunder from my colleague, Councilmember Hendricks, but I do remember, a phrase that he used years ago in describing the policy priorities as sort of the Marshall Plan of staff effort. And as one example, when it comes time to do downtown Sunnyvale, it's so important to us, and it's on this list that all the resources are marshaled to accomplish the thing. And so I've always thought about it in that regard, and looking forward to hearing from my colleagues. But right now, my viewpoint is I think this is a good list, and I would advocate to roll this forward for a year. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, so I think I'm good with the list, and what I'm about to say, maybe it disagrees with whatever it was I said in the past. But as a council priority, this is not an operations priority list.
Right.
This is really kind of what is, the over and above things that we think are important. So I think the list is correct right now. And I view it as, these are areas where we are probably going to need to make more policy level decisions and stuff. That's why downtown Sunnyvale was on there when it first went on there, is because we still had a bunch of coming out of the bankruptcy and working with the new developers, policy things that we had to change. Staff was going to work on it, but it was going to be, that's where we were going to also spend our time, and it's what we were telling staff was important. And the reason I said I'm not ready to change any of this stuff today, but I think if you look at this list, 2 of the areas, I think you mentioned this, Larry, that we might be nearing, they're coming off our priority list, is Sunnyvale downtown, because I don't know that there's a lot of policy left things for us to do. I think we've done most of the planning changes and other things like that. And the Civic Center modernization, at least as it relates to phase 1, I don't think we're making any more policy decisions. Staff and Kent, they're probably making decisions every day to get it done, but it's not policy stuff from us. So I'm not ready to change. I think staff is very loaded with work. We don't need to give them new ideas to say that are challenged. But the 2 where I think that we're maybe next year, maybe the year after, downtown Sunnyvale and the Civic Center modernization, those might be on the downward slide where they're leaving. The equity, access, and inclusion, I think there's probably still more policy stuff left there. Accelerating climate change, there's more policy stuff there. Infrastructure to support development in the city, there's more policy stuff there. So that's kind of how I'm viewing the list. And again, that might be an evolvement of comments that I've made in prior years. But I think we're good where we're at. That's my short answer.
Excellent. Very good. And I really like that distinction between what's operational and what is policy that's within the realm of council. I think it's a really nice way of thinking about it and talking about it. Vice Mayor Cisneros, and then Council Members Larson and Dean.
Great, thank you so much. May I implore staff to pop the slide back up?
The slide with the priorities?
That's right.
Yes, so it's a 183.
Thank you. That's very helpful. So I just wanted, I know what these are, but I just wanted to make sure I'm looking at them holistically as I'm talking about them. Overall, yeah, this is where we should be. And I also want to emphasize that, I wouldn't want to see this be a super long list. And we discussed some of that last year. Like, we want to add things, we're thinking about different things perhaps. We had this conversation around equity, access, and inclusion and taking something off, and wanting to reiterate that it's, this is like pruning a well-watered tree. We want to we want to keep it growing strong and keep us on the right path, but then also making sure it's very manageable for staff. As was mentioned, not wanting to overload anyone or spread ourselves too thin. I completely agree that downtown Sunnyvale, as much as I love downtown Sunnyvale, that can come off very soon. And same thing with the Civic Center modernization. Those are going forward. There's the off chance that there could be more policy decisions that pop up, and we'll have it on here, but it's not 100% necessary to keep it on there. Yeah, definitely another year of this. We considered this list last time we were in the pandemic. We're still in the pandemic, and perhaps as we move through that, we're going to see new opportunities or different priorities pop up as we transition out of this period of history. So those are my thoughts there. This is good and supports what I think, I love that we can kind of reach consensus on the baseline of what's important to the city oftentimes. And just to speak on, also hearing from residents, this one's the top priority. No, this one, this one. And it's like, I so appreciate that because it shows passion and dedication to one of these things. And, often what I say to those residents is, I encourage you to take a look and maybe get involved in some of these other ones and see how deep and important they are too. They're also really interesting. And I think that will demonstrate why we have all of these competing priorities, and that saying like, yeah, your role as an advocate, and that's wonderful. And we need you in the community. My role is not as an advocate. My role is to look at all of these things. So that's been a nice way to communicate that to residents, but I do appreciate the passion around so many of these issues. And when I do hear that passion, it also signals to me that we put the right priority on there. That's something people want us to work on, and that's good. So I'll leave it at that, but thank you. Thank you for the discussion.
Excellent, very good, thank you. We're on to Council Member Larson and then to Dean.
Thank you. Yeah, I support the list too. These priorities we have refined over a number of years, and they are long-term priorities that take multiple years to work on, and we intend to keep the focus on there over an extended period of time. So I want to stay the course, continue to work on these. Certainly do not want to add. 6 is almost too many in my book. Mm-hmm. But there's nothing that I would take off of here either at this point. Yeah, I agree that downtown Sunnyvale is fairly soon approaching the point where we could probably take it off. Civic Center modernization, depending upon how quickly we start moving on phase 2 in the library, maybe it stays on and just transitions to being phase 2. But we don't know that yet. And for now, it certainly, it deserves to stay on here because it's a big, important effort. So yeah, I support moving forward with the list as it is.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Council Member Larson and Council Member Dean.
Thank you. And my Wi-Fi was having some troubles earlier, so if I start sounding like a robot, please let me know and I'll just turn off my camera. But I think especially with the council priorities, it's so interesting to me because I remember last year when we went through this was one of the sections where we spent the most time discussing, and we really did a deep dive into each one. And I will say throughout this year, from what I've seen, I'm very happy with the list as is. I think in terms of the work that's getting done, the things that are being focused on, I think we're running the city well with these priorities. And obviously everything that we do is a priority. It's very much so a first among equals almost is how I think about it. And I will say, I don't want to change the list, but it's hard to understate how well of a job staff has done on this, because throughout this year, when I've talked with staff, they really are keeping a focus on it, saying, how are we moving forward on these metrics? Almost every time I met with Ken, he'll bring up the equity, access, and inclusion aspect. He'll talk about how we're doing on hiring for the role that we built, not for that priority, but for one of the main things of that priority, which is that office and that manager and director. So I'm really happy with the priorities, and I'm really, really just so impressed by staff's work on it and how well they've done translating those priorities into policy outcomes and on the ground realities. But yeah, that's everything. Thank you.
Very good. Excellent. So affirmation and validation of your current 6 priorities. And I really love the metaphor, Vice Mayor, of not putting too many priorities on. A well-pruned tree is going to bear a lot of fruit. Very nicely done. It's been a pleasure working with you all today, and just seeing, as I mentioned earlier, how good government can work and be effective and be productive. It's just been a real joy and a real pleasure. So we're moving towards wrap up here, and I'll turn it over to your city manager, to Kent. He'll make a couple of closing comments, and then we'll turn it over to the mayor to close us out with his comments. Kent?
Thank you, Sean, and thank you, council members. It's been a really good workshop. By confirming the council priorities, what I tell the staff is we're focused on the right things. And so we still have a lot of work ahead of us. I agree that these are a good set of priorities for us to continue working on. And so I really appreciate that. We got good feedback on the other topics. I hope you got good information from this morning's session on all the projects and programs we're working on. With that, I want to thank all the directors and staff that were involved in organizing today's workshop. Somebody who was instrumental in organizing this, and she hasn't said anything all day, but Michelle Zerai really did a lot of work in organizing today's activity, and it really went smooth. So it shows the great work that she did. So I appreciate her. Thank you, Michelle. Also, I want to just, I'll close out by saying, I want to remind the council, right, today is the last day to sponsor study issues. If you have one, man, you got to get it in before we wrap up today. And
definitely.
Yeah, those are really my thoughts. I appreciate all the thoughtful input we got from the council, and I thought today was very productive.
Thank you. Councilmember Dean, did you have something to propose?
I did, actually. So thank you. I was planning on bringing it up at this moment, so I think this is a great segue. A little part of me was worried we would get to adjournment before popping up, but I would like to introduce a study issue. Is that good?
Go right ahead.
All right. I'd like to introduce a study issue for the city of Sunnyvale to develop a pilot universal basic income program similar to the cities of South San Francisco, Mountain View, and Stockton. The scope of this should include submitting an application to the California Department of Social Services Guaranteed Income Pilot Program, and the city should explore any other funding sources, including but not limited to other governmental bodies and private fundraising. And the scope should also explore partnering with third parties such as Sunnyvale Community Services or others for the distribution of these checks.
I'll co-sponsor that. And Councilmember Melton?
Yes, thank you. Not to one-up Mayor Klein, not only will I co-sponsor it, I will enthusiastically co-sponsor it, and also offer my thanks to Councilmember Dean for policy leadership in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Vice Mayor Cisneros.
Enthusiastically co-sponsor this. It is an innovative and exciting area of policy to get into, and I think it reflects the values of our city and is more than worthy of our consideration. So thank you, Councilmember Dean, for bringing this to us this year, especially as so many in our community are suffering, and we've seen that highlighted, and it's an exciting opportunity that other cities have taken advantage of and seen success. So let's see what we can do. Enthusiastic.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and wrap up. I want to thank everyone who attended today, the public who gave public comment at the beginning, but all those who stayed here throughout the meeting, throughout the day, and watched the proceedings. So thank you for being here. And I want to thank all of our council members. Thanks for the thoughtful discussions. And I think these sessions really, are great because you gave good questions and you gave important feedback to the city manager on the direction of the city. And ultimately, I've got quite a few notes that I'll be following up with the city manager on. But definitely, I think it shows how well we work together. Sean, I want to thank you for helping facilitate this session, and David and Sandra for keeping the meeting on track and doing all the logistics in the background, and Michelle for organizing this. I do think that we stayed right on track. We had it, from a presentation standpoint, from a time management standpoint. The day ran very smoothly, and look, we're ending early. That's always a good sign for whatever meeting you're having. And I want to give a special thanks to the city staff for their detailed presentations and for the answers they gave, as well as for future answers that we asked for some additional information, and I'm sure we'll be seeing that sometime in the future. To the city manager and the directors, Sunnyvale is really a well-run city. The strategic workshop is always, kind of a reflection of that, showing all the things that we have. We have a lot on our plate and a lot to do, but you and your staff make it all possible. So I just want to say, I want to pass on my gratitude to you and staff. Staff is doing an outstanding job and really making a difference, and making, it becomes very impressive and very apparent for what we see here today of all the things that the city does. And that is really something to be very proud of. So I took a lot of notes. We'll talk about next steps at a later date, but I'm really looking forward to all that we can do as a team between council and staff in 2022. So let's go ahead and move to adjournment. To all the participants today, thank you for making it a really productive day. Our meeting is adjourned at 4:16 p.m. and have a great weekend. Take care.